best of the best. One warrior up against the world, and they survive a moment longer.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
The dance of a butterfly, it's a tango of doom. Will they stop this? Will they end this and try to push through? Oh! Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
Welcome everyone to the Marvel Rivals Ignite group stages. We are on day number 3. My name is Dogman, joined by Dan, and we have an exciting day ahead of us. Dan, how are you doing, dude? Today's gonna be
Feeling
fun.
great.
Oh,
This has been an exciting group stage so far. For some people, didn't really expect it, especially here in this group that we will be covering in Group A, a group that we thought on paper wouldn't be as competitive, but in the end, it's looking spicy right now because really we don't know who's going home. And speaking of which, we're just gonna go straight in, figure out what in the world happened yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was wild, man. Like, the parity right now, I think, at the group stages, at the very least, of the Rivals Grand Finals for this $1 million tournament have been so close, right? Chopper Mag taking out Aconics earlier on, and you had VP versus Reject in a close matchup. Reject looked really good, but got 2-0'd in that fashion. Dark Zero, same thing with Aconics later on. And VP Chopper Mag, that was one of the matches of the day alongside Envy, who lost at Dark Zero, and who has kind of been an underdog too in this group. So what was your overall take, just from like an outside perspective, because you've watched the other group a little bit more, at least casted it? I mean, this group has been insane, right? Like, Sparker's been crazy. What's been your take on this group besides like the parity like you mentioned earlier, Mandy?
Yeah, totally. Because Group A, like, again, it was a group that we really thought wouldn't be as competitive as the other group, Group B, which, keep in mind, we are having that stream up at the same time with us as well. So if you want to watch more of that action, you can watch over there. But back to us, Group A really has been that crazy,
It's been so close.
crazy match. Yeah, just absolute plays, especially that one. Everyone loved that play right there.
Oh, yeah.
When you use that and like those plays that have been really focused on the micro plays, right? Everything
Sure.
has been really up to the tiny, minute details. And I think in Group A, people are starting to refine that as we head into more of that meta here in Season 4.5. Keep in mind, this is also the first time these teams have been playing in this meta. And what better way to do it on the international stage, the pinnacle of Marvel Rivals Esports. As we take a glance at our standings, VP and Dark Zero is one of those teams that have been surprising us.
For sure. You know, VP, I think they're back in form, right? That's the scary part, is that everybody's mentioning, at least in EMEA, like how good EMEA is, right? Like, I'm sure you heard it a lot too when you watch a lot of APAC games. Everyone's like, VP's the best team in the game, and right now they're looking like so, and they are doing it at the right time. Peaking at the right time is the most important thing, right? Like you talked about the new patch. I mean, now they are competing for $1 million, 320 grand for first place. If you end up in last, you're still going home with 25K.
Yeah.
That's so much money for these players.
Yeah, you got a lot of money to work with. You get a lot of costumes with that, I'll tell you that. You got so many different options, so many different ways to get that bling going. As we take a look ahead for our final day of group stage, we will be covering Group A here on Marvel Rivals America's Twitch channel. If you want to go to Group B, where it is just as competitive, you can watch that on the mainstream on Twitch. We're also on YouTube, which might be a little bit easier for the viewers, but either way, we have a whole lot of matches to get through.
Yeah, and that's one of the first matches of the day from Group A, like you mentioned, is going to be Chopper Mag versus Reject coming up. I mean, both of these teams, people sort of underestimated, right? I feel like coming into it. Like, I feel like, well, you probably would know best, I think, from watching Group B and then also in the Americas region. What makes the Korean team so good this time around in the Grand Finals, or at least the APAC region teams this time around, compared to maybe a mid-season?
So, a lot of the Korean players, they have a lot of experience. They have been, in other titles, been able to deal with certain compositions. Right now in 4.5, we have been seeing a lot more dive starting to take shape, take form, as Reject are going to be our first headline for as we head into what the players look like, how the players are doing. And yeah, like the Korean players, they have a lot of experience in that kind of composition, and with that counter, and as well as being able to copy what other teams are doing and doing it better. Right. They don't just strictly copy what one team is doing. They grab maybe this part of this team's, a bit of this team, and then they mash it together and they just create their own meta.
Yeah, it's like they put aside their ego in this case, is what you're saying basically, and that they, can play what everybody else is playing and play it better, like you said. So that's a great way to put it. And I think for Team Reject right now, what a better time to be peaking to at the Grand Finals when there's so much money on the line. I mean, you saw Crazy Raccoon on the opposite side. I feel like because they were the 1 seed, people expected them to be in this position that Reject are in, but now Reject are there. They're in that spot to qualify if they just close out on today undefeated.
Yeah, and Reject as well. They have been a team that has been a little bit favored in the meta right now. Season 4.5, with the Flyers being out of the meta, the Ultron, the Human Torch composition that has been really, really strong. And with those gone, it allows everyone on Reject to just absolutely pop off right now as we do take a look at their opponents. It is OCE's last hope, Chopper Mag.
And Chopper Mag's been so good throughout the tournament, right? That's something that was expected, I think, out of the players. And, we were talking earlier to Chopper Mag's players, and I think they're looking forward to this match, first of all, because it's a big one versus Reject. But when I was talking to Skittles around the halls, as you have a little bit of a handshake before the match, EQO understanding where he's at, just pulling an absolute power play maneuver on his opponent there potentially, but that's regardless going to be an exciting matchup because Chopper Mag, they mentioned, Skittles was talking about how Envy, the match they're going to have later on today, they were maybe talking a little bit of smack, right? Like he was like Envy is a bit surprising in terms of the fact that they don't even know what to ban against Chopper Mag. Taking a look at Hell's Heaven will be our first match of the day, and we're getting off to the races, right? We're going immediately into this one, off to the ban phase, immediately removing Emma Frost and Mantis off the rip for Reject and Chopper Mag. Jeff, protect. Chopper Mag.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise. A little bit of a surprise move for Reject, taking away the Emma Frost off the rip. Mantis is usually one of the first bans that these teams like to go for, but it looks like Reject have made an adjustment. They will take out the Emma Frost, who, don't get me wrong, has been really, really strong right now, especially with having that zoning presence with the Psionic Seduction.
Yeah, absolutely. And throughout the series, right, for Team Reject, like, they've been kind of progressively getting better at those dive compositions for sure. Like that's the #1 thing that they've improved at. And well, it's Marvel, like you mentioned. Like he's so good at Captain America and those type of heroes. Emma Frost Protect on their side. They're trying to play around the counter dive, right? Yeah,
that's for Piggy, right? Piggy has been absolutely stunning on that Emma Frost as of this entire tournament. But so far, I'm not seeing something out of Reject. I'm not seeing a Mantis ban just yet. Will that cost them a little bit? I know there was one team that really just put the Mantis ban towards the tail end of the draft. Something we don't see very often, as Bobo's Psylocke does get removed by Reject.
Yeah, this is a very interesting ban. I feel like this is kind of like the progressive kind of take on the meta, is that Loki's sort of been going higher. You talked about Mantis, like she's been really high up in general. Same thing with Emma Frost, but the addition of Bucky bans coming through results in Rejects. It looks like kind of prioritizing the Bucky Protect and the Psylocke ban so they can get that mismatch, but Chopper Mag still kind of prioritizing strategists. I mean, look, they've banned 4 strategists now, not even worried about that Psylocke team up with Emma Frost, it looks like, on their side. The last Protect's about to come through from them.
We'll see what the plan comes in for Chopper Mag, and this is what we love about this, right? It's Season 4.5, not a lot of teams have a lot of exposure to it, so we're literally seeing the meta evolve as we go. Day 1's draft was so different from Day 2, and here it's no different. Day 2 and Day 3, look at the difference. We're not seeing this much Loki getting this much presence here in Day 3, and look at this, both sides really saw how strong that Loki could be, not only just copying the Karmic Revival, but also the invisible boundary.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, there's so many things that Loki can provide, and flexibility is another one, alongside, the Bucky's been sort of like buffed continuously over the previous patches. I say that character's like shoots meatballs. Like he just absolutely can parse across the map, just do so much damage, and that makes sense why you want to protect them. But we're heading into map 1, man. Dan, it's so much fun to be here with you, dude. And Reject versus Chopper Mag should be a great map on this map type 2, because Reject have dominated on domination.
Oh, yeah.
That's something that it's surprising.
Yeah, Reject have been really, really good against in this map in particular.
Yeah.
No surprise why both teams saved the Bucky, make it lore accurate, put them in the lair of the Hydra, as Reject, have been absolutely on fire lately.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with Gargoyle getting his signature Bucky pick as well. He has really arguably been one of the best, if not the best Bucky we have ever seen. The way he plays, not only just the aim, the raw mechanics, he's very, very smart with that Kraken Impact. He knows when to use it, when to not use it, and that's really all it takes from being one of the best to being the best.
For sure, for sure. He's elevated his game continuously throughout the tournament, throughout everything else that's happened in Rivals Esports. And yeah, walking up already with that Ultron composition alongside that Luna Snowflake for Finale in the sky, right? He can constantly do a lot of damage up there as long as he can give the drone to his front line. They're playing this sort of front-to-back style off the rip with that Emma Frost and group. Meanwhile, Choppermack going for that dive early on, going into the back line onto Gargoyle and the squad, but they're trying to counter dive it at the moment. Pethick off the high ground, though, forced to fall back towards the health pack. They're giving up on that dive because the point control is still in their favor, but nobody's on it necessarily just yet. It's Choppermack that give it up, and Reject contesting it first. However, they force them off for now. Pethick finds Dobie in the back line. Invisible Woman down. That's a good pick early on. Pressure coming through. Izayaki falls. And huge work from them. Yeah, like to pick off the strategist like you mentioned.
Yeah, no strategist. Finale doesn't have as much utility as he used to be back in Season 4.0, so really Reject have not a lot of utility available to them. Choppermack will take over the site, but it was a little surprising seeing Finale on that Ultron pick, as well as having these teams. They've been really accessing that side of the map. That high ground has been heavily contested throughout this entire grand final, but now Reject looking to take the retake.
Yeah, and they retake it well. I mean, they block off Skittles. However, Gargoyle finds him. Pethick finds Dobie again. Pethick popping off. We heard about him last. Yes, oh my goodness, the rage right back into Pethick. They're able to find him off of Finale, and Pethick thought maybe he could live there on the backside. Zenstar gets brought back by the BRB. He can contest the point still, too. This is the biggest point for a lot of the pro teams, but Gargoyle shuts down Duet towards that objective, and he can still touch on Choppermack's side, in which they are doing so for the damage, like you mentioned earlier, from Gargoyle, from the squad is still here. Yeah, do pop the ult from Jeff of Skittles, but who can he connect on? It's going to be the Diamond forward of the Emma Frost, so she's not going to get connected. The Kraken impact onto him, gets rid of Skittles, so Skittles going down twice. Reject to flip the point as well, and Gargoyle misses that next reset, but it doesn't matter because Zenstar still falls. Good recontest from Choppermack. Or for Reject, sorry.
Reject do get the retake going. We talked about Gargoyle. We got to talk about him again, right? He is one of the best Bucky players we have ever seen, and here he shows and makes his case as to why he is in fact one of the best, as Duet trying to disrupt what's going on in the back line. Bobo wants to write a legend for himself. Cannot find anything, but it doesn't matter, because the only goal that Bobo really wants to do is to zone everyone away, as Pethick has a chance to let the devil out, but he's strangled. But will he stay in prison? It looks like he will be no longer, as he is able to escape. Fidel pops the CYA. Piggy and Dobie team up with the Emma Frost Invisible Woman combo, as Pethick comes in, lets the devil out, as Piggy is able to find a trade, but Pethick is the main problem right now for Choppermack, and Reject will fall to pieces, and Choppermack will soon and surely be able to retake the site, but Reject, they have other plans.
Yeah, the portal comes through from Finale, and that cooldown utilized at the very least to later, but you called it earlier, Dan. I mean, Pethick, he's been a menace on this Daredevil.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Yeah, he has been playing this Daredevil. I think he's been playing it the most, if I remember correctly, in this entire tournament.
Yeah, up there, him, Fi, I think, and Rye Amazing. Like, these guys are so good at the character, and it's so new, too. And right now they're waiting for them to walk in. Marvel switches to the thing, and we've seen so far through the tournament these sort of like counter dive comps fall out of favor. They do at the moment, and Pethick goes deep. They're looking for these invisible, or the backline of Izayaki. Goes down again, Invisible Woman, or sorry, Lona Snow. Hard to live when these full dives kind of have been coming through, resulting in Izayaki back to the spawn in a second. Choppermack, their dive, it might be actually game-ending potentially, because we're 80% already away, and they're going to have to walk all the way back, and they don't have the portal from earlier that you talked about from Finale.
No portal, and Choppermack know that damn well, as 88% now coming in for Choppermack. Reject need to find a way to just brute force their way through, but Bobo wants to zone everyone away. A ultimate that Reject know very well, which was the reason why they are the second seed, and Crazy Raccoon were able to take it away, and here it is no different. Bobo zones away Reject, and they take control of round number one.
Yeah. Super Soldier Factory is going their way because of, you know, you mentioned it, Pethick and the squad, and they knew the situation at hand, right? When you're about 80% of the board, like, it's just really hard to go and retouch without that portal. Like, it's impossible because of how far the map is. Now we're on round 2. Choppermack wins this first round. Dan, what's your overall thoughts from that first round that happened? Like, it was back and forth, but this dive, I mean, Izayaki, he couldn't even live on Luna Snow, right?
Yeah, Izayaki and Dobie really struggled against Pethick, right? He has been just bothering the backline. Not only just Pethick, Zenstar as well. Bobo is just there as a way to zone everyone from Reject away. and Reject, they really need to pull something out of the hat as Dobie does switch over to the Cloak and Dagger. If I remember correctly, yes, Chopper Mag do ban away that Jeff.
You know what's interesting to see too is like Finale now swapping over the Psylocke, right? You saw how good he was in the APAC region. We saw Gargoyle yesterday play it, but whenever the Bucky gets banned, it seems like he's the one to pop it off first. But Chopper Mag, they have all the ults here coming up in a moment.
So many.
Yeah,
Feast, Devil out, CYA, Jeff as well. The amount of resources that Chopper Mag have is just abundant right now, as Izayaki does have the Bit of Both Worlds coming up very, very soon. Gets it in the nick of time, but Skittles is able to take out Gargoyle in the end, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade overall. But we'll see as Chopper Mag have their ultimates. They will dump them immediately as Bobo spins and wins as Izayaki is gone yet again. Dobie pops the Eternal Bond as he just does barely zone away the rest of Chopper Mag.
Zoning him for now. I mean, the point's still in their control right now, or sort of in nobody's control. Dobie on the backside just trying to live.
Dobie. Great
part about Cloak and Dagger is you get to sort of exist for as long as possible until Duep is on you. 1-for-1 trades again. It's going back and forth between the two squads. I mean, we knew it would be close, but it's just a constant brawl. Piggy able to stay alive in that Diamond Form, also finding Skittles. That's the second time that's happened, and they're able to turn off of it because of that cohesion from Piggy. And you talked about getting that Emma Frost in the fan phase. It looks like that's coming to fruition at the moment as Chopper Mag on the back foot walk in. Izayaki still goes down. They're trying to maybe turn it with a Freedom Charge, but it's into that Psylocke. Dance of the Butterflies. Ton of damage output from this ultimate now, but they're able to live. Freedom Charge still up, and they're able to kind of consistently stay towards that objective. Towards the back line, though, Chopper Mag is still here. Nobody has point control during this entire time, and Bobo and the squad trying to peel off the Vanguard line, able to take down Marvel. Reject now back up the point, relying on Piggy in the pool from Gargoyle that you talked about earlier. What an incredible hook that was. But Galactic Legend plus the Eye of Agamotto connects onto a few, and they're able to take Finale. That's one of the hard damage dealers of Reject's side. Bobo cleans out Dobie again with that Galactic Legend, and finally, this fight looks like it's coming to a close, though the portal is still available from Marvel. They're able to touch, and this fight has lasted an absolute eternity. As they do touch, Gargoyle still finds Pethig, and they're maybe turning it. Reject finds them with the BRB from Fidel, so he's back in the fight, still a 6 versus 6, trying to peel off into that Cloak and Dagger bubble. Pethig able to find Finale again, goes down. Here comes Skittles with that ultimate that you mentioned in the middle of the point against Piggy. Can't connect them yet. Izayaki in the backside, able to find him, but is anybody here to peel? No, they're not. So Izayaki going to be taken out of the fight. Meanwhile, towards the main side, able to take down Marvel from Ventari. They can close out onto him. That's enough maybe for Chopper Mag from that eat onto Dobie. Dobie comes back though after coming out of Jeff's mouth, and he gets taken down. Rejecting the squad, sent back to the main side, and Chopper Mag finally control that point.
Oh my gosh, it was a long fight, but Chopper Mag are able to get it done in the end. I thought Reject were able to secure that after getting those 2 picks all the way back. Like, that was almost a minute of fighting, and Reject were able to just almost secure it, but Chopper Mag just barely were able to step a foot on the site, and it was enough as all the ultimate rotations came in favor of Chopper Mag, especially when Chopper Mag made that heads-up play. They had an inkling that Piggy was going to use that Psionic Seduction. Chopper Mag, instead of respecting it, backing away, why go back when you go right in?
Absolutely, and going in they are at the moment with Bobo's Galactic Legend, sending back Reject, who are following into the bubble. The Eye of Agamotto was huge. Finale finds Fidel, but it doesn't matter probably because of how big that ult was from Pethig, who's been a star player so far. You saw him on Daredevil earlier, and now he's doing the same on Doctor Strange.
Zen just kind of just lands the finishing punch onto Marvel. Duet does the same onto the other Vanguard of Reject. No portal available now as Chopper Mag creep up to that halfway point. This is a must-win scenario, not only for Chopper Mag, but also for Reject. But Chopper Mag look to keep that momentum going and going as Finale gets taken out by the Vanguard of Chopper Mag.
You know, that's the scary part, is that they've played this composition of a Reject with the Luna Snow to give them the Snowflake. Yeah, above, they're waiting for this dive towards this back line. I mean, they've been so scared throughout the series. The dive meta is really coming into fruition at the moment, but they're still alive for now. The follow-up for Zenstari's Feast of the Abyss is about to send Chopper Mag further if they can go for a small cap. Marvel goes down, commits the Eye of Agamotto, but it's all for naught, basically, as Chopper Mag yet again going for the spawn camp at the perfect time, too. I mean, did anybody make it around the back line? They're going for a counter portal. Pethig is potentially off of the map, or at least the portal block. There it goes, off of the map. Can he find anybody who is maybe unaware? This this could
I
end
don't
it
think it
right
matters.
here, right now. They're
I
trying to
think
touch
that's
the fate of the worlds. Portal block!
Oh, what a block!
Izayaki! Are you kidding? But he touches.
Oh,
He's
they
there.
still got it.
Gargoyle finds Skittles as well, but they're on the point without any ultimates. I mean, how could Reject sustain? It's Chopper Mag in full control. However, overtime ticks down. We're halfway to over. Bobo in the sky pops that Galactic Legend. Pethic finds down Marvel. He's gonna fall. Piggy as well. Not gonna touch any ultimates either to touch this point, rather, as Chopper Mag on Hell's Heaven get it done.
What a portal play coming in from Chopper Mag. Izayaki had the fate of both worlds. He used it to try to just sprint through Chopper Mag, but in the end, that portal, of all things, blocks it. It denies it. Pethic well deserves this MVP.
Yeah, oh my God, what a series they were in for, man. That was so much fun, and you know, watching it back, like you mentioned, Pethic, he could do it all. I mean,
oh my God,
we saw him on Daredevil popping off. He said he's been so good on that, and then coming over to the Doctor Strange. This guy really is a star player. He seems like, well, the rest of the squad is phenomenal too, and Skittles, another Australian player, as well as Enstari and Dwep, but he really has been standing out and has been since mid-season for a good reason. Overall take stand from that, because it looked like Reject. I mean, their backline, if you look at their elimination count, I mean, Dobie with 10, like they were not safe at all. I mean, so much pressure from this dive comp from Chopper Mag, right?
Yeah, I said that Reject did have experience with the dive composition, but Chopper Mag kind of dialed it up to 11, and I don't think Reject were really ready to try to find a counter, especially with Dobie not being able to play the Jeff. It put a wrench in Reject's engine. Just weren't able to get the momentum going. They had some early signs of brilliance, but in the end, just Pethic, he can play it all, right? He played the Vanguard on the Doctor Strange. He plays the Daredevil here on none other than the pinnacle of Marvel Rivals Esports here in the Grand Finals. But damn, that portal play of all things.
Yeah.
We haven't seen anything like it.
No, I mean, it almost worked out, right? Because they still got the touch, I believe, with the Venom. But that was such a smart play by him, for sure. It's these small, tiny things that these pro players do, right? They constantly blocking with portals. You know, you see, but it's evolving even more. Like you said, it's hard to pull those sort of plays off. It's the only way to stop a dancing Luna Snow to touch the point. But Zenstari as well has set up these dives. The combination of him and Skittles has been beautiful. I don't know. The pressure on Reject is a lot, like you said.
Damn, look at that.
That was an insane portal block. But at the end of the day, Dan, we only get to see, that was only map number 1. You still can go into that ban phase. It felt to me like they tried to heavily play around both Gargoyle and Finale, which kind of cost their backline, right? Like Izayaki and Dobie, I mean, they didn't have much help, it felt like.
Yeah, they kind of just got left out to dry. You know, the dive was just way too much, and Finale and Gargoyle just weren't able to, you know, capitalize.
I have a question, Dan. Like, do you think that's because they're could they potentially be out of sync of the current meta? Like, does it feel that composition they play with the Cloak and Dagger and the Luna Snow kind of has been a hero that, at least on Domination, has been really hard to run, right? So maybe with that, because they were relying on Ultron too, and we've heard so much about how Ultron's been falling off. I think you talked about it too. Like, it's seemingly the peel job is not possible to do versus dive in the current patch.
Yeah, I think Reject also relied a little too much on Piggy, right? The Emma Frost. They thought they were able to be able to solve the dive problem with the Emma Frost, which in theory could work with the Karma Crush and all that, but you can only really lock down one diver, and if you have two divers, you got to choose one or the other. You got to choose the Daredevil, you got to choose the Venom. It's been really, really difficult for Reject to try to find that perfect thing. That's what we've been really touting them as one of the better teams, because they are so good at tracking the ultimates, tracking who to target first. Yeah. But in this case, it just seemed like they were just completely out of sync.
For sure. Yeah, they just did seem a little out of sync. We'll see if they can change it up. They pick a second map. We're going to Convergence. They have a choice between Convergence or Convoy in this best out of 3. We're going to Central Park. There's going to be asymmetrical bans yet again, so 4 bans for both teams. They get a ban out maybe selectively like we saw, so we'll see in that ban phase. That's going to be really interesting to see how that goes moving forward. I talked to actually the coach at Chopper Mag, you know, and I was asking him, I was like, what about this ban phase? Like, it feels like you could target ban, you can go for specific matchup bans and stuff and try to set up your comps. And he actually said a pretty good point. Like, he said that pretty much 80% of the time when you lose, it feels like a skill issue, but I believe we're getting a sub in for this next map. We're going to sub in Gnome for this next map. Dobie is being subbed out. What's your thoughts on that? Because you have so much experience with APAC, Dan. I want to pull from that.
I talked to Dobie a lot in the interviews all throughout the entirety of Stage 2. He has been really, from what I've seen, I think is the captain of Reject. So the main voice of Reject being taken away.
Oh,
I
that's
think
some
that
drama.
might be interesting because Dobby is the what's it called? The main Jeff guy.
Yeah.
And I think teams are starting to pick up that Dobby is pretty goated on that Jeff pick.
Yeah.
And with that main
with that band, it's
that,
removing his hero pool partially, right?
Yeah, pretty
And
much.
that's scary, right? And this is the very first time, if you're wondering, that we've ever had a sub in the middle of a match in this group, at least in Group A. So this is going to be incredibly interesting to see because that's scary. I think if you're a Reject fan, just because of the fact that like having to sub in a player,
they have to.
I don't know. Maybe that's because maybe I'm reading too much into it, Dan. But do you think that could this be potentially with like was it the hero pool? Like I mean, I think that's probably the biggest point, the hero pool. But do you think that there could be potentially internal like dialogue going on? Maybe because he's the captain. Could he be doing a little bit too much? Like, do you think that he could be panicking and it's rubbing on everybody else? Could there be something there or not really?
There's a you could go at it that way. Maybe there's some internal stuff
maybe I'm
going
just
on
too
in the
drama
bag.
build, right?
Maybe. Hopefully that's not the case, but you never know. There is a world where Reject do have something planned. They might have pocket picks. They may have ways to surprise Chopper Mag, who have been surprising us. Chopper
Yeah,
Mag, who
they're really
they've
good
been
at
playing
dive
some.
comps.
They've been playing so many good dive
And they have
compositions, and
they
they're
have a
making
mixed
it work.
roster. They have like one of the most interesting roster combinations of all time, and with Bobo coming in from China, an Australian lineup as well, partially. Like this is such a unique team that cannot be talked like nearly, or can't. It needs to be talked about more. How unique this setup is, and how hard it is to make mixed rosters work.
Yeah, Chopper Mag also. They're not at full strength right now. They're not.
Yeah.
They don't have one of their players, and he's had so much synergy. It's Salvation, who unfortunately was not able to make it to the tournament. He has so much synergy with Bobo. Bobo and Salvation were just dialed in. They have so much chemistry together. They don't even talk, but we do need to take a glance at the standings. There is so much at stake right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, if Reject were to lose the series 2-0, that could set them up for elimination. You know, the exact specifics we'll talk about more later, but if they lose this match, guys, like, it cannot be understated that this would be potentially terrifying because when we saw them early on, Reject looked dominant. But, I mean, like we saw in the other group, we were hearing so many things about Citadel and how good they are, but they're struggling. We heard how Na'Vi was struggling at the very beginning in the practice rooms and stuff, but now coming into it, they're undefeated. So there's so many things that are interesting right now in Reject, you know, for their sake, and I'm sure people excited about the APAC region. I'm excited about seeing the APAC region, not necessarily as a former player, but because it's just like so exciting to see the Korean players in this game finally sort of take the next level, the next step up that we know is definitely in the capabilities of this region. So for Reject, if they were to go down 0-2 at Chopper Mag, that could set them up for elimination, and that would secure Chopper Mag's spot in the playoffs.
It can go either way, right? Asia could take a playoff spot. OCE could also take a playoff spot. That would be absolutely crazy going either way. Another crazy thing is Envy. They have been a team that we thought would do pretty well on paper. But right now, from what we have been observing, the meta. It's the meta. It's the gosh darn meta that Envy have been trying to figure out, and they are struggling, especially with Speedery not being able to play much of the flying heroes that got absolutely gutted.
Yeah, I think that's a good point because a lot of people were so like you talked about how APAC region with was it Crazy Raccoon, how they were really good before this, obviously eliminated now.
Yeah.
But before this,
they suffered the same case.
Well, you were saying how the flying heroes, right? Human Torch and Ultron were both nerfed this last patch, and like you said, they were really reliant on that on Crazy Raccoon's side. And for the opposite side, for Reject, they were not the best at that composition comparatively, but now today, it seems like their style with, like you said, Gargoyle playing the Bucky is bringing them to the next level. But if you start to figure that out, I'm curious because it's like you said, I think you brought up a great point with Dobby, maybe on that Jeff being subbed out for that very reason, having a Gnome, and that's an insane substitute. So we'll have to see that pans out on Central Park. But man, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun to see this because Reject has so much on the line, but as does Chopper Mag, like you said, with Australia for the first time, making the playoffs once again, like they did with Ground Zero last time in the mid-season. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
I'm so excited because right now in Group A, there are 3 teams that still have yet to make a way to get into the playoffs, right? Chopper Mag have a chance, Envy still have a chance despite being at risk, but Reject, they're also at risk. And to make it simpler for the viewers back at home, if any of these teams go 0-2 today, all 3 of these teams are playing 2 matches, keep that in mind. If they lose every single one today, they are done. That's it. Done and dusted.
Man.
They are out.
And that's crazy. Like you pulled from your APAC region, and I heavily appreciate that, Dan. Coming back from America's region, like you said with Envy, it's surprising to see them in the position that they could potentially be eliminated, right? It was surprising, I think, to see Crazy Raccoons eliminated as a #1 seed, but for Envy, like we saw how good they were at the midseason, right? When we were talking to the players, when we were talking to everybody behind the scenes, the top 2 teams at midseason the entire time was Envy and it was Rad. Right now, Na'Vi. Na'Vi and their side of the group are doing well. We can see them out. They've done well in midseason and also now at the grand finals and the group stages. But regardless, this is going to be so much fun to watch how they do and how they come back because it's scary for Team Envy. And what else is scary is our brand new PvE game mode as well that you could check out in Marvel Rivals. He's been playing a lot, Dan. I know that Shit was talking about he's like grinding this game like a madman, and a lot of people are having a ton of fun playing it. But this is the new PvE game mode. What do you think of it so far?
I love it.
It's addicting? Is it?
It is really, really, really fun.
Okay.
I somehow got the chance to play it before I inevitably had to show up here in Atlanta, but Marvel Zombies, great PvE game mode. The first few difficulties have been more story-based, but towards the end game, like the Nightmares,
Nightmare 4.
They made it work. They made it actually fun. The replayability is absolutely insane. It almost feels like a roguelike at times.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's kind of like a different game in Marvel Rivals, and we've had that before with the Ultron game mode. We've had that before with many different types of game modes. But yeah, you get to fight Scarlet Witch, you get to fight Namor in giant forms as well as show off your new skins. And like you said, it is like a roguelike. You're throwing around all of the abilities on Blade. You know, there's so much fun stuff that you could do in this new game mode. And in Rivals, we're constantly adding new stuff like this, right? There's new game modes coming in basically every few months, and you know, I don't want to force the devs to maybe commit to anything, but regardless, it's difficult. It can be fun with your friends. Check it out right now in the in-game with all of the new skins as well that are in the shop alongside the Halloween theme, as Halloween's coming up, dude.
We're coming in,
and
so
we're ready for it right here.
Playoffs is day 1 of playoffs is right on Halloween, and we are so lucky to have all the dates lined up, all the holidays lining up to Faction as you gotta
the thing is,
Nightmare.
100%. Yeah, you get to see what Nightmare 4 looks like. You can see through all the options. You can upgrade your character outside of the game and bring it into your future ones, right? That's the most interesting fact. But it's not just Blade for Marvel Rivals that you're playing. You're playing Blade that has a bunch in his kit, right? Extra added stuff to his kit. Because if Blade was as good as he is in the new PvE game mode, then I would probably be very scared, right? But at the current moment, we haven't seen actually Blade interesting enough in the playoffs at all, in the group stages rather, in all of grand finals, right? That's interesting because he got some changes, got some buffs to, you know, how fast he builds up that rage, but we haven't seen him too much. Is that maybe because like Daredevil's been such a mainstay right now?
I would argue, yeah, Daredevil now being the main substitute for most of these teams, right? If the Psylocke isn't available or taken out of the pool, you always have the Daredevil. He just has way too much utility. He also has like a block ability, but Blade, if I remember correctly, only blocks the ability, but Daredevil has a chance to reflect
damage, and then with Daredevil with objection, he reflects it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
it's hard to compete against Daredevil right now, as we've seen, and that's a very interesting fact that there's so many of these characters that are really good. Like we've heard, even Magic was dominating. I think that Dark Zero was talking about how when they were playing Magic comps with like Amazing in practice that not a lot of our viewers know about, like they were saying the Magic comps were great and like dominating. And the tough part is that when I've talked to Super Gomez because he's here at the event in Atlanta. If you want to see him around, I believe he will be at the playoffs. He lives here too, and there's a few other players I think that live in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah.
But regardless, the thing is with Magic is that she just relies on like a one-shot combo, and if you don't land that full combo, it feels like you can't do much outside of that, and it's kind of you're countered, right?
Yeah, maybe you can go for the burst combo. Maybe you just try to farm up your ultimate. Ultimate has been absolutely devastating and just ripping apart the backline. And that's been what some of these players have been doing, right? They just try to pepper down the Vanguards up in the front, get that ult charge going, and then when you find that opportunity, you just pop it and go. And I think that's what Chopper Mag really liked to do, where Pete jumps in, bothers either the Vanguard or the strategist for a little bit, gets away, and then rinse and repeat until you have your ultimate. That's when you go for the plays.
100%, Dan, you're right. And coming into it a little bit in Central Park, I'm curious if they could pull off those same plays that you mentioned, because this team, I mean, I'm sure people are very interested to see how they do moving forward, because if they were to win the series, if they do qualify for those playoffs right here, it's going to be another Australian team qualifying. People tend to underestimate that. I don't want to really bring him up just because, well, I was talking to Skittles in the hallway again, right? And Skittles was mentioning how it's kind of, this is not coming from me, all right? I just want to point this out, and he said not to say it, so if Skittles is mad at me, he'll probably take it out on Twitter, all right, later on. Skittles basically said, you know, when he talks about the Australian region, he said, it's embarrassing to lose to us, right? And he takes that as a positive way. He takes it in a way that's more of motivation, right? Yeah. Everybody's sort of underlooking the Australian region, the Oceanic region. He uses that as fuel, so it's sort of funny to him when they beat North American teams, when they beat APAC teams, because, like, guys, you were expected to win and you lost to us. It's a very unique way of looking at it, and I think it's beautiful that he has that sort of competitive mindset, because it's tough. We haven't had to interview any of these players. We haven't been able to, rather, in the group stage, just because of how it works and they're so busy behind the scenes. Sometimes they'll pop in, like you saw with Velocities on Cozy Stream yesterday. That was completely unexpected, by the way, but huge shout out to him. Velocity is a fantastic guy, big brain. But regardless, yeah, it's very interesting, like that sort of take. Can you relate to that as all, like being an underdog and sort of coming back in these series and using it as motivation?
Yeah, I mean, Reject and Crazy Raccoon as well. Yeah, they're all a bit of a wild card right now, right? Reject had a lackluster result here back in the midseason finals, I should say, and now they're looking to be even more serious about being contenders in the entire world. But Reject right now are at that back foot, and a reminder, we have a substitution for Reject.
Yeah, that is so interesting. You know what? I don't want to be too negative about it, because, you know, when that's happened, at least to me in the past, that can show a sign of, you know, lacking confidence in a player potentially. Not, I mean, could be reading too much into it, but I'd be a little sussed out by that specific thing that happened. And I would hope things behind the scenes are great, like you mentioned, regardless in the ban phase.
I'm sure they're fine.
I'm sure they're fine too. Let's see. I mean, captain-wise right now, it's Dwep on the opposite side. It's Piggy taking control of the ban phase yet again. And this actually is kind of a thing. It's a lot of these captains you'll see with the little flag next to him, we've heard. It's not a lot of the coaching, actually, that decides the ban phase in the moment. It's all on these captains picking back and forth. And you can see on the top side, Chopper Mag now have a protect to deal with Reject's ban. Right now, Chopper Mag get that Emma matchup. They've banned and protected Emma. They also banned at the Loki. It's happened on the opposite side as well. Bucky being banned, getting rid of Reject's chance to play that hero.
A one-sided Bucky.
Yeah.
Or Chopper Mag, and Reject will not have access to Gargoyle's signature hero. And another game, another map where both Lokis are out of commission. And Reject as well, taking out Bobo's Psylocke yet again. But Reject also take away the Jeff. But Chopper Mag, they know that Dobie isn't playing right now, so they don't really have to invest a ban into the Jeff, and they can go elsewhere, like that Bucky.
That's such a smart play from them. I mean, it really is, because, like you said, I mean, you called it out. It's smart to adjust for your opponent, and they're doing it live, right? It's not about trying to ban out specific things like this, all like the Jeff, like you mentioned. They don't have to worry about that now. And they adjust group protect for Reject on the opposite side.
That is a crazy option here. I think Marvel is the one that really pilots that hero. Piggy, also known on the Angela pick as well. He does really, really like to play that hero, but Reject are on the attacking side first. So Chopper Mag, I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition, that triple composition that really has been common for most of these teams in these Convergence and Convoy maps. But Reject, yeah, they have to find a way to break through.
100%. 100%. They have to right here and now, because that could set them up for failure later on if they don't. And Chopper Mag on this map, and we've seen them, I think they had lost the Dark Zero on this map if I'm recalling correctly, because that was an incredibly close series. Chopper Mag, I talked to J-Mac, the coach, they said that they should have won that series against Dark Zero, and it was so close. It was a back-and-forth series overall. I mean, there were some mistakes by the whole team. Skittles on the Jeff, I think J-Mac was talking about, was sometimes, you know, going down in the wrong place, but it's very hard, I think, at the highest level, and Skittles is at that level with a controller, which is absolutely insane. And I know Shib's talked about that before. I know a lot of people mentioned how there is a lot of controller players here. We have one from each role minimum, two in the Vanguard, or three in the Vanguard role with DRP alongside Enzo and TTK. And then also on the opposite side for Skittles on controller, on strategist, and then Chopper Mag also, Smash from Dark Zero also on a controller. But we're starting out here in Reject on the attack with this composition alongside having Finale on Phoenix because of that Bucky ban they talked about.
Yep, Finale has to go for a different option. Usually likes to go for another strategist pick. The Adam Warlock usually on Finale, but Gargoyle, without that Bucky hero, has to lock that hero instead. So it leaves Finale with a hero that did get a bit of a nerf, but still a very strong pick at the end as he takes an off angle to try to pepper down what is the front line of Chopper Mag as he finally gets contested, but it looks like he may have to give up this control.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Pethic's
never mind, he's not giving up control.
Playing that triple composition on the defensive side, Duep able to take down a Marvel earlier on, and you saw Marvel able to evade the group walls from earlier on in the fight because he had that Rocket Raccoon jetpack. Now on the backside, I mean, Gargoyle is going to be screwed in that corner. I mean, everybody's diving on him. He gets the bubble, but the investment doesn't matter. Maybe he's going to force that passive pop. He uses it, so they actually want to fight this now. They built up ultimates. Chopper Mag has as well. Here comes that Groot ultimate, but Piggy, I believe, is just eating it in the sky. Tried to land, could not. The overhealth there from that Rocket Raccoon. See you later, but that fades out. Now in the sky, here comes Finale. Down to the ground. Can he find any eliminations with follow-up? Marvel will be able to come through with that Trailing Prison in just a second. He gets burned out of the air. Piggy grabbed, thrown against the wall, kicked back for now. They know it's coming in, but they pop the invisible boundary from Fidel's side. Marvel waiting for that Stratus ultimate to run out. He knows maybe also on the opposite side, Panthic does have that Meteor M to eat it, has that Strangling Prison. Can he eat it though? Throws it out, doesn't eat on the opposite side from Panthic, but they have the peel, they have the sustain on the inside angle. They also still have BRB if somebody goes down. Here comes that Meteor M from Panthic. No bubble on the opposite side from the Magneto, misses on the high ground. Interesting. His own Raccoon, but it doesn't matter. Everybody goes down, brought back by Gargoyle. Ultimate's going to be built up yet again. Another cycle. Bobo still has res for the defensive angle as well as Gargoyle brings back Marvel. They're going to walk back in. We're going to see another ult cycle at this point. Finale's close to another Insong Inferno.
Yes, we're still going and going as Gargoyle keeps Reject in the fight, but Marvel down dangerously low, finally taken out by Pethig. Yeah, like you said, that Meteor was a little bit interesting, but the Strangling Prison on 2-3. No witnesses here. Chopper Mag, they take out Reject in the dark alley of Central Park, and Chopper Mag clearly in that driver's seat.
I love that. That was such smart intuition there from Zenstari on that flank with the Strangling Prison. I mean, that was just so smart because of how long that fight went on. Took advantage of it. Good intuition out of a pro player, of course, but we're now to a minute and 30 seconds left already. And Reject, this could be close to a first hole. Gargoyle is going over to Wolverine.
We'll see if that Wolverine does prove to be valuable as a great kidnap onto Pethig, who has been on fire throughout this entire series, but he is going to get taken out, but thanks to the BRB, it will keep things at even ground. Still a 1-for-1 trade overall. Boba wants to change that as they have the Chopper Mag in the driver's seat still. Finale takes this guys, but can he find any more? He will find Fidel, and yet again, another 1-for-1 trade. Pethig really close to that Meteor M, but he gets taken out before he even has a chance. And Chopper Mag, I think they are going to concede the point, even with Fidel having that invisible boundary.
They have the portal. Can he stun out of spawn? That's the thing. Off the wall. Does he get it? No.
Did he get it?
Next on to Pethig. He got the portal off, I believe. So Piggy, wait. No, he didn't. Yeah, he stunned him. Good stun. Oh my god, what a stun for Finale. They have touched with the rocket. I didn't see the stun icon above his head, but it didn't matter because Pethig and the squad got spun off. Bobo's here getting staggered out. But what a stun there. What a read from Finale to get that stun to stop that Doctor Strange portal.
That's the star of stage 1 right there, and maybe stage 2. That's the star of Reject as a whole. Finale with the heads-up play gets that right-click down from downtown, and he's able to stun Chopper Mag away from a desperation portal attempt, and Reject will secure that first point. A little bit questionable as to why Bobo used the cocoon to get himself res. I think he was under the assumption that Chopper Mag wanted to try to contest it still, but now that's a key cooldown gone.
Yeah, the pace was so smart for them. Also, Marvel with that Strangling Prison able to take down Skittles yet again during that See You Later, so that BRB won't be involved after that rocket dies. His BRB does as well. Now they have to back up. You do have some sustain on that main side with that invisible boundary from Fidel, but lacking Skittles now. I wonder if they'll be lacking a little bit of that extra healing that they need. Finale as well, close to that Insong Inferno. Piggy also, we have that Meteor M combination coming in a bit. We also have Sound Introduction from Duep to slow him down at the very least, but you can't stop Gargoyle, it seems like. Bobo, though, slows down Finale. He won't be able to resurrect back in the fight. Pethig swapping over to the Bucky, meanwhile on the defensive side. The cart's still going to be pushing along at the same time from Reject, who are just waiting for now to get back. No pops the invisible boundary. They're going to have that uncontested after Zenstari and his freedom charge is over. Gargoyle with the last stand, not able to connect. Actually runs out of it, so gets him in the sky. Can't follow up, but it's fine because the freedom charge is almost over. Gargoyle still falls down, though, so they're losing people even with the ult advantage. You wonder, Reject, can you pop something? Can you stay alive? No, the answer is not. Piggy goes down. Great job from Chopper Mag. Want to fight without ultimates. This team, so well coached, so well coordinated to do that.
Yeah, the coordination from Chopper Mag is just absolutely perfect as Zenstari spots out the invisible woman of Gnome, but he's able to get away to safety. There was a slight consideration in changing the lineup of Reject, a little bit of a composition change, but it looks like they are going to leave it as is. Marvel close to that Strangling Prison, lots of low health bars, lots of blinking health bars, but the Soul Bond is still available on the side of Chopper Mag. But the dunk from downtown and Song Inferno and the Meteor M, that's the wombo and the combo, but Chopper Mag rise again.
Yeah, that's the tough part with these two ult combination is they're just countered by one Adam Warlock, dude. Like every single time they pop Invisible Boundary. Dwep also committing that Sonic Seduction. But on the opposite side, they do have the damage to deal with. And Pethic in the sky finds Dew with the Bucky! Kraken Impact connects onto the ground. 3 go down, make it 4. Marvel back to the spawn he goes. 30 seconds left to go from Chopper Mag.
Somehow, someway, Chopper Mag, even with our reject on that offensive, making the first move, Chopper Mag are just quick to respond. So many resources used, and now reject. How do you retake?
That's a good question, Dan. We're coming up into it. Marvel walks in. Pethic gets walled off, able to fall back to his team. Here comes the dive from Sensari. Gets that soul bond as well from the rest of his team to stay healthy. Make sure they're connected in terms of the overall healing output. But regardless, that Freedom Charge keeps them healthy as well. Reject still also has Gargoyle's ultimate. Are they reading that? Finale finds Pethic. That's one. Bobo, no resurrect on his side. Pethic gets brought back by BRB though. Bobo falls. Does he have his cocoon? He does. So he's going to be back in the fight. So they'll have everybody that just fell too. They know that. Chopper Mag has to back up. They have to keep Dwep alive. And the Invisible Woman, great shields from Fidel. Bobo, high ground, flank. Can he find something? Finale has to contest the Invisible Woman shields though, and the healing is there. Dwep able to find Piggy. He's been huge so far. Rez comes out. Bobo on the flank. Here comes the Galactic Legend trying to find that sneaky Adam Warlock in the backline, but Piggy, he finds Duet finally. Rez not there to bring it back. Bobo so close to that Rez, but he's on the flank. They know where he is. Doesn't have the cocoon. Tries to board him again. Brings back Duet on the flank. Here comes Finale, and he finds Bobo. He doesn't have the Rez, but Pethic able to find one. Find two. Can he find more? The Kraken Impact, the spin to win is not enough to stop Pethic in his pure dominance. Gargoyle also goes down, but bring back by his own passive with the cocoon. Able to take down Pethic. Takes down Izayaki as well. But right now, Reject, against all odds, they appear to be doing it.
It was a scrappy back and forth affair between these two teams, but Reject are able to get it done in the end. The portal comes in, the heavens open up for Chopper Mag, but they get shut down immediately as that portal, it was just too little, too late as they try to get everyone off of that site as Reject finally putting their foot on that gas pedal. Great plays coming in, but this area of the map, the stairs, this is where all the disruption comes into play. You can find ways to disrupt it with the force physics. Maybe Reject look to go for the Angela pick here, but that's something to consider as Reject get closer and closer to that open area.
Yeah, I wonder if they were trying to go for like an early contest too on the flank. Zensari was waiting over there. Strangling Prison though from Marvel connects in the main side. Pethic off the map, pushed off by Gnome. What a push off! The substitute coming in, formerly starting on the roster, now comes in and just takes full advantage of Pethic on the flank. Zensari falls too, and the collapsing it seems is Chopper Mag right now. Fidel slept out of the spawn. Can they sustain? Bobo goes down again, has that res. He might have to use that cocoon. Cart still pushing for Reject. They don't want to get too far. Dwep commits that Sonic Seduction. Bobo not committing the passive, so he's going to go back to the spawn, and with that they find Gnome. What a pickoff from Fidel and Dwep, the combo for those two off of that seduction from her. Zenstar in the flank though, trying to go for that ultimate flank, potentially drops through. Can he find something? The mag shield was just used. Does he know that he's sneaking in with that Strangling Prison? Decides to go farther around the flank. Oh, he sees them all! Oh, but just gets on the Gnome. He body blocks it, goes down. Does he have the passive? He does though, so he'll be back in the fight in a second. Here comes the Kraken Impact. Overtime takes down Pethic! Finds two. Can the res come in time? Overtime's gonna slowly tick down. Gargoyle above the point! What a spot to pull that res off! Comes back into the Invisible Boundary from Gnome. Do they have the ultimate advantage? Oh, it looks like they do. Skittles goes down. Bobo not close to that res just yet. Gargoyle in this match has done phenomenally, but still falls. Has to come back from the spawn with the portal. Here comes the Meteor M, but the Soul Bond keeps him healthy because of the healing, or because of the health that's split upon his teammates. Bobo brings back everybody. Nice job with that res too. And finally, in overtime, portal from Gargoyle is going to come back though. They're going to have overtime spawns. That means they have 13 seconds to come back. Regardless, they are here for a moment. Izayaki not close enough. Reject gets stopped in third phase, but what a push from them.
I'm at a loss for words right now. I am fully back in my seat. I am at a loss of what in the world just happened. Both Reject and Chopper Mag playing out of their minds right now. What a Karmic Revival from Gargoyle, going up sky high and just getting that res off. No one on Chopper Mag were able to react in time. I don't even know how he got up there in the first place, but he was able to get it done.
No, this is the Cocoon. So he died, or sorry, got KO'd.
Cocoon, true.
We've seen Jeff's dodge like mag ults and stuff up there, but you're right. We haven't seen the Adam Warlock re-res in the passive. That was so smart by him, like you mentioned. It was a desperation play too.
I thought that was it. I thought that Reject were able to get it done.
That's the crazy part about this game, and a lot of the viewers, I'm sure, are starting to learn like as we go on. Adam Warlock, if he has his ultimate, and Bobo is so close to it, and same thing with Gargoyle, like the fight is never lost.
I will say, this is by far the most creative game we have ever seen. The most creative match. Chopper Mag pulling that play back in map 1 on Hell's Heaven. Chopper Mag were able to get the teleport block with the Strange Portal of all things, and now Reject, they get a creative play on their own by using that Gargoyle Cocoon from the Adam Warlock to go all the way up in the sky and just getting that res off before Chopper Mag had any idea where in the world that giant sphere was.
We're having a fun one, Dan. I mean, we're blessed to have such amazing matches so far in this group stages so far if you're just tuning in. And make sure to check out the main stream as well on twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals. Coming into it, though, Dan, Reject on the defense. They're going to be playing that triple composition again, triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, alongside Chopper Mag on the offense, running that group yet again, alongside having Pethic on the solo Vanguard. Oh my god, he got pulled in. What a play from Reject.
Reject aren't opting to go for the Mantis this time around. They're putting Gnome on the Cloak and Dagger. Maybe this is a option here. It is a tight choke point, so that Cloak blind could come in huge, but Pethic again and again slams down the gauntlet and tries to shut out Reject, but that ultimate reset timer does run away. Great hook onto Gargoyle, but will that be the domino effect here? It looks like the answer might be a resounding yes, as Chopper Mag wipe out Reject.
The problem with the Bucky comps now to deal with for Reject is they don't have a lot of ultimate. They do coming back, but
Portal might be
available. I mean, his Portal, yeah, you're right. Can he get off Marble touches?
Oh, Marvel's going in. I think the Portal's available.
Against Bucky now, like Bucky's one of the best heroes, especially with the recent buffs at like dealing with recontests. Like they take down Marvel, he'll be back with the Portal for sure. Gargoyle has to be big with Agamotto though. They know it's coming. They know he's ready, set up for it. Chopper Mag have read it. Good read by them. Strangely Prison available. They go in with the Soul Bond. Here comes that Meteor M! Oh my god, he eats that Strangely Prison! And Pethic gets shut down by Piggy, who tried to collapse on it. There it comes. So right now, they're here on the opposite side. So even though the Meteor M tried to sustain for Piggy in them, Chopper Mag get it done. The damage there, the output from the team is too much for Reject to handle.
Chopper Mag were able to focus down Finale. Finale never had a chance to use the Karmic Revival. No way for Reject to get back into that fight. Although the Portal might have been the difference there, but Marvel went down so early. He went down as the Portal was coming in, so he had no support, nothing available. Well, yeah. Not even that second health bar was able to keep him alive. And now Chopper Mag, all you have to do is take the second point and then just barely get to Dracula's throne.
Oh no, Finale went to back cap the cart and he gets taken down by Zensari. What a read by them. I was going to say Reject are really good at prioritizing objective, right? Making sure that cart didn't touch. We were talking about that behind the scenes. But now we start off with that Sonic Seduction, Kraken Impact, follow it off! Pethic! Are you kidding me? Bolt Strategist removed! Gets rid of them. Finale also swaps back to Hella at this point, but this fight is over. Chopper Mag have won it.
Hella Namor is available on the side of Reject. Do they want to go for that adjustment here? It's going to be a big question mark, but for now, Finale will pilot the Hella. Will they have an option on the side of Reject to try to go for that Hella Namor comp that has been so strong for so many of these teams?
Setting up for it, yeah, because Gargoyle goes down again. I mean, he's having a tough time in the backside. They do get into Strangely Prison and Sensori. And maybe we don't talk about this guy enough. On Groot has just been dominant, Dan. Huge ult from him.
Not even the CYA was necessary. Skittles just putting it down for good measure, but Reject get wiped out yet again. Look at the timer right now. Almost 5 minutes to get up the stairs and get right in front of Dracula's throne. There is a world where Chopper Mag get the upset done, but they have to take the flight of stairs and walk the red carpet into victory. But for now, Reject looked to stop them right at the front of the stairs. What in the world was that?
What? He took him off with
Wipes
him?
down 2 into the abyss. Pethick, are you on Jeff or are you on Bucky? Because right now, Reject are stunned by that kind of play. What in the world was that?
Yeah, it's like, even though in a lost fight, like, what a ridiculous play that was from him. I think it's just that guy, but 4 minutes left. You mentioned Reject have looked good so far in this group, right? Chopper Mag, looks like they finally figured it out, right? We were talking to J-Mac behind the scenes. He mentioned his team, you know, maybe jet lag, whatever it could be, holding them back. Now they look fully online. On the flank now, Chopper Mag have ultimates ready to go, but Gargoyle has the res available, and they also have that cart. Reject rotated around the point. They've done a great rotation. You mentioned their experience, their veterancy in this team. It's because of that they're able to cap it, at least force back Chopper Mag to the point, but that's going to slow them down for now. Invisible Woman's going to be a big part of it. Here comes that ultimate out of the sky. Finale step kept alive. Down with the Endsong Inferno. Probably doesn't result in any eliminations, though, but it slows down Chopper Mag's push. And like you mentioned, they had a big time bank. Bobo commits that Soul Resurgence. Opposite side committed by Reject, too. So they'll still be alive. Healthy.
Does he do it again?
Oh, can't hit it, though. Invisible Shield in front of him, and the team backed off of it. Reject, though, still in it, right? Ultimates slowly dwindling. That's what matters when we get back to these last 2 ultimates.
If the veterancy shows, it needs to show right here, right now. Zandari is threatening with that Strangling Prison. He could be the seal. He could be the deal. But Reject have to defend with their life if they want to find something here as the Kraken Impact wipes out 1. Pethick was able to shoot down another as well as he gets the reset down.
He's looking for him.
Gargoyle, he's going to try to do it again, but this time he is detected. He is spotted. He is gone as Reject fall apart to pieces, and Chopper Mag, the last hope of OCE. We hear a roar from the players. We hear the OCE's last hope rejoice as they take out Reject 2-0.
What a series. Chopper Mag, I mean, this is now no longer a dark horse. This might be a full-blown stallion. Chopper Mag, Pethick, what plays from him? I mean, just this entire series, honestly, I mean, I would say it was close. Like, there were moments when it was close, but Chopper Mag, when they were online, they looked like they could beat even VP. I mean, we saw yesterday they took VP to 3 maps, and we were talking to them behind the scenes. They said they could have. Pethick with 30 final hits, 33 damage, the 33,000 damage. You're talking about Gargoyle, how good he was on Bucky. He couldn't play it because of that ban protect system, and they played that perfectly too. That's the tough part. Chopper Mag are playing a full game of Marvel Rivals that we haven't seen many other teams do here in the Grand Finals.
So far, as soon as I said this was one of the more creative games that we have ever seen, Pethick comes in clutch again. He's got 2 of those creative plays. He's got one where he blocks Isayaki with the Fate of Both Worlds, and then the other one where he just hooks them into the abyss. He gets taken down with them as well. That is a ballsy move. If you don't land that hook, you look foolish when you go down into the abyss. But my word, Chopper Mag, OCE's only hope. They are the last hope technically.
Yeah, OCE and China. I mean, Bobo comes in, eliminates his own countrymen, and then it comes in to a team that, with Pethick coming in as a star player already, he was kind of that second guy that tried to make the roster sort of cling together, or rather come together as a cohesive unit. And he's been that perfect glue figure, right? Maybe he wasn't playing the Adam Warlock perfectly, but he didn't need to because the whole team was a well-oiled machine. We saw map 1. Pethick was dominating. Zendstari with his flanks, with everything he did on Groot was amazing. And then that was just a phenomenal all-round series from them out of the squad. I mean, we haven't seen too many of these flank Strangling Prisons out of him, but it was obviously Pethick that took the starlight away from the rest of the squad of Chopper Mag, maybe.
As much as I want the Asia region to pop off today here in day 3, I gotta give it to Chopper Mag. I have to. They are just playing so well. The creative plays coming in. Gargoyle using the Karmic Revival up at the sky, but this time he was able to detect it.
Yeah. I mean, this is scary now for Reject. This is what we're talking about at the very beginning of the broadcast, right? Reject has a chance to get eliminated here, and that's not something we could have said even a couple days ago. Like, when we watched Reject, we were like, damn, this team looks good. But now we could see them going home, which they're the last ones kind of holding up hope for this APAC region just because of the fact that Crazy Raccoon was stuck in that group of death in Group B. Over here in Group A, Reject, they move down. Chopper Mag moves up. That surely qualifies Chopper. Actually, I don't think it fully qualifies Chopper Mag just yet because everybody is tied up, but there's still more series to play. Envy has a chance now back in it, considering their start was so poor. Na'Vi, opposite side, just fully online. We're seeing that out of Citadel. Can Citadel qualify? Envy in their shoes right now. The door is wide open. It's on them to make those plays.
Because right now, we talked about this right before we went into map number 2. If any of these teams, Chopper Mag, Reject, or Envy, if they lose 2 matches, they are done. And so far, Chopper Mag stay afloat for now, and Reject starting to find holes in their boat.
And those holes, they could be sinking the boat right now for sure. And I'm sure in their case, they don't want that to happen. I mean, nobody does really in general for this team because they put in a lot of work, right? They had a sub in at the very end from Gnome. They're really trying everything. Right, they've done everything to try to maybe come back in this series, Dan. But it was all for naught against Chopper Mag, like you said. They look so good.
Yeah, the Chopper Mag are absolutely dialed in. Keep in mind, this is a team that has had some travel complications and aren't at their full strength. And Chopper Mag, if they're able to take out these kinds of teams while not having their starting 6, what does that mean? That means they're just on a whole different level right now. They are just dialed in, ready to play, and that is scary if they do make it to playoffs.
For sure. For sure, and scary is going to be the rest of today because we have more matches coming up. That's just our very first game of the day, Dan.
Dude.
Pleasure casting
we got
with
4
you.
more.
Yep.
We got 4 more, so.
4 more coming up, dude, and that was such a fun one as well. Regardless, Chopper Mag took down Reject, and right now, Chopper Mag look to be on top. We'll have to see how they continue throughout the tournament. For now, we'll see you guys after this break.
We are at DreamHack Atlanta at the Marvel Rivals Global Finals.
What Chopper Mag?
你最好别输。
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Welcome, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals. My name is Dogman, joined by the lovely God Moxie. How you doing, Moxie? We're here in game number 2. I know you've been watching all of the games all the time. What's your thoughts on the tournament so far in this group stages? It's awesome to finally cast with you, by the way, in person.
I know, it's so great to finally be able to cast with you in person here, but I tell you what, after that last match, Caster Green Room was going absolutely crazy, popping on off about the fact that Chopper Mag were able to find that win with a 2-0 sweep too, which means that Envy behind the scenes, they're going to be a little bit on edge right at the end of their seat because they really needed that one to go the way of Reject.
Yeah, they really did, and that's the tough part about this group, Moxie. Like, overall, I mean, you've seen the group overall, like, your thoughts on VP. The game, we're really about to watch them, right, coming up in just a second, but, I mean, they look like the best team in the world again, and you've seen them all this year in EMEA. What's your thoughts on VP? Why are things clicking now rather than before when they've, you know, gotten third place, not able to make each season? What's your thoughts on, like, VP in general this group stages?
Well, they're still just as mechanically gifted as they were at the beginning of the year when we said that this was the best team in the world. However, now they've been able to improve on their areas of weakness, one of which was glaringly the ban draft, right? They've always looked a little bit weak at the beginning of these metas as well, taking a little bit of time to be able to adjust to the new tempo, but this meta for 4.5 plays perfectly to every single one of their strengths. They've been able to find heroes for Sparker to be able to lean into with things like the Winter Soldier, as well as that Psylocke, and Fi, that was always the big question for him, right? What is he going to go when Human Torch is out of meta? And now he's been able to find a home pick of Daredevil, something that started really gaining traction to the point that it's actually started being picked up by other teams.
That's a fantastic point, Moxie. I mean, that's why you're one of the smartest in the game. I think that Fi, like, not a lot of people have talked about him, right? And that's a guy that I know that deserves more credit, right? So how do we give him credit? Like, because you've seen him on Daredevil, but what happens when they're going over to things like Star-Lord? Maybe the Star-Lord pops off and stuff in Adam Warlock, but I guess it's like the Psylocke stuff, and Sparker's been the star of the show, but like, what's made Fi so good at Daredevil compared to everybody else from what you've seen? Because you know more about these combinations on Daredevil than anybody.
It's the tempo that they play. It's the fact that they actually play for these full dive compositions, but they don't really play them in dive tempos, they play them in rush. actually, so that they overwhelm their opponent in the first fight, and then they play to have better uncontested ultimate in the second one to just keep that snowball going. And that's going to be something that Aconics, their opponent for today, is going to have to be prepared to deal with. You have to be able to sustain the initial engagement, not lose all of your players, and then fall prey to an uncontested ultimate exchange of second fight.
You know, you got to play perfect Marvel Rivals versus VP, and Aconics, unfortunately, it's been confirmed that they're out of the tournament, Moxie, and they had a fun time, I'm sure, maybe outside of playing the matches, because I wouldn't have fun getting dominated, but that's the case when you're, coming to a land for the first time, especially as a region that maybe isn't as represented, I think, in Marvel Rivals specifically. So it's going to be a hard game versus VP for sure, but regardless, it's awesome to see the Aconics players. They've had some stars, right? I think Disasters played well, Kovacs played well, but regardless, they are eliminated from the tournament against VP. I mean, we kind of know how this is going to go. I don't have to ask you, how do you think this is going to go, Moxie? I think everybody at home probably knows, but I think for me at least, I don't know about you, but it's a matter of how well can VP look right now, right? That's kind of the most important thing, is they need to set up now for the playoffs because they're already in.
Yeah, I think VP, like you said, they have to show consistency, right? Because that was one of the things that we were sort of looking at them coming through the EMEA stage, like, okay, Virtus.pro were able to find these wins, but how long is this going to last? They had a good ban draft in this match, but is it still going to be able to continue into the next? Especially if Aconics decide to start targeting out Vi's hero pool, rather than going after Sparker. But then if you go for Vi, you leave open the door to the Winter Soldier, and I mean, Sparker is just one of the best in the world. And so many different duelists who are so strong in the meta. The Psylocke, the Bucky, the Star-Lord, all three of these are huge, huge problems. And at the moment with the ban draft, you can't really burn all of those slots on just duelists.
Ban phase has been super crucial in this entire group of Group A, which things are, kind of shaping out to be, I would now expect expected towards the very end, Moxie, but everybody is still in this except Aconics right now. That is absolutely terrifying, but regardless, for Aconics, let's see how they can do moving up forward, because this is their first year in Ignite, this is their first time at the Grand Finals, and for Aconics, I'm curious how they can kind of withstand the pressure of coming to a new country and stuff, and just kind of having fun and meeting everybody, because it's about the journey more than the potential outcome, right?
Yeah, and I mean, it's also a matter of pride too for these Chinese teams. They're looking for these wins on the international stages. They've been able to find wins in their own regions, but we'll have to see whether or not they're going to be able to find that first win, as before we get into our match, we're going to be catching up with the team themselves.
Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta, and this time I am here with Aconics from China. And I want to start off by saying, for a lot of you, this is your first time qualifying for an international event. How are you feeling with this monumental achievement being for the global finals?
第一次参加国际赛事很兴奋嘛，也感觉会比较紧张，所以尽量打好自己最好的，发挥出自己应该应有的实力吧。
A lot of you are initially from Taiyuan Gaming in Stage 1. You were one series away from going to Guangzhou for those mid-season finals. What have you learnt from that loss going into Stage 2 that got you here?
经过上一次的比赛，我们针对在 BP 和战术上我们做了调整，以及在人员变动上稍微补强了一些。那么我觉得我们从上次比赛里面学到了，可能就是 BP 和战术上没有做到更好，所以导致我们最终实力没有进入到季中赛。
Speaking of teamwork, you guys actually leaned pretty heavily in Stage 2 onto Adam Warlock and Loki. What is it about Adam Warlock and Loki that was so appealing to you?
因为我们队伍觉得洛基和亚当是一个可以在游戏团战中让这个游戏充满更多变数的英雄，就类似于洛基的大招可以 copy 更多的英雄的技能，然后以及亚当的大招可以让我们的团战拥有更多的容错率。
You are playing with a few substitutes. How are the new players fitting into the team?
我认为在团队磨合上，我们其实在之前的训练赛中替补也是有上场的。我觉得我们并不是不能打好比赛，努力打好每一场比赛就好了。
We've recently moved into patch 4.5. What are you feeling in terms of the meta after coming out of what is pretty fair to say a triple strategist meta?
新版本的3策略中，我觉得比较强势的英雄，也就是亚当、鲨鱼和奥创这一类进攻性比较强的策略家。除此之外， 其他的策略家可能在进攻性上没有那么强。
So, if you guys could describe your team's identity to those out there who might not have seen you before in one word or phrase, how would you describe yourselves?
掠夺者。
Well, thank you for joining me, Aconics. If you have any words for the people watching at home in China and around the world, then now is your time to do so.
谢谢你们关注和支持我们。
辛苦大家了，辛苦大家继续玩漫威阵风，辛苦大家一直关注漫威阵风，谢谢大家，谢谢关注 Aconics 的人。
因为在国内有时差，谢谢那种一直倒着时差来一直看我们比赛，关注 CN 赛区、CN 漫威的粉丝们吧。
Well, thank you very much for joining me, Aconics. Best of luck in the matches coming up, and we'll see you for more games coming up just after this.
Well, thank you, Tetcher, and the rest of Aconics for that lovely interview, as we've done content pieces with every single team here, and you'll learn about them as you continue watching. And Moxie, something that was very interesting about Team Aconics is that they made it through the open qualifiers, right? This entire tournament, I mean, they shouldn't even be here, right? How is that? This is your first time in America, too.
Yeah.
Like, you can talk about that. Like, what's it like to be in a new country for the first time? And, you know, I'm sure for a lot of these players, you have a ton of experience, obviously, casting, but, you know, coming here for the first time in America, what's your experience been like? Because I'm sure it's that with maybe a little bit extra as the pressure of being a pro player, too. But what's your thoughts of America so far?
Cold.
Cold.
It's
cold.
been a lot colder. Someone told me that it was going to be like 22 degrees. I don't know if you know degrees Celsius. I'm not sure what that quite converts to.
Plus 50 something, I think, or I don't know.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to be able to show up here in some nice shorts and t-shirts and get a little bit of a tan going. But no, as you can see, still vampiric in the skin tone, and still not getting the sun that I was promised. It's very much British weather at the moment here in Atlanta.
Yeah, it's like you've now even left home, except that instead of having, you know, potentially some what's like a British cuisine, like you have I don't know, what's the jelly one, the jelly roll thing. I don't know. Anyway, basically, instead of having complete garbage because British food is trash, Moxie. Just kidding. We have chicken and waffles in Atlanta, okay? Listen.
We have good fish and chips. Thank you very much.
You do have good fish and chips, but it's not hard to do fried food, as we just learned, as I just said, chicken and waffles. So, you know, fried food, pretty easy to make. You can make it at home if you are potentially a bad chef. Regardless, I'm a bad caster, Moxie, and that's why I'm here with you today, for you to hard carry me, just like Aconics is hopefully, you know, working on their willpower right now and maybe trying to come up through it, because they were an open qualifier team. They shouldn't even be here. And like you said, it's just fun, right? I mean, not fun for you to be cold, obviously, but hell's heaven, this is not cold, right? We're going to a map that is incredibly warm, and it's going to be a lot of pressure on Aconics to potentially at least take a map off of Virtus Pro, because there's so much talent on the opposite side.
Yeah, Hell's Heaven is a very rough pull as well when it comes to domination maps, because so many good compositions work here. Dive is at one of its strongest levels on Hell's Heaven with all of the verticality and different flank routes that you can find yourself coming on through. Adam composition as well is really, really strong on maps like Frozen Airfield, because you can just distance yourselves from the fight to make sure that you're a little bit too deep into your side for the enemy to be able to track you down without full punishment to revive absolutely everybody. But flyers are also really, really strong. Not so much in Frozen Airfield unless you're playing in full control of the objective. But when we go to places like Super Soldier Factory or Eldritch Monument, and you have all of the natural cover with things like those pillars around the point, then we get to see Star-Lord, previously Torch, and Ultron as well, being able to use those as natural cover to not rely as hard on things like Guardian Shield from an Invis woman staggering out in front of them.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the Invis has been able to save so many characters generally, and you have that geometry to work around too. And yeah, Hell's Heaven's, by the way, very cold. So I completely forgot about that.
No,
Frozen
it's not.
Airfield.
No, really. Super Soldier Factory is nice and cozy with the lava pit, probably.
Yeah, you're right. There's some warmth there, maybe with some internal AC potentially being there, as you don't have that in the British land, sadly.
I will say it's also a very, very good Jeff map, though. So we might see a deviation here away from the Mantis insta-ban to remove Dridro's Jeff, because that has been popping off recently. I think Dridro, when it comes to the eats, to being able to cancel the ultimates, I'm still getting over the eat cancel on the Eye of Agamotto that you actually got to see first person yesterday.
Yeah, there were so many interesting cases like that. Like, yeah, huge timing on that. I think Dridro even talked about how it was crazy to see that. Like, I don't think he specifically set up for it, but and also our observing theme was like, yeah, it just kind of happened. It just sort of was natural. And that's the sort of interesting thing for this game. I know people talk about, like, set plays a lot of times in maybe other games, but in hero shooters, we don't have that. Like, you have, like, gimmick plays and stuff, but consistently, Moxie, we're not seeing that consistent of, like, crazy dodges and, or like, sorry, crazy setup plays, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's because if you have a set play, then it's predictable. So
Right.
it's a play that can only really work once, and then when teams see it on tape, especially because we have like the replay codes, which by the way is one of the best features of Marvel Rivals, just as a whole. It's so good for the health of the esports and also for the community. If you want to go and see the tournament matches going on through, you can literally just open up your game, navigate over to the tournament tab, and all of them are listed, and you can actually go through player-specific POVs with your own camera angles to learn how exactly these pros have done it. But that means that if a play comes on through from a professional team, all eyes are immediately upon it. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, Dustin. If you are at the top of the pack, at the top of understanding the meta, everyone else is going to be trailing after trying to copycat you.
Good point. Yeah, 100%. Teams have been watching Virtus Pro, been watching the opposite side of Na'Vi and FlyQuest in this case in Group B. So everything's still up in the air right now overall, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to see these two teams kind of play together. Right now, Moxie, I mean, for VP, just they figured out these sort of dive comps. They've been playing a lot of Thor. That's kind of the odd part. Like, in the composition, they've been sort of mixing it up. It doesn't feel like things have been figured out, and we're, I mean, only a few weeks into the new patch, too, and some of the players have been traveling and stuff, too. So we'll have to see how these players adapt and move forward in this upcoming map in Hell's Heaven as VP is going to be taking on Aconics in our very first map on Hell's Heaven, the randomly generated domination map of the day. Best out of 3, by the way, if you are wondering. Ban phase, Moxie, what's your first thing you're noticing already? Double Mantis ban?
Yeah, double Mantis, so probably here's a Jeff save coming on through from the side of Virtus Pro, or are they going to put more value into getting a duelist that they want? And indeed, there it is. Dritro's Jeff is going to be kept safe behind the bars of block. AEC lose the opportunity to remove it and instead have to burn the next ban on removing anything that the Jeff can potentially set further up. Venom with the symbiotic shenanigans is the next to go.
So I'm wondering what you think about this, Moxie. Like, the Jeff protects are both coming through, right? And because of that, like you said, with the Venom. Yep. What do you think about first ban Jeff instead of first ban Mantis? Because we saw that last series, and Dobie got subbed out because they literally banned his Jeff and he couldn't play anything else.
I mean, Mantis is a really rough one to leave in because the 12% boost can come through at any opportunity. You have no idea whether or not that hit is going to be swinging a lot harder than it should until it's a little bit too late. And it also means if you get one-sided Mantis, your ultimate cycles are going to be generating much faster. When you have things like a Bucky or a Psylocke or a Star-Lord who all really gear around utilizing those ultimates to force and pressure the opponents into a rough situation, you kind of can't allow that to come on in the slightest. And speaking about not relying, or rather not allowing anything to come on through, that's the Winter Soldier going to be removed on the side of AC, which is now going to be making the dive a lot easier to stick around, but it also leaves out one of those main go-to counters against Dridro's ultimate with Kraken Impact and the CC immunity.
Yeah, beautifully put, Moxie. I mean, Adam Warlock also banned. You talked about Bucky earlier on, and you also mentioned Adam Warlock even before we started on this map.
Adam Warlock, like you said, going to be removed, which now also weakens AEC. If they want to go for something like a Luna setup, they're not going to get the Light and Shadow Karma. We're likely going to be seeing the Luna pick because so far, Disaster Psylocke has been able to make it all the way through, as has the Emma. So this is going to be all about Aconics setting Disaster up on the Psylocke, who has been a standout in the matches that they've played. We know that the mechanics are there. This is now about Virtus Pro being able to mark the Psylocke's position and deny the dive from occurring, something which will be a lot easier to do if they're not playing into a retake situation.
Yeah, great points, Moxie, all around. And that draft phase is going to be concluded, sending us into the map, Moxie. Aconics versus Virtus Pro. Our first time getting cast together, you know, in person, rather. I mean, we've been working together for years outside of Marvel Rivals, but now together in person. And Leg Day, from afar, has been he's probably going to be cringing at my cast. You know, we'll watch it back, and Leg Day's like, damn, Dogman sucks. You know, that should be me. And everybody else can be like that too. And I'm like, your guys are right. Leg Day is the GOAT because he really is that guy. And you guys have been phenomenal so far in EMEA. I mean, I watch all of the EMEA games. But enough about us. Enough about this game. Or starting with this game, Aconics versus Virtus Pro. Moxie, you mentioned all the things with Adam Warlock comp. It's been tough for Aconics. Like, they've run that Luna Snow, like you said, set up the Psylocke. But it almost feels like a selfless job that these strategist players play because Eggtard has been going down so much on that Luna Snow.
Yeah, I mean, Aconics are going to be trying to play this undivable composition with both the Rocket and the Jeff. However, they are going to keep the Luna in play to push up Disaster's survivability, which now means that Kuma on the Emma has to be the buffer separating Virtus.pro from getting into that one strategist who's not going to be as mobile as the rest of the team. As the doors open, both sides roll out in it. These are fast-moving compositions, so they're already getting into place to start to find those hits, and that Luna is prime target number 1.
Already diving on the side of the back line of VP, and like you said, that Luna's always going to be target for Egg Tart, so both of these divers kind of looking for each other. Here comes that Captain America on the back line. Sparker, though, playing in the middle of Angela, resulting in Fi finding that elimination, getting that Bucky mismatch that you talked about, but Kuma brought back into the fight due to the BRB. Fi doesn't care, takes down Cammy as well. Fi on the Bucky has been popping off lately, but right now has been doing so much for the side of VP, sending back Aconics already.
Yeah, Fi managing to find the catch as well onto Kuma before the diamond form comes on from that Emma, pushing her further into Virtus.pro's hands. And off the back of one fight, Fi's already 75% to the first Kraken impact. And this is one of the problems with Aconics' composition. You're running triple strategists, which means that your Luna is so far behind in ult charge to be able to shut the Kraken impact down. You're going to be even further behind still because you just got picked.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard for Egg Tart at the current moment because of exactly like you mentioned, the triple strategist composition resulting in him being lower ult charge on. I mean, a couple patches ago, we had the nerfs to the ultimate, so it takes forever to build it now. VP, huge advantage. Sparker pops it into butterflies. Everybody falls. And VP just looking as good as ever. Well-oiled machine that they are, Aconics. Now the diving team is like, where did my team go?
I mean, Dive just gets to play in full turns and half turns, and that's exactly what Virtus.pro are taking advantage of. Going in with the Dance of the Butterflies before Aconics had built up any strategist ultimate, which would have been able to stand up to the damages coming on through from those dashes, including something like a Freedom Charge coming on through from Cammy. As we're going to be seeing that Captain America, without the ultimate, is going to have to be up to something like a Dance of the Butterflies from Disaster to open up these spaces. But look at how Virtus.pro are playing. They're expecting it. They're stacking up to make sure that everyone's going to be able to sustain through inside something like Cypher's Infamous boundary.
Sparker matching that flank with Disaster. He's been doing so well in these 1v1 matchups, feeling so confident. The BRB doesn't see it over there. Regardless, walked in. Nevix finds the off-map onto Cammy. Head on the spear. Cammy off the map. Captain America. Egg Tart gets kicked into a raw. Can't even use the ultimate Moxie. They do commit that see you later. They tried to live in it, but the damage, it's too much from VP. They're saving ultimates even.
Yeah, Aconics, like, they try to come on through with this 2-angle off hit from the Captain America, but that just leads Nevix into being able to come through with the Assassin's Charge and plummet the Captain America off of the point. And then, like you said, the CC chain from Virtus.pro's players, like, you can see so often the coordination of these professional teams in how they react to a successful Emma's Carbon Crush. And that was full coordination follow-up. It was absolutely everything onto Egg Tart on that Luna, so that after the Carbon Crush had ended, they didn't get the opportunity to use Fate of Both Worlds.
So smart from VP, but we know that at this point. I mean, the squad has been so good, and yeah, I want you to vote VP to win the grand finals. Maybe if we had a voting system, I'm sure if they watch the entire group stages, people would assume VP is just going to win the whole tournament, but we know, you've seen the other group as well, it's so close. Everybody, really, there's like 4 good teams, and we don't know who is actually on top, and maybe we'll learn today, because VP really are just sending Aconics home at the current moment, Finzi.
Finzi with the Aura Farm sitting atop their throne. Virtus.pro surveying the kingdom of Hell's Heaven as we get ready to kick off our second round of domination. Disaster is off of the Sarlacc. He was just getting absolutely gate-kept by Sparker on the other side. Goes to go over to that Star-Lord, potentially wanting to find all of the damages coming on through, as well as marking out Sparker's position himself. He's gonna get the verticality, has both the idle aura from his Luna as well, but that just means if he's caught peeking, Vi finds the hook angle, and Aconics' entrance is delayed even further.
It's delayed, and right now they're walking in. Their backs against the wall. They do commit that Sonic Seduction, but no eliminations found. Jeff comes through, or it's Jeff from Dridro. On the backline, Egg Tart, can he react? Yes, he does. Comes back into the point, comes to the team, missing that Jeff ultimate, but regardless, they have so many ults to work with. VP now pop, Sonic Seduction, pull off everybody inside that dance floor, trying to live on the backside. Disaster cannot, and with that, Kovac comes through. Maybe, oh my god, the dance of the butterflies to Sparker as well. Finds 2. BRB may not matter because of how much damage Sparker has done with the dance of the butterflies, and that sends back Aconics once more.
I mean, they didn't have Beta Bow Force to be able to shut down the Dance of the Butterflies because it got forced. The CC immunity frames of the Lunar ultimate had to be used to dodge Dridro's ultimate, which means that Virtus Pro, they just count it down. 10 seconds, go sign for Dance of the Butterflies, and out comes Eggtart now off of the Luna. It was too vulnerable, too easy to walk on. Instead, we're going over to the Invis woman. Harder to be able to pin down with the dive, but also better for Disaster with the Guardian Shield staggers. But Virtus Pro, they've got the Kraken impact, and Freedom Charge is not going to be enough to stand up to all of the damage the Winter Soldier can do, especially if it's combined with the slow from Saipe.
It's too much. I mean, it's overwhelming presence right now from VP. They go to touch the point, but of course VP read it. Kovac brought back, Disaster finds one, maybe can come back in, has that Galactic Legend in just a moment, but with that elimination, they can take full advantage. This is the opportunity for Aconics. Can they fully collapse on VP? VP's reading it. I mean, they're going back to the point already, building up ultimate charge. Yeah.
This Galactic Legend could be huge. They don't have a defensive. They use the Invis boundary to be able to stand up to Mercury's Cosmic Ion Amplifier, which means that they just have to put the pressure the traditional way onto Disaster. Nevix goes up into the sky, body blocks all of the hits. Dridro gets the Joyful Splash as well to connect onto the duelist. And this is just looking like a dominant performance currently. Out comes another HGF. Kuma getting caught up into a Carbon Crush, and Eggtart has no choice but to use the Invis boundary to try and save them, but gets caught out of their own ultimate and taken out back.
Yeah, poor Eggdar into the corner, and there she goes. You know, you can't stay invisible when 3 people are shooting you. Here comes the Dance of the Butterflies. Everybody's sort of grouped up for it. Can't find an elimination on Dridro. No! The healing's so good from them. Everybody keeping each other alive, even through. Yeah, the patty cake is enough to keep them, and Kovac goes down.
Yeah, not just the patty cake, but the shields as well coming on through from Finzi, Nevix, and the Guardian Shield from Saipe too. We've got another invisible boundary. They're going to have it for overtime, which means that Aconics have no choice but to go directly into the slow. Mercury's going to have the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, but that's going to be broken in no time with all of the sustain that Virtus Pro have.
Kuma comes in. Maybe they could touch with that See You Later, but you're right. Everybody going to be shooting that ultimate coming in from Aconics. No more ults out of them either. VP comes in, Heavens Fall down to the back line, catches Eggtart again. And oh no, he's set up like a volleyball against the pole. And with that VP, I mean, they just destroy Aconics. No portal just yet out of them. But with overtime spawns and everybody removed from the point, they know the inevitable is coming. VP, win on map number 1.
They don't even match the Cosmic Ion Amplifier with the Invis boundary. They wait for it to be done because it's just an overtime play. And at that point, Aconics just had no way of actually being able to walk up with the Cosmic Ion Amplifier into the spaces that Virtus Pro had hidden themselves away from. So instead, once the Cosmic Ion Amplifier's heal tick has been finished, out comes Virtus Pro aggressively swinging on through with an Invis boundary for a slow that Aconics have no choice but to walk into, leading directly into Heaven's Retribution, coming on through to scoop them right up into the middle of it so that they can't escape.
It's beautiful. I mean, I like to think that VP plays almost like the perfect way in this current patch.
Speaking about perfect, some of their players didn't even go down a single time.
Yep. Yeah, no, not even a single elimination. And I think you talked about Dridro. I think that was a great point early on about him on Jeff. It almost feels like you can't let him play the Jeff because, I mean, did you see not even going down once? And obviously Sparker on Psylocke's always a menace. But yeah, I mean, not seeing Sparker having to play that Jeff as well as seeing how good Dridro has been seems to be the next evolution for VP. I think you've been a big proponent of this, of putting your star player on a lot of the strongest heroes this patch. And Sparker, he's still on his mains.
I mean, Virtus Pro too, like the way that they just played aggressively against Aconics rather than using defensives, it wasn't reactionary, it was full preventative measures coming on through from this team, and it plays into their strong suits absolutely perfectly. They get to be as aggressive as they want to, but they have the discipline to know when not to go that extended. As we can see, like these opportunities, right? Getting the Eat onto the Invis, taking her all the way to the rest of the team so that they can set up for things like the Tainted Voltage from the Winter Soldier, which would, if it connected, have prevented the double jump, which would have then led into the Invis actually kicking on through.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that VP does well, and you mentioned Nevix as well. I think Nevix has been a big proponent of this team succeeding. I mean, the veterancy we've talked about in hero shooters in general throughout, but I mean, it can't be able to say that VP. I mean, they all have very experienced players. They all know how to rotate exactly, and I don't know, like it feels like for Marvel Rivals, you have to adapt so quickly to metas and patches and stuff in the banning phase, Moxie, because you're a very high-level coach, and we're going into the draft phase here. And I know Aconics are, you know, there's more than just the draft that's against the wall that has them in a tough spot right now. But if you were Aconics draft-wise, would you even do the Mantis ban first? How would you go about the draft phase? Because I know you're a very high-level coach when it comes to this game as well.
I mean, I would still keep the Mantis ban, but I would do exactly what Aconics have done. Take Virtus Pro to a map where the Jeff isn't going to be as problematic, right? So
Yes.
we go over to Symbiotic Surface. If Aconics want to run this composition with things like the Hela and the Namor, and they have done that in the past, you can use this as the anti-dive strategy. It's hard to play into attack-wise, but on the defense, you've already got all of those angles pre-established. So if you can find those opening eliminations, the dive is entirely stopped before it can even get to your doorstep.
Great points all around, and they're going for the same ban phase again, Moxie. I don't know. He's just throwing in the white flag potentially out of their squad. I mean, like they're just going for mere comps. I mean, did the gentleman's agreement, hey, we just want to play the same comp? Or, I mean, obviously that's not exactly competitively fair, so they probably didn't do that. But regardless, I mean, they're just going for the exact, mere match on either side, except now the Psylocke and Bucky comes through in the ban phase.
So we're going to be seeing the Psylocke ban from Aconics' end to deny Sparker. We're going to be seeing Virtus Pro removing the Winter Soldier so that if they do want to go for either a dive or put, Finzi back onto that Angela, they're going to have all of the staying power without having to worry about one of the major forms of CC. Out comes the Emma as well, which is going to be able to prevent rushdown, while also meaning that you have all of the peel opportunities, plus you can play a split 50-50 composition with your Emma pushing onto the objective and pushing up the front line, while the rest of your Vanguards, given the fact that Captain America still hasn't seen a ban just yet from Aconics' end, can play the dive and look to rotate hard left or hard right.
Yeah, they have those rotations down pat, like you mentioned, and Finzi was going to be the one playing the that Emma Frost more than likely, and from everything you've seen in the MEA, I think that a lot of people call them the oldest Vanguard line in the game, right, in VP having both Finzi and Nebix there. But, at times they're like, okay, maybe VP could improve by replacing them. Why are these two not replaceable on VP? What are they doing so differently than other Vanguards, than EMEA in general, that results in them being still at the top, still being one of the best Vanguards in the game, even though people are, maybe racking on their age and stuff like that, because they still are playing at such a high level. What's your take on it, Mox?
I mean, the micro is insane, but the macro, the experience that they have playing in previous other titles, they understand the timings, and they also have that prior experience to be able to deal with the current meta, which has moved into more of a dive stability, right? We've got dive, we've got counter dive, so you want players who understand the ins and outs, because dive isn't a constant uptime composition. It's trying to hit you at these unexpected moments. So you have to have Vanguards who understand whether it's worth sacrificing their position on the front line to peel for their strategist, or if that's what the dive actually wants, and it's better to retain your position on the front line and let the strategist or a duelist come through and fend for themselves instead.
Great points all around, Moxie. We're heading in to Celestial Husk for our second map. Sorry, Celestial...
Symbiotic Surface.
Symbiotic Surface, damn it! See, this is why Leg Days is better caster, because I confuse my symbiotes and the maps apparently, but we are coming into a convergence map type is what Aconics want to do, and they're doing their classic Hela Namor composition on the defensive side, Moxie.
They're going to be playing it on the offensive side, which is going to be a little bit harder. However, they do have the Strange Portal to open themselves up an angle to get the Hela and Namor into a position and try and force Virtus Pro into a map flip, although it looks like first they're going to be pushing up just to make sure that the path is clear and the Strange Portal wouldn't be CC cancelled, as we're going to see Virtus Pro likely react to this by flipping their map rotation entirely. As you can see, the Groot's already ramped up to be able to let Virtus Pro climb their way into the opposing high ground.
Here they go into the point. They start off with that clamp from the Luna Snow into the objective for now. Setting off VP to the max side. It's that experience, like you said, just holding down that front line. Kuma just got dominated, and Vi on the back line takes down Egg Tart. A disaster, removing any hope that AC had in that fight. VP win fight number one.
Yeah, it wasn't the best portal placement, to be honest. If you're playing for the Hela and Namor, you really want the high ground so that you have the poke angles with both your Hela and your Namor. They played a little bit too close to Virtus Pro, so a good force physics and then a huge carbon crush coming on through from Finzi, managing to just entirely stifle out that push. That means Aconics are going to struggle into this next one. They have to walk their Hela and Namor into a position which is going to be far too close to comfort for Fi on this Daredevil, who's already looking to hit in on an off angle.
Yeah, fantastic point because of how hard these comps are to make work through these heavy chokes. That was a great call out, and now they come in on the inside angle. Everybody's still 6 snacking. as a cohesive unit, which I'm assuming you would want a Bucky in this case, but you do at least set up the Hell on the flank. Kovac does get that Luna Snowflake, so he has some sustain, but he's not able to take positioning because Fi's over there just marking him the whole time.
Well, they're going to be coming on through with that Horn of Proteus, just trying to line everyone up from Virtus Pro, but that's when we're going to see the Invis Boundary come on through, overlapped by Cypace. Both of these teams going to get slowed. However, Virtus Pro is a little bit later, so Aconics have to end up with their fade off both wards, but they don't have the damage boost. They don't have the Horn of Proteus to shut down the win condition from Virtus Pro, which is Spark is cracking impact, and it's certainly making an impact in this fight. Aconics are sent back to the spawn.
Yeah, they got eaten by their own Jeff, sent back to the spawn indeed, but they're met by a Bucky who got spit out of a Jeff's mouth, and the walls slow them down for now. Kovac able to find one. He's been a bright spot in this AC squad, but can't do enough for this team on Hela at the current moment with how well the backline have been keeping VP alive. Nevix and squad fall back.
The Guardian Shield coming on through from Saipei to buy time for Nevix to get out of the Luna free CC. Means that the grid is not going to fall, however, Kovac has been able to find an off angle that the Guardian Shield isn't going to be able to prevent. But that means that there's one less player on the front line, and Virtus Pro do as Virtus Pro want. They move aggressively into a numbers advantage fight. Fi doesn't care about the Soul Drainer, he's still got his ejection up, and they're just going to keep on moving as Aconics are certainly going to have objections with how close Virtus Pro are getting to that spawn.
Absolutely. They're calling their lawyer. They're mentioning how a Daredevil has been destroying their roster, and a little land shark named Jeff. Fridro able to take down one of the spawn, and with a minute left, Moxie, it does seem like AC's tournament dreams maybe could be crumbling in front of their very eyes regardless, but they've still made it here this far. They still competed out of the open division. This has been an incredible tournament for them, and to go against VP, it's an honor, right, to be kind of in the situation, right?
Well, we're going to be seeing an aggressive play coming on through. They deny the title Dirge team up to put Disaster over to the Psylocke. He does get the projection with the Emma team up as the Devil is let out. And so too is the Invis Boundary let in. Fi gets fully slowed and taken down. Goddess of Death to avoid the Strangling Prison. It's Jeff and Kraken Impact all at the same time. And the players are just not stacked up enough even through the Invis Boundary. Dance of the Butterflies finds its mark. And Aconics have broken through the line.
I mean, they've maybe lulled VP to sleep. Finzi takes down Disaster on the back angle. Portal play coming through from Fi in the spawn. They want to come back, but a tick's already been given. Maybe two. Aconics grab onto it. They also have Sonic Seduction available. VP have nothing except the shields, but Sparker, he takes down Kuma. Comes in with the rest of the squad. Blast a barrage into his back line, and unfortunately for Cammy, has to back up. Scythe able to take down Kovac. Cammy trying to create space, and he can't. Only 69% of the board for Aconics. They are held by VP.
Still, their composition that they started out with, it wasn't an offensive composition. It's a much better defensive composition. This could still be a full hold if they manage to stop Virtus Pro's portal push, because that is the biggest thing that a Hela and Namor pick composition has to worry about when you don't get the opportunity to actually shoot them on their rotation walk-up.
I'm curious, what would you do, Moxie, if you know the read's coming, right? You know they're coming with the portal play. Would you go for maybe like you could set up in the spawn, cancel it with a stun? Is it worth doing a cheese play like that, or are you too far away from your point where it's too risky?
Yeah, it's really risky trying to go for a cancel on a portal, especially because like Virtus Pro, if they want to get this portal off, they're going to stack players in front of this range so that you can deny it, right? There is some forms of CC that would be able to get that done. Things like the Hawkeye with the Luna that we see on Hell's Heaven all the time. However, that's run on domination because you can literally just go back into your spawn room and change off of the hero immediately. On the defense, what you pick at the beginning is what you have to stick with for the first fight.
Well, you watched a Black Widow sort of cheesy comp, per se, with Mantis. You could maybe do that kind of stuff throughout a whole map if you're good enough, like you saw with the Crazy Raccoon
Mantis
game.
is banned.
Mantis is banned, but Hawkeye. But I'm saying with Hawkeye, they could stick with the Hawkeye maybe, with the Luna. They potentially could. It would probably not work out because, like you mentioned, it's a hope and a prayer at this point.
Yeah.
69% chance is not even close to what VP chances are to winning this game. It's more like 99.99% for VP to take AC. But they have maybe a sliver, right? Maybe in a Doctor Strange sort of world, they could do it.
Well, it's not a Doctor Strange portal that they have to worry about, and right now, it's not a Doctor Strange that Nevix has to worry about, it's the Logan directly behind you. Disaster tries to come in through with an opening grab, doesn't manage to find it. The passive immediately procs, and that's just Aconics losing all of their players in one go, unfortunately, as it looked like they were on a composition that wants to let Virtus Pro walk in towards them, but that meant that both the Starlord and the Daredevil got to close up the distance before Aconics made their move.
And VP And Finzi sitting on his throne, his ice diamond throne for VP's side, 2-0 AC, and I would say that everybody kind of expected that per se, but also, I mean, VP have been looking like the best team so far, at least in this group stage, and are going to try to continue that run into the playoffs, right? It's all about maintaining momentum, and that's why they never really let their foot off the gas, Moxie. There was never a time where we could say VP looked bad in that series, right?
Yeah, and you were saying at the beginning of the series, right, that was kind of what was important for Virtus.pro in this match, to look unshakable. And they looked unshakable. They really looked like they had that aggression, the synergy, the discipline, as well as that might be, yeah, you're pointing it out, I can see you getting closer to the screen. The shortest symbiotic surface that we've seen is Virtus.pro full hold.
Yeah, it's quite a difference from, you know, that full... They've had some hard games in EMEA, right? Just with on this map, too, on Symbiotic Surface. And we've seen teams take them to places like Midtown on the second map, and you know that's not a good idea versus VP. But going back into the highlights, Sparker put on a performance map number 1, but the whole team really came together.
Yeah, I mean, you can see where Aconics' game plan was coming into play, right? They wanted the Wolverine. They read that Virtus.pro were going to be playing things like the Groot so that it could empower the Kraken Impact wombo combo coming on from Sparker's Winter Soldier. And that meant that they had to let Virtus.pro walk up, and that's always a very big risk. I almost wish that they'd stayed with the Helenema, but I think they were worried about it being predictable because they'd started with it on the attack, so maybe Virtus.pro tried to just dodge it with a Strange Portal, get that one out of the way so that the cooldown continues to move on through and you get the Strange Portal back if you have to go into an overtime recontest. So they wanted to go for something a little bit less easier to read. And if it had worked, like if they'd been able to get the Wolverine grabbing the Groot into the rocket pack, displacing him away from the rest of the team, then we really would have seen Aconics have a very good chance of being able to slow down Virtus.pro. But so much hinged on that Wolverine opening grab, the players had to be so close to actually punish, it meant that they were way too close for Virtus.pro's aggressive play of just moving on forward, and Emma is perfect at stopping rush. She's also perfect at enabling it.
And that's the greatest read I think we have on it, because we've seen them at the beginning at the tournament, taking a look at the standings of Group A. They had a really hard matchup very beginning of the tournament against Reject, and it was kind of what you said. Like, they were out of position at times with players setting up for something, and then everybody else would get walked on and go down. That was sort of their biggest problem this tournament. They end up 0-5, but I still think this was a fun tournament for them to come to America, right? First of all. Second of all, nobody expected them to even be here. I mean, coming out of the open circuit, right, coming out of those qualifiers as, you know, a team from the bottom coming and working their way even to international land. That's a huge, you know, success story from them just to even be here.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show, right, that we truly do have that upwards path for these players to be able to find. If you want to put yourself into a professional position, you don't just have to be immediately picked up by an organization. You can work your way through from the very, very start all the way here to this international Ignite stage. But looking at those standings, Dustin, there's one thing that is standing out to me, and that's Envy. Just they're so close behind Reject because they're going to have their most important match of the day. They have to take the fight and win against Chopper Mag if they want to be able to get out of this group stage.
And you're coming up with that one in just a bit, Moxie, alongside Vicky Kitty. That's going to be an awesome game to watch coming up in just a bit. Because, Moxie, I mean, we're just getting started right in this group stage. VP also just getting started. Unfortunately for Aconics, that means they aren't going home. Regardless, VP, they're going to continue their dominance. We'll see you guys after this short break.
Hey, we're VP. Watch us here in Atlanta.
Sorry, it was a short one, my friend.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
Hey everybody, we're Team Envy.
It's a trophy over there you can't quite see, but it's coming home with us.
Final day of group stages, everything on the line. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joined once again with my girl Moxie, and we're going to be taking you guys through a detrimental series between Envy versus Chopper Mag.
This is the most important match of the day, as we can have a look and see why exactly it is so crucial. And that's because Envy is currently on the tipping point of being sent out of these group stages. They have to be able to beat Chopper Mag, and then they have to beat Virtus Pro, our undefeated team all the way at the top of Group A, if they want to be able to survive and find themselves overcoming Reject's position on that leaderboard.
It's going to be hard when you're looking at Chopper Mag and you're wondering, okay, I mean, there's a reason why a lot of other teams are saying do not sleep on this team, despite, you know, having travel issues and having to sub in 2 different players here too. Fidel also going onto that roster. It's been interesting to see how cohesive they've been, how quick they have been able to adapt around not only the different compositions that we've seen being brought out, but also how quickly other teams have been able to readapt around the pick and ban phase. And now what everybody is looking at is Envy, because I don't think, Moxie, any of us were expecting to see Envy struggle the way they have thus far in the group stage.
No, I mean, this team was dominant back in the mid-season 4 stage 1. They came second overall of all of the teams participating, and when we went into season 4.0 in stage 2, they were looking incredibly strong as well. It was such a good meta for them. They had Fires, they had Human Torch, they had Speedily being able to play it all, and I think of all of the teams here currently in Atlanta, it's been Envy who's been the most drastically impacted by the swap over from 4.0 to 4.5, because so much of the strategies that they used to be able to really rely on just now don't cut it anymore.
The fact that Dark Zero, you know, they D9'd, as they say, and Velocity himself said, you know, whenever it happens, we never end up losing out. Meanwhile, Envy, they had that one break, that D9, they had the opportunity to keep it going, but guess what? They fell behind, and we have to see if they could make that adaptation, because Moxie, you heard them in the back, and they were screaming after watching that first series, but they have to beat Chopper Mag, a team that right now has built up momentum. They're feeling pretty good about themselves, and at the moment, Envy is just that next obstacle.
They found the answer as well. One of the biggest problems facing this team was what Pefig would be able to play when we moved over to 4.5, because he was, you know, the Human Torch, he was the Ultron, and he was their Jeff player. But now that we've moved into 4.5, 2 out of 3 of those things just are not in the meta anywhere near as frequently, and they found the answer. His Winter Soldier earlier was absolutely insane, but so too was the Daredevil strategy. Something that they picked up from Virtus Pro, which I'm sure we're going to be seeing here coming on through in their matchup against Envy today.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about the adaptation, something that's incredibly important. You have the Bucky coming out from Pethic, having those pop-up opportunities, as you can see right here too. The Groot from Zens, who's also been able to find more flexibility within that Vanguard pool. We saw some great plays just earlier with the Venom. You let the Venom go through, you let the Jeff go through. Guess what? Now you have some symbiotic shenanigans coming out, but you also have the opportunity to bait out some bans as we get started within our first map, Celestial Husk.
Celestial Husk, like you said, is going to be that first map, and now we have the question of what is going to be that first ban, because this is one of Jeff's strongest domination maps. So many parts of these maps allow you to grab those players and take them entirely off of the map. So let's have a look and see whether it's still going to be that Mantis that catches the first ban, or is it going to be the Land Shark instead? And yeah, these teams, we don't need to see all of the time countdown. We know it's going to be the Mantis. Jeff, however, is going to be the instant save off of the back of that, but Chopper Mag deviating. Instead of going for the Venom because of the Jeff save, they take out the Winter Soldier instead.
I like this Chopper Mag now, understanding they're not going to fall for the bait. Instead, they want to be able to embrace it, protecting the Jeff themselves. And interestingly enough, going over to Celestial Husk is a map that Envy have yet to play on thus far within the group stages. Meanwhile, Chopper Mag, they actually lost a game here on Celestial Husk.
I wonder if Envy goes the route of trying to ban out Pethic's hero pools, like he's forced to go over to the Star-Lord, but it looks actually like they're going for the Vanguards instead. Vicky, this is a very familiar strategy for you here in Atlanta. This is very much staple Envy, right? Pick one role and sweep it in bans?
Yep, you're gonna target the Vanguards. If anything, this is honestly gonna be difficult if you're Zen's because now you don't have the Venom. But guess what? Zen's got the Groot, which he has no issue playing, so we see that next ban.
He's also got the Hulk, which is something that Chopper Mag were relying on him playing in their qualifiers, and that's what he's going to be relying on now as Envy take out the Groot as well. So they did go for a target ban on one specific player from the side of Chopper Mag, but it's not Pethic the Duelist, it's the Vanguard Zenstarry instead. But this does mean that now with the save on the Emma, that Hulk is going to be put under a lot more pressure positioning-wise, because when he sees the Diamond Form, he cannot be anywhere near.
Very safe here and a really smart position from Chopper Mag to also protect that Emma Frost, because you have to consider Hulk being brought into play. There's a reason why we're not seeing the Hulk as we see the final ban onto the Hela, and that already means that you won't be able to have that team up with the Namor. So I already like the look for our pick and ban phase between both these teams, but Envy, all desperate measures here too, because they want to make sure that they cannot get a name if you're looking at Chopper Mag.
Something to talk about as well is that
Cal is in!
Yeah.
Cal is in!
Cal
Moxie!
is in!
We have to talk about what you and I were discussing in the green room, everybody. A little sneak peek at the conversation is, where's Cal? ¿Dónde está Caliente? Because we know that Cal could do it in the current meta that Envy needs to rely on. Because when you talk about current really strong heroes, Psylocke.
Yes.
You're not going to put tap on Psylocke because you have Speedery right there. And then you're looking at the hero pool that Cal likes to rely on. You have Phoenix, which we've seen Tap pop off before. There's a reason why Tap was here initially on Envy. Hela and Adam. And I'm sorry, but I was not liking the look of the Adam from Tap. We saw it like once, briefly. We never saw it again. Cal, though, has that flexibility. He can rock the Adam, and he can still rock the Hela.
You can also run that Star-Lord as well, which frees up Speedily to go over onto the Psylocke. So Envy are going to be able to play this very aggressive dive composition with both the Rocket and the Jeff being absolutely untouchable by the side of Chopper Mag's players. And we're going to get to see the mirror coming on through from both of these players. The difference is that Chopper Mag are currently running Zenstarry on the Angela, not the Hulk instead. So still going to be able to aggressively play with the rest of the team.
Talk about knowing that flexibility here. Bobo's going to be on that Psylocke, but to match that, a Speedery Psylocke. Sight to behold with Cal being on that Star-Lord like you highlighted, Moxie. Skittles being on that Jeff. You talk about what a great map this is on Celestial Husk. When it comes to these Jeff plays, you have to take a look while Bobo's trying to get into position, also spying out Speedery.
Bobo is getting fully healed there for Skittles, but he's also getting fully marked on the side of Envy. So far, there hasn't been an opportunity for them to be able to dive. Instead, they're using it to put the pressure onto Cal instead to prevent Envy's aggressive plays and wait for an opportunity for Pethic to be able to lock down Monk. He's taken out of the calendar, which means that we don't have the BRB any further, and Chopper Mag can now get aggressive because if one of their players falls, they've still got the resource up and available.
It's about the number advantage right now with Kaluj going down as well as Zenz with the shish kebab is going to be able to disrupt the piece, splitting away that attention. Cal goes down next, and it's just inevitable at this point for Chopper Mag to have the point first.
This is a huge advantage to Chopper Mag as well. The dive is going to be able to find these positions without Envy first having to clear them. That's going to mean more point percentage, more opportunity to build up these ultimates, as we're going to be seeing the HGF coming on through in a matter of moments from both of these players. But that's not really an ultimate to be able to push them forward. Speedily, though, with the Dance of the Butterflies is something that Chopper Mag are going to have to be very wary of. They need to keep an eye on where the Psylocke is, because it's going to be that ultimate coming on through, and there's the Cosmic Gun Amplify response, so that Chopper Mag go first.
As the HGF comes out here too, all members out looking for Envy as he gets the Angela, but with Window finding Do Up at the same time, and Speedery going down without being able to utilize the Dance of the Butterflies. I was also looking at Skittles, because Skittles was trying to harass Envy close to their spawn room gates, wondering, where is Skittles here? They get the stall and the stagger onto Nero. You see the protection, though, jumping in from Window as they all regroup up together. I like this repositioning as Chopper Mag do have 3 answers. Zenstarry 2 able to group them up together, but it's the initiation from Envy and the Sia.
Here comes the Galactic Legend from Cal. It's going to be amped up by the Cosmicon Amplifier from Month, and this is Envy coming on for the eliminations that they needed. The sweep is that it's not just one person. The HF heals of 100 per second are not enough to stand up to the Galactic Legend with the help of Month's ultimate. And finally, Envy find themselves on the board, and crucially, they've got ultimates to be able to cycle this further into better point percentage for the next fight. Psionic Seduction to shut down Chopper Mag's attempted Galactic Legend coming on through. Freedom Charge for Window to get aggressive and play against everything that Zansari can do with the Heaven's Retribution. And if Speedily wants to go first, he absolutely can hit the Dance of the Butterflies before Chopper Mag are ready to hit the dance floor.
That's what I like to see. Cal getting the output to get enabled as a Galactic Legend comes out, and some protection from Window on the Freedom Charge. Pethic continuously tries to harass that Raccoon as Month is shimmy-shitting and dancing all around the walls to get out of the line of sight. As you see the Psionic Seduction ends, he trying to make a play with the Heaven's Retribution here. Speedery, though, now back on the point to also help cover the back of Window. Finds Sense as he tries to fly away. Hacks as the fly swatter that they needed. The choke slam, but the protection from Skittles not getting contested as Speedery has to divert his attention, and it's the 1-2 Scooby-Doo to find that one pick.
But they still haven't been able to find the cap on the side of Chopper Mag. Out comes the Dance of the Butterflies from Bobo, followed up by the projection, so he can try and find this elimination onto Month. Because of that, we're going to see a strange portal coming on through from Zansari, trying to bolster Chopper Mag's forces. They think that this fight is still going to be winnable. They do have the numbers advantage and the point cap off of the back of it, and Envy are going to have to go into another fight while still waiting for their Psylocke.
Skittles is a problem, so it's the fact that they still have control over the point right here in favor for Chopper Mag. Cal does find Fidel in the process, and that's a big pick because there is no Sia, there is no reset potential as Skittles tries to get away, but it's going to have to be a reset for Chopper Mag as Envy, they have the number advantage, but are still trying to flip this point. It is the stall from Chopper Mag for any second.
They needed to lose the fight quickly, though, because that's going to be point percentage coming on through from Envy, and now you're going to have Cosmicon Amplifier to amplify the damage of the Galactic Legend. Chopper Mag, they've got the Cosmicon Amplifier, they've got 50% of that combo, but they're lacking the crucial thing that gets you the picks of the Galactic Legend. And off of the back of that, Skittles' ultimate, it might have to be overlapped instead with Fidel's.
Just love the aerial battles, by the way. We're taking to the skies. It looks a little congested out here. If it's not the Angelas, we've seen both of these teams. It's going to be the Psylocke from the back. Speedery finds Fidel, and this is going to be a big first pick as he has completely taken out the Sia, diverted the attention as Envy gets to delete that overtime taken away in favor for Envy. But with Bobo finding Speedery, Month has that BRB to bring him right back. Galactic Legend on board as Cal initiates it. It's Jeff from Skittles trying to find it from the high ground here, but it's not going to find Cal because he's too busy finding Dewep. It's the BRB to bring Pethic right back, but that means Dewep cannot come in, and the number advantage for Envy for the inevitable as the Galactic Legend. He's not close enough to keep it contested, and that's also a wasted ultimate.
Wasted ultimate.
Going into round
Domination.
two.
Those ultimates carry through into the next round, and Celestial Hand will close the palm around the Galactic Legend coming on through from Pethic. Yes, you don't have it now, but you would have had 50% charge to Karmic Revival if you decided to swap over to that Adam, and that could have been absolutely huge. I mean, Envy just looking like a different team entirely coming on through as we're going to see all of the swaps. Chopper Mag going to be going over to that Loki composition. I'm sure Pethic is maybe going to go for this Jeff. It could just be for speed bubbles to get the rest of the team a little bit of faster out of that spawn so that they can set up into a position to deal with the dive. But Skittles for sure is going to be sticking on this Loki, as Speedily on the Psylocke has been absolutely lethal. The Doppelgangers, at least in the regeneration domain, are going to be able to prevent all of the damage coming on through from Dance of the Butterflies, because he was just using it on one specific target, specifically the rocket, to break the Cosmicon Amplifier ASAP.
I was thinking here that Gator must have taken out the belt when he saw the progress of Envy within the last 2 days. He's had enough here. Envy with a different look, as you mentioned, Moxie, and with Month and Nero. Nice little Animal Crossing backline, having those ultimates online. They have the sustainability. Nero could make some plays off the left side of this point, as I like this high ground position, splitting the attention, while Chopper Mag are playing at the disadvantage position, being on that low ground. But Bobo, with the answer to Window getting overly aggressive, he has the BRB. He comes right back around, and Bobo's able to find Nero next after he tried to initiate with the Edge Jet.
Yeah, Window is back though because of that BRB, and Chopper Mag got down both Regen Domain and Soulbind. It's going to be the Sonic Seduction coming on for push the team outside of that boxed-in space, taking on Envy and the Cosmic Yon Amplifier, and getting to push them close enough to take Window down a second time. Now comes the Dance of the Butterflies, but here is where the Loki swap comes in clutch. The Doppelgangers means that only the Adam falls, and he will be able to self-revive, and Chopper Mag still have numbers on the point.
I remember, Mox, what you were saying. It would have been nice if you would have started with a 50% on that Karmic Revival, even though you were nearing that 70+%. Skittles had gotten down earlier from the harassment from Speedery and Cal onto that backline. Pethic back around, though, together behind that Invisible Woman shield from Fidel, who has the invisible boundary, so great sustainability. But Envy have not given up 1 foot off this point. Still contesting here while Chopper Mag try to find the positioning.
Here comes the Galactic Legend! Dodge away! We get to see the iframe out of the Eye of Agamotto attempted from Zenstari. Perfect does have the Comic Revival, but for Chopper Mag, you don't want to use it in this fight. You might just have to, though, as Envy are committing absolutely everything. They've still got the point. They're going to stall this for as long as possible and absolutely scupper Chopper Mag's ultimate economy for the fight's after. Dance of the Butterflies is forced in a reaction to Nero, who just had so many players inside the It's Jeff, and Chopper Mag still haven't been able to find the blip.
It's the insurance policy from Bobo coming through to save the day. Take my teammates out of your mouth here, Jeff. The Eye of Agamotto, the push. He still fights for Pethic, Skittles, and Duep get taken out. What a huge Eye of Agamotto. Envy, they have not given up this point, not even once, onto Chopper Mag in the second round.
And Chopper Mag, they really tried to win that fight. They went into the sunk cost fallacy mindset, and it means that their ultimates are torched. With that composition, they've got to swap off of the Atom, go over to the Hela and Namor instead. Full counter dive composition, but they don't have the space. Envy are going into an overtime fight in a matter of moments, and Chopper Mag have a poke composition, which has no angle to poke from.
Yeah, right? Like, you see Bobo up on this high ground. Is this the swap that you really want to go for in this final fight territory that you're risking yourself in with Kalush? Also, about to have the Sign of Seduction, but keep your eyes on Nero right now. He has the It's Jeff. Pethic does find him out when they try to use a team up between the Namor and Hela, but they have that BRB. Sign of Seduction, overtime ticking away, and Fidel's got the survivability with the invisible boundary, but the drop kick, the choke slam, you get the safety and you get the space, while Pethic is trying to take this 1v1 versus Cow in the back, who wants to build into this Galactic Legend, while CC, the It's Jeff, find the Emma.
No Dance of the Butterflies to slow Nero down this time. Envy with the Eye of Agamotto find the connection onto Skittles. The Loki 4% away from the God of Mischief gets taken down by the follow-up Maelstrom of Madness, and Envy are looking back in old form. Oh my goodness, what a difference a day has made.
Hello? Envy waking up? I mean, it was the Eye of Agamotto trades for me. It's like, no, you, I'll do it second, and I get way more impact. Following up Speedery, making some of those last-minute adjustments to Portal back into, and being able to capitalize off of that after he's the MVP. Of course, we saw that Psylocke play coming out from him, too, for the majority of that game. 10 final hits, 21-4, 15-3 for Nero the Jeff. I like the healing output here, too. Fidel trying their best. 5-5, but, of course, with Invisible Woman, there's only so much you could do. With a lot of these last-minute swaps, though, Moxie, looking at Chopper Mag when, you know, it was pretty detrimental, aside from losing out on that ult charge because of that unfortunate Galactic Legend on that first round.
Yeah, I mean, if they'd had Comic Revival 50% in the first fight of second round, I feel like they definitely would have had a better chance of being able to make the Atom composition work. Where it really fell apart for them was actually the composition that they're playing. Like, it's so good as a stall and sustain comp when you're in control of the point, but Envy had been able to heist away the initial point cap in all of the ongoings around Chopper Mag having to deal with Dance of the Butterflies and stack their players and get everybody pushed close enough together to get the soulbind. You can see that Envy always had the better amount of people on the actual point itself, so that when the ultimate started coming on through, Envy already had picked up point percentage, and Chopper Mag really felt like they had to try and take it by any means necessary.
That Wakamoto was so crazy because he has also gotten pushed like forward in that moment, and being able to find 4 at a time like that, and then the drawback to get it again, this time over the hands of Speedery, fantastic too. I'm also wondering maybe if Chopper Mag do want to go over to Central Park. They found a lot of success. I believe they're 2-1 thus far in the group stages on Central Park, whereas Envy, I believe, are 1-1. But it's about having that consistency because this is a best of 3, even if it's our last day in group stages. But no matter what, Moxie, we have to say goodbye to a total of 4 teams, and it may not be Central Park, but we will be staying on New York going on to Midtown.
We are going to be going to a convoy rather than a convergence, and I think it's a smart play because Central Park is one of Envy's like comfort maps back in 4.0. It's one of the best flyer maps as well, and now that Cal's coming on through, we're getting to see both the Star-Lord and the Psylocke as a duelist lineup on the side of Envy, and you don't really want to have to ban both of those when you only get 4 ban burns to come on through in every single one of these matches, and the strategists and vanguards are necessary on convoy as a map type to prevent the triple spawn hold.
It comes to show you the importance of having a sub be ready to come into this team. I mean, if anything, every time I'm looking at Envy, I'm always hearing Cal, I want to play. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to go. And he's here. This is what he was waiting for, right? I mean, sometimes you have to make these adjustments. If something's not working, I mean, the definition of insanity is trying to expect a different result while doing the same thing over and over again. While we do move on to Midtown, the only thing I'm concerned about Moxie is that thus far within the group stages, Chopper Mag, that's one of their maps that they've lost on. I believe they're 0-1. So it's a little bit of a risk maybe looking at what they need to do when it comes to dealing with Cal alone on that Star-Lord. You talk about that flexibility still taking to the skies as we take a look at our Group A standings and where it stands.
Yeah, it could well be that instead of going for an instant save on something like the Jeff, they actually go for an instant save on something that Ansari is going to be able to play, denying Envy's whole strategy of let's just ban every single Vanguard that this one player can do. But then I feel like that would be likely a pivot into let's try and ban out Perfect, though that strategy has now weakened given the fact that we saw them earlier in the day being able to flex him over to things like Bucky, but also the Daredevil, which is likely potentially going to be coming through here on the side of Midtown, as we actually got to see a really strong, smart strategy come through from Virtus Pro, where they went for a ban on Emma, fielded a Strange as a Vanguard, had him basically stay in the corner and play distraction on the convoy itself, while the rest of the team all went for high mobility flankers, which is something that they may well decide to go for if you're Chopper Mag, because that fits their playstyle perfectly.
And it would work really well on Midtown, actually. It's a lot of that split attention, and we talk a lot about after you get the payload moving and you're kind of trying to deal with getting through that second checkpoint, sometimes you need that flexibility to try to split fire where you want to position yourself, up on the high ground and low ground, because there's a lot of that disparity that second point provides here. Now, also thinking forward, if you are a reject, right, you were able to beat Envy, but you just lost out to Chopper Mag. Chopper Mag wondering, okay,
yes,
they were able to beat them before. We were able to beat Envy, or rather Reject. What can we do now looking at Midtown? Our last time opportunity to take this series, if we want to move it onto a Game 3 series rather, with Envy just trying to make sure that they could solidify this without any sort of trouble, dropping a game in case it leads to a tiebreaker.
I mean, I just want to see a save on the Emma, to be entirely honest, coming through on the ban draft, and let's see whether or not I'm going to be able to get my wishes. I'm sure this is going to be, boom, there it is! Both of the teams accepting that the Emma is more important on convoy maps, leaving the Mantis up for both of these teams.
I love casting alongside Moxie. We get to tell the future out here, Mox, as we see what that next protect is gonna be. It is the Bucky, who has made a performance thus far within the last few days. It's no surprise there, the recent potential, of course, too. And then when we talked about that low to high ground in that first point, well, guess what? You get to mix up where you want to rotate from. If you want to go up on the high ground, try to split up more of that attention when it comes to harassing that backline, but also breaking through some of these chokes if you want to get an extension, as the Loki's the next ban, just in case they want to go for the double res composition.
Yeah, not just that, but also if the Mantis is going to be able to make it through, you have to deny the Deific team up coming on through with the damage boost for those regeneration domains. Chopper Mag are actually going to go for a save onto the Jeff, trying to force Envy into having to ban out either the Venom for a dive composition, or look to start trying to destabilize some of those triple strategists, or potentially even a Rocket 2-2-2 composition coming on through. There's the Adam ban, as Loki was still in in play on the side of Chopper Mag, and I feel like the Adam ban is actually better than the Loki, especially because, like, if you're Envy, right, and you field a Winter Soldier, you want a Loki to be in place so that the doppelgangers are up for your resets. Or if you want to go for a Moon Knight to be able to break out of the spawn doors a little bit faster, the doppelganger's up for the Onk bouncers. So it's better to take out the Adam, which could have been used without the Loki to stall the hold even longer.
And they pondered a little bit too, right? Because they could go for that Venom ban, but instead of going for a back-to-back after seeing the save off the Jeff, they said, no, we're going to instead ban out on the Adam. And it was also the focus on the Groot as well. Even with no Emma in play, no Groot either, which is still eyes onto Zenstari, who likes to rock the Groot, especially on this map.
Not just that, but Groot is the setup for so many wombo combos. It's the setup for things like Final Judgment. It's the setup for things like the Kraken Impact. Everything that the Groot does alongside things like the Moon Knight's Hand of Khonshu, you deny entirely while also weakening Zenstari's hero pool, forcing him now onto a Vanguard that he maybe isn't as confident on, as Chopper Mag are going to be saving the Psylocke. So they have both still got the Psylocke and the Star-Lord. They also still have the Winter Soldier, but what Envy has is one-sided Mantis. And I was going to say, Bucky is one of those heroes who, if the Mantis is one-sided on the other team, it isn't really as impactful in terms of ultimate generation because the amount of damage that he does, but also the AoE range that he has. You're going to be able to keep up with a Winter Soldier very, very easily. However, if the Bucky is the one that's getting damage boosted, oh boy, are we about to see and hear a whole lot of agains sounding off again and again and again and again, because not only is the ultimate going to generate faster, so too is the pick time going to lower, setting up for those reset opportunities faster.
Damage boost and speed boost there too with that Mantis Resurgence.
And storm damage boost as well. By the way, those things, they overlap. I went into the practice range and we ran through a whole bunch of tests to see if there was an actual cap to the heroes that could stack damage boost. Nope. You can just keep stacking. So Cal is going to be feeling very happy with his team as they're going to be giving him every single resource known to man within the game right now.
Lots of damage coming out here as you already see Speedery, the lover of flyers, going over to that storm to break the chokehold that we're seeing Chopper Mag start off on the defense. We did see, of course, the symbiotic shenanigans skate by, but yeah, it looks like Window going, and Cal,
They read the Ultron. They put him onto Hela for the hit scan.
Really good adaptation already off the gates too. I like that quick swap up in their scene. Chopper Mag actually, we're giving them some space by this choke too. Look how back Chopper Mag's actually holding, while you currently see Skittles once again trying to play around by that side spawn gate before drifting back, but they have to be careful. You think you're safe up on the high ground, you think you're safe on this bridge, even though you got the Ultron right alongside you. The same thing with the rocket. Be careful with a damage boosted Cal.
Not just that, but you can't really rush on top of the Hela because Window's onto the thing. So if Chopper Mag try and commit deep onto the backline, they're just going to be struck by the Yancy Street Charge and stuck quite literally at street level as we see so much anti-aerial priorities coming on through from the side of Envy. The ultimate from the rest of the team might be slow, but Hurricane is still going to be able to build up super fast, and Speedily's already forced range of Ultron to stop any momentum taken from the defensive ult.
2-up just dash so fast right alongside that Omega Hurricane. The invisible boundary. Zenz, he couldn't do anything. He literally got pushed in by the Invisible Woman Month. Also going to be able to hang out by the back end because Skittles up on the high ground. He tries to get it. He gets him at the very end, but the safety of the Goddess of Death to protect his fellow duelist as Cal does not stop.
Oh my goodness, Window uses the jump up tech against the Flyers to try and knock the Ultron down. And Chopper Mag, no, okay, this is up. The strategy is done. You can't run Flyers into the composition that Envy has adapted, and that is the danger of running a defensive composition into an offensive composition because the attackers get to scout it and swap to the counter components. That's why the draft system is so important. Perfect is hanging around on the wall. Now he's on the floor, on the objective, stalling it out for the rest of his team to be able to come on through, but Envy are going to be able to shut it down almost immediately with the the meteor and finding the direct connection onto Zensari. It's just up to Duep on the Captain America with the Freedom Charge to give Chopper Mag any opportunity to stall long enough for the Strange Portal to come on through.
Clip the one last swing that the Angela had left going for her here as the Omega Hurricane following up to get Bobo. It is Envy clearing Chopper Mag as they desperately try to put in the portal to recontest. Well, guess what? Nothing that comes from it as they get the first checkpoint, looking at Envy and Speedery looking to make the swap now that we go over to the second checkpoint, which is smart considering that there is that ceiling.
Here comes Perfect, though, going over to the Daredevil, looking for the dive opportunities alongside Bobo on the solo. And down to the Butterflies should slow down Envy's push here. They don't have a Strategist ultimate to be able to prevent it. And if they stack, it might not be enough to prevent all of the follow-up damage, especially if Fidel contributes that Cosmic Ion Amplifier. But for Chopper Mag, they need to win that fight, and Window might just take it first. Clobbering Time's going to be able to connect onto everybody.
Look where Pethic's positioning is. Well, Cal gets Skittles because being on that Daredevil, he can see where Speedery is and Month, but you don't really have to call out where Speedery is if he's going to harass our back line. It's clobbering time from Window as Fidel lingers back, has to see it. Now you see it, now you don't. Just immediately right afterwards, by the way. Nero and Cal, though. Cal has not been stopped once. This is the brutal retaliation of the damage output from a damage-boosted Hela.
Oh my goodness, Soul Drainer into Sedation follow-up from Nero to be able to find the damage onto Zensari before the Venom can make it out. And Chopper Mag, Zensari, the Venom is one of the heroes that you're relying on, just going onto the objective and stalling out long enough for a regroup to come through from the defenders. And the longer you wait, the more aggressive the rest of your squishier players have to go in. And that means that, Goddess of Death is in a little bit of an awkward angle there, as Cal is going to be playing a little bit above the sky, which means he's at least outside of Skittles' ultimate.
Yeah, y'all didn't see that, but unfortunately they kind of pay for it here too because he can't clear out that space with the damage output that could come from the risk of being in the line of sight of that Goddess of Death.
This should be the swap. There should be a swap over to something like the Bucky I would expect to see coming up for her from Cal, but no, he's actually going to commit to this. I mean, this angle here for the Hela is actually really, really strong, and because they know he's still on the Hela, they can't actually commit in until Envy round a corner, which means the Window gets to clear out the Daredevil first.
He was trying to be sneaky too by the wall, and he said no. And then he gets brought right back by the BRB. Nero keeps him alive. The anti-heal coming out from the Feast of the Abyss from Zensari, but unfortunately no follow-up from Chopper Mag. Pethic let the devil out. Everybody within the domain as Zens gets the tether, finds a double strategist, and Envy are dropping like flies, while Chopper Mag, they take control of another team fight.
There's the Winter Soldier. Winter is very much in season here at Atlanta. They've got a clobbering time to open up the space as well. Nero's also going to be swapping over to the Cloak and Dagger to be able to use things like the Terror Cape, the vulnerability applied to these dive components coming on through from Chopper Mag's end, making it a little bit harder for Zensari and Duep to hold their positions and on these Vanguards and set up the spaces for both the Solok and the Daredevil to commit. There's Zensari with the commitment into the Yanzi charge, into the vulnerability, but Chopper Mag, it was a bait! They made it look like the Venom was vulnerable, and it was Envy who got turned on instead. Dance of the Butterfly sounds off, and Envy find themselves rubbing the sleep out of their eyes and waking up in respawn.
Maybe get some coffee real quick. Maybe this is the wake-up call they needed. Moxie Duep with that Freedom Charge to be the MVP to help out Zens in the process, while Bobo, he had his way with the backline of Envy and the rest of this team. Now, as back to the drawing board, you're reaching nearly 80% on that Winter Soldier possible reset here, while he dives in. The Captain America from Duep wants to waste more time away from Envy with less than 20 seconds on the clock.
Great hook coming on through from Cal, but he's just too squishy. Windows all the way in the backline, disrupting both of the strategists. The undivable composition is not unspearable, as Window is going to be able to put enough pressure to force the pure pivot coming on through from Chopper Mag's team. However, without the Angela there to absorb all of that pressure, Chopper Mag just go aggressively at the rest of the team, and that is an overtime push. Cal's got to use the Kraken Impact, but even he knows he's not going to be able to hit the overtime in time, and that is going to be where the payload finishes.
That's a tough one, Moxie, considering that they tried to make the swap over to the Doctor Strange a little too late, couldn't even portal into recontest. And as you mentioned, Window going pretty far. We all see the vision, right? You want to harass and split up the attention from the rocket play.
OUG, right? Yep. You just go for the strategist, you go for the backline, you burn the rocket, you get the BOB, you don't have to worry about Cosmic Ion Amplifier, and it's just a Jeff trying to sustain an entire composition, which is going to give them a little bit of caution and not likely going to commit. they would probably try and pull back, and it would allow Envy a actual stable position on the objective where the Winter Soldier would shine. That's not what happens, though.
Yep. Yep, but when Cal is not getting enabled here, that's the game plan. That's the reason why Cal is in the roster right now. That's why they have their sub in here in the main lineup, and they can't enable him when they were originally on the attack. Now we're swapping sides here with Cal going onto the Invisible Man. And when we talk about Cal's hero pool too in general, aside from the Phoenix, aside from the Star-Lord that we've seen before, the Bucky, the Hela, the Atom, the Invisible Man is what they're opting to go for here for this 3-3 composition.
I mean, she's not going to be invisible, though, is she? She's
Yeah,
going to be
Daredevil.
invisible to all but one. Perfect decides to go on to this Daredevil, and he will be able to communicate to the rest of his team where exactly she is going to be playing from, even if the double jump comes on through. So Envy very much fortifying their position. They're going to be playing from the side room. This is likely going to mean that Choppermag, if they scout this, they could just well go back to spawn and go for something like a Moon Knight play, or they're going to commit to the dive and come at it from 2 different angles. Box Envy in while putting pressure on the objective at the same time.
As Duop is trying to do exactly that, but you have to be wary of those Groot walls, something that Choppermag cannot utilize for themselves as it was banned against them. But Window being able to try to block them out, try to cover their backs and isolate the Captain America if they can, will allow them to have the advantage in terms of number. Pethig falling incredibly low. He manages to survive as Window, a man of many words, I am Groot, before he pushes up with the rest of his team through the choke here, looking right behind them. They have to make sure that their backline is still safe, but it is a mess as a Beast of the Abyss finds a 6-man here, finds everybody, but they are saved. No anti-heal follow-up as Nero has the Sia.
Yeah, I mean, Envy, this is perfect positioning for both the Rocket, the Invis, and the Cloak and Dagger to play. You're all stacked up. You're all getting all of those heals off of the AoE, the Pierce from the Invis, the AoE from the Dagger, and the bounce coming on through from those Rocket Orbs. And there is the counter. Choppermag pull out the Moon Knight, but it's a little bit too late. Envy have already repositioned around it so that they're not going to be as stacked. Dance of the Butterflies tried to punish. They split so that the Moon Knight didn't find the pickup. They spread now, and it's going to be a huge jab as Skittles manages to take 3 into spawn, managing to find the auto-elimination because an enemy can't be alive in your spawn.
And you could only bring one back off that BRB, and unfortunately for Cal, after he comes back, well, he's just as quickly gone with the reset of the rest of his team. As, oh my goodness, what an itch Jeff from Skittles.
They're gonna portal directly into Hand of Conchu. I mean, do you know what? Envy do a good job of reading it. Speedily uses the Meteor It doesn't absorb the ultimate, but it does allow the Magneto to float above the hitbox of it. So he is still nice and safe to be able to absorb and act as the vanguard on the objective itself. Out comes the Feast of the Abyss. The follow-up with that anti-heal immediately picks month before the Cloak and Dagger can get any form of sustainability. And Choppermag are still managing to drain Envy's resources and players.
And it's really important, too, when you want to build into that internal bond to space out the strategist ultimates, as now the rest of Choppermag, they're clearing out the point. Envy try to stall for as long as possible after using that portal to recontest in the Hand of Conchu, as you saw from Choppermag's hands. And now they're going to be able to hold all the way forward and build into another Hand of Conchu before that next checkpoint.
Envy are going to be changing up the composition speedily. Goes over to the Daredevil, Cal the Mantis for the damage boost. This is going to start shoring up their ultimate economy, too. The Mantis is going to be able to let them catch up to Choppermag's ultimate economy in no time at all, which means that Choppermag have to go fast, have to go aggressive, and there it is! Feast of the Abyss not present, but it's all just a huge distraction. Bobo comes out with the Dance of the Butterflies. Everyone was looking at the Venom.
We literally saw 3 members of Choppermag jump the backline of Envy. It was Duop, it was Bobo, and it was Zenz. But the follow-up and landing that BRB from Nero, the Rocket having so much done for Envy to bring Cal right back around. Glad that's will resurgence shortly too, that way he could bring everybody from Envy back together after Window is able to find Fidel. Big first pick when he was building into his own Sia. Has Skittles, can he make another itch jet play as he tries to isolate Cal here, just try to tilt him as he gets around the other side of that wall.
Oh my goodness, the line of sight prevents Cal from getting eaten, which means Soul Resurgence pairs with Let the Devil Out, and Choppermag are going to be stuck inside spawn for a little bit longer. Envy slow the fight down entirely, and now just have to worry about the combination of Feast of the Abyss and Dance of the Butterflies as we barrel towards an overtime fight when they've got everything to be able to shut it down.
Envy looking to end it right here. They may not have even needed that second checkpoint here as Heaven descends on top of the bridge though. As you currently see Window taking a lot of that damage to Sia to meet him on the other side. He gets punished at the hands of Bobo, but Nero with the BRB brings him right back. Eternal Bond as we elongate this fight. Overtime. And Meteor M though needs to find his mark before dropping down on top of the cart.
Dance of the Butterflies comes on through alongside Feast of the Abyss. Cal gets taken down. Envy still have players up, but they don't have ultimates to be able to actually have the damage to find the eliminations. Bobo gets the second. Month is down. It's just Rocket healing, and that alone is not going to be enough. And it's all up to a huge clutch coming on through from Chopper Mag in the overtime. We head into second.
Cal swapped over to the Doctor Strange. I was expecting that Doctor Strange for to recontest, but when Window going down and having majority of that health pool, there was not enough time to make it worthwhile. You want to hold on to that portal with that 3-minute cooldown, just in case, depending on the fact that their cart positioning is right there in that next choke.
Envy go right back in to the full counter dive composition just to get out of spawn a little bit faster. Before Window, Window goes in. For the Captain America, huge portal comes on through from Kalush, flipping the map location entirely, avoiding Chopper Mag's aggressive dive setup, and now Chopper Mag are forced to use ultimates to react. It's Jeff Bird immediately with the amplified damage coming on through from the Cosmic Cone Amplifier, and Envy holds strong, regaining control of choke.
I was expecting Skittles to be the MVP savior for Chopper Mag to get them out of the line of sight of Speedery, but guess what? He fell victim himself as Kaluj gets the follow-up. Cal goes down, no BRB to bring him in together, but Speedery is cleaning up what is left of Chopper Mag off of an amazing back play with that portal to recontest, but they're dropping like flies now, Moxie. I have Agamotto online for this next fight as Window also has a stop potential with the Freedom Charge.
But there was so much time burnt off, and also because Envy went directly onto objective, it wasn't free push of Herbie caught coming on through from the side of Chopper Mag. There's a guaranteed at least 2 more fights, which is why Chopper Mag are having to be more aggressive this time. They know the Strange Portal isn't going to be in play, and we can't avoid the fight this time around. They have to go in to both the Psylocke and the Venom setup.
Getting into position with Bobo and the Dance of Butterflies. Window is there to protect the team by the choke. The double window, as you can see up ahead, as he brings his entire team together. Month looking at that Eternal Bond. And Cal is going to be able to clear the space with the Galactic Legend. He sees the Sia, and the Feast of the Abyss gets shut down as Zeds does not have a follow, but it's Pet Thing to follow in the back while Cal is trying to harass him on the other side. Envy, they're no more. No Eye of Agamotto to get that follow-up, and portal. They're right there.
There's no portal. Envy have to put someone into a position with a Vanguard getting the close hold. But no, the E comes on through from Jeff. Skittles carries them out of their spawn, and off of the back of that, no one from Envy is close enough. Chopper Mag take Midtown, and we go to a third map.
Backs against the walls now, Moxie.
Yeah.
Game number 3. I cannot, the way that they try to play, and that is the risk when you use a Doctor Strange portal.
That early?
Yeah, early. Yeah, that's why I was expecting, okay, well, they were expecting the same thing. That's why Chopper Mag
was
held
so
forward.
Far up. They knew they were expecting Envy to walk forward and pass them. However, like Perfect being on the Daredevil too meant that they could immediately adjust, because they got all of the idea of like, hold on a minute, there's no player within my passive. Why can't I see anybody? Wait a
Where
minute,
is
guys.
everyone?
I think they might be behind us, and the pivot was there, and it meant that when those ultimates were exchanged in choke, it wasn't just Chopper Mag who were losing ultimates, it was Envy too. Like, they invested everything to try and regain momentum and hold of second, so that Chopper Mag with a dive composition would always be marked, would always be forced into burning ultimates, losing a player in the engagement rather than the actual dive trade coming on through, where Envy would lose a player, maybe have to back, give more objective space, lose a player, have to back even further, and run out of space to give.
Patrick and Cal having a conversation about Daredevil here and Brawl-like characters. Cal's like, you know, I mean, I'm like Wolverine, but different look here when it comes to the Daredevil, but that's what happens. You got to expand your hero pool sometimes. Talk about Patrick and having that information. Where is everybody? Well, we can't figure out where they're at. That is also the risk and reward when it comes to plays like that, Moxie.
Yes.
We've seen some teams take risky plays. Sometimes it works out. They did get the point flip immediately because there was nobody left from Chopper Mag. And as you mentioned, it kind of did force out a 2-fight situation. But then you have to imagine, do we have the sustainability to keep these fights going, to make another ultimate rotation, to then allow a second fight for a last case scenario to work?
Yeah, and I mean, Envy, they really relied on the fact that they had Galactic Legend. They sort of knew that Chopper Mag, when Fidel used the Cosmic Gun Amplifier, that would be the green light for Zinstari to come on through with the Feast of the Abyss for the 40% damage amp to give it the pick potential when it didn't have another ultimate alongside it, especially with the anti-heal that it now applies. But everyone from Chopper Mag also could ult track that the Galactic Legend was going to be coming on through in response to that response. And we sort of got the game of chess and checkers and then battleships coming on through, essentially. And Envy found themselves sunk on that defense as we head into a very crucial third map. Remember, for Envy, staying alive in this tournament, it all hinges on actually winning here. If they lose to Chopper Mag in this match, it does not matter how their match goes against Virtus Pro.
Talk about staying afloat. You got to start plugging in those holes in your sinking boat right now, because if you're Envy, this was just something that nobody was really expecting, right? I will be honest, at the end of Stage 2 Americas, they looked like they were staggering a bit. They looked like they were struggling, but this was on a different patch, right? This is 4.0, where, you know, other teams started figuring things out, even if they started very strong. We're now in 4.5. On paper, you're looking at the hero pool that this team rocks, and you're here thinking, all right, Silex Speedery's in, okay, well, if Tap's not working out, you were going to try to force out a double res composition, okay, well, guess what? You could bring Cal in. Oh, wait, the Adam Warlock is banned, the Loki's banned, you can't combo that together with, like, the Mantis and, you know, the lamps on top of it all. If you have the Mantis, you're trying to damage boost Cal, but then Cal can't get enabled because Chopper Mag are doing such a good job, and also timing when these ultimates are coming online for Envy and countering it here, Moxie.
Oh, we were absolutely treated. I mean, the adaptation on Midtime, first alone as well, coming on through when it came to just fortifying their position inside that small room so they could come on through with the Cloak and Dagger and the Invis and the Rocket all having the power. Envy are showing the innovation. This is the old Envy that we're used to seeing, but we'll have to see whether or not they're going to be innovating when it comes to that third map, which we'll be back with after this short break.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
We are at DreamHack Atlanta at the Marvel Rivals Global Finals.
What Chopper Mag?
你最好别输。
Welcome back, everyone. We are in a Game 3 situation in a crucial best-of-3 between Envy versus Chopper Mag and Max. We'll be going on to our final map, and I'll let you take it away here because it's going to be interesting to see how Chopper Mag has thought so far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a team and you lose domination in a best-of-3 series, you have to treat it like you're going to win that second map. So when you want to play into third map, you've got to have a strategy up your sleeve. And oh boy, do we have a trump card coming on through from Chopper Mag. They knocked out Convoy. Whenever Envy lose a map, especially whenever they lose domination, do you know what their immediate turn is? Convoy Yggdrasil Path, which means that Envy have no choice but to take us now to a convergence map. They don't get their comfort pick, they don't get their comfort map, and they don't get to utilize that free composition to hold the attacking teams at spawn and absolutely dismantle their overall time bank.
And we're going on to Central Park at that here too, and you have to imagine, especially in that first choke, sure, you have to look at the high to low ground disposition too, but Chopper Mag at the moment, from what we've seen thus far, I believe within group stages, I believe they're 2-1. Yeah. So they've had a good amount of pressure, but also being able to find that success here while we take a look at our final draft within this series, Mox. It's been interesting because it's also been hand in hand with Envy looking at the Vanguard lineup as the first ban comes out onto the Mantis and no Emma.
Yeah, it's going to be Emma coming on through from Chopper Mag against Envy, Mantis from Envy's end against Chopper Mag, but they don't go for the Mantis save, they go for the Jeff save instead. And I mean, this is one of Jeff's best convergence maps. Drop-off point on first, drop-off map point on second, and stair drop-off point on third, which is incredibly easy for the Jeff to be able to get to, even if there's a counter ultimate on the other side. Chopper Mag, though, get to take advantage of this. They do get another ban before Envy can get some of these more saves, which means that the Mantis has been removed. So we can see that Envy are putting a lot of power into what Jeff can do for them, this team.
And this is also, with the Emma save, is forcing Envy. Do they decide over here, do they want to ban a Jeff themselves? Do they want to ban a Venom? Do they want to ban a Groot instead? So that way they won't have the Groot together. With the Emma is a question.
Do they want to ban Psy? Because if M is in play, then Psylocke gets her double, which means that Dancer of the Butterflies is going to be charging and playing off at double speed, as they're still going to be going. We can see from Envy's side, they saw that it worked on domination. They're really looking at just dismantling all of the Vanguard lineups coming on through from Zenstari. Venom removed, Groot removed. Now, do they go for another Vanguard to yet again weaken his compositions?
Yeah, because in that last map, they banned the Mantis, they banned the Groot again, they banned the Atom that time around, and then they banned the Emma, which this time around they can't do, obviously, because Chopper Mag ended up being able to save it with another Protect onto the Captain America, but Envy still stick to that ban on the Atom Warlock to prevent a double res coming out, since, of course, that is not only their last ban, they would rather just not deal with it at all.
Something to note as well is that Envy don't have any more bans coming on through, so we do know that Pethic will be able to get access to the Winter Soldier on a map where we got to see him earlier today almost topple the most amount of final elimination records that we've seen coming on through from all of our duelists on this part of the stage, as we're actually going to get to see a low-key ban come through late from the side of Chopper Mag as they see the Atom save, and they cannot afford to let Envy gain access to the stall cycle that is God of Mischief, Karmic Revival, actual Karmic Revival.
And something that Envy can't rely on, that you were mentioning about Chopper Mag, when you save that Emma Frost, you could try to get that team up, and guess what? That's something Envy cannot rely on, something that Kalush usually likes to use, and now forced to be on that Magneto as our final map within our series between Chopper Mag versus Envy is underway, everyone. Welcome to the Marvel Rivals Ignite 2025 Grand Finals. It is the last day for group stages here, and we will be saying goodbye to a total of 4 teams between Group A and Group B together, and Envy do not want to be one of the teams on the chopping block.
Envy do have the wombo combo though. Window gets the group for the Strangling Prison to lead into the Kraken Impact follow through, and they got Magneto for Kaluj as well, so he can give the Bulwark over to either the Winter Soldier or the Jeff when they're inside their ultimates. Chopper Mag, it looks like they're going to be going for a triple strategist defensive hold right now with no duelist, relying on just stabilizing and sustaining against all of the burst damage that Envy can bring to the table.
Alright, what month is it here? Getting a little bit of deja vu as Chopper Mag, the good Zenstari's positioning on that Captain America up on the high ground before finding an opportunity to get the follow-up. And you mentioned about the team up together with the Ember Frost. Well, you get it with that Magneto too. That's why I highlighted that of Envy that Kalush cannot rely on since they don't have access to that. But talk about that damage output. Cal forcing Chopper Mag inside that side building, and together with Window, the fact that they have the crew is so strong on this map, and they've isolated the Captain America.
It's not so much a force as much as a kite coming on through from Chopper Mag though. By taking cover inside that building, they allow both the Loki and the Invis and the Jeff to start pushing the ultimate charges so much faster to keep pace with all of the damage that Envy is outputting. So they will have strategist ultimates when the wombo combo conditions come on through from Envy's end. Jeff Nado is something that Chopper Mag do have to worry about though, because whether or not Skittles goes for a copy on the Invis or the Invis of his own team, Jeff Nado takes everybody else out of the cycle.
I heard it in the distance here as the Omega Hurricane comes out right on time while Pethic goes up to the sky with a Meteor M, sees the Sharknado, but that danced around at the invisible boundary, forced out instead as Fidel is going to be able to save him for now, as how Skittles was waiting at the very end to have his own invisible boundary. He gets booted out here. It's a Meteor M. Bobo with the It's Jeff, Speedering able to find Pethic in the process, and Window goes out because of Bobo's It's Jeff without being able to have that Groot hug.
I mean, Bobo had the iframe still. If you didn't know, It's Jeff has invuln frames attached to it. If the Jeff is currently in the Eat animation where he's cycling around the players, he is entirely undamageable. So the Meteor M connection was just a little bit too early, and that means that Fidel was also able to come through with the Guardian Shield to block it as a, that's not an early, that's an absolutely on-time attack coming on through from Cal, and Envy are going to want to push on forward. They've got the Strangling Prison, they've got the Kraken Impact, and Chopper Mag don't have an answer outside of a regeneration domain.
Put that shark on display on Ebony Island here as Cal looking to dive down here, looking to get these resets. Seeing right ahead of you, when you have a Loki, you have the opportunity with those clones. He finds Skittles, he tries to run away. He gets saved, and even right behind these group walls, as Window tries to harass him, they keep trying to kite away, as we saw before, Mox. And Nero does have that It's Jeff, but I like the repositioning as Cal is getting enabled, followed up by Kalush to find these pigs.
Skittles denies the echo chamber of the again with the displacements of the doppelgangers, and Bobo gets another eat. Can they find the eat into eat though from Nero? No, he's not in time, and instead he has to settle for second best prize, throwing Perfect off of the map. But Chopper might continue having the numbers advantage and continue holding Envy as we go down to under a minute, and Envy are in full panic mode. Speedily's over towards the Phoenix just to try and find some of the stun damages onto Chopper Mike's players pushing too far up.
What is this Jeff on Jeff violence? You know, it would have been so big brain if Nero had timed that It's Jeff to save his teammates.
That I think was what he was looking for, but he just didn't get the opportunity.
That angle down here from Bobo helped them out when Envy has only gotten that first checkpoint right there to try to get progress on getting this payload moving. Pethic, Eye of Agamotto, it's only found months, but it at least forces out the invisible boundary as Speedery with some follow potential. That's a big first pick, considering Skittles will not have that God of Mischief backing away after not being able to see what's happening from inside that invisible boundary. Window keeps trying to wall them inside that room. Cal isolates Pethic, and this is the number advantage that Envy needed to get progress with the payload.
Do Chopper Mag give this, or do they try and put another one of their players onto the objective and stall long enough for Skittles? No, they tried, but it wasn't in time. Fidel gets taken down by Speedily, and Chopper Mag will not be able to have Loki come on through with the cast. Perfect now is going to swap. He was looking for the Daredevil because of how fast he moves. Goes over towards the Winter Soldier instead, as we actually get to see that Envy, there's a reason they took us to Central Park. It's one of the better maps for flyers, which means that Speedily is going to get to go over towards the Ultron.
Get a lot more of those rooftops, get out of the line of sight. As you see right now, Heaven's Retribution Trying to get the follow before Zach is looking back away the Sudden Seduction.
They can't hold that position though because Nero casts its jab, so if Chopper Mag's players had actually stacked on top of the Heaven's Retribution, they would have gone into the Eat and they go into the Eat regardless. Unfortunately, however, Nero doesn't find the target land onto the spawn doors, and Chopper Mag's players will be able to survive.
I'll bonk them on the rooftop of that. Instead, you see just the kidnap from Bobo. Instead, it's the Itch Jeff getting way more done for Chopper Mag at the hands of Bobo, and now they have to wait for Window if you are Envy, because Window, even though he's been getting picked off a lot by these Jeffs, it's just so impactful to see these walls, but now they're stuck by the spawn room gates and an eternal bond from Skittles.
Oh my goodness, Skittles gets the Terror Cape, then gets the Dark Teleportation to avoid any follow-up comeuppance of being that close to Envy's spawn room. And they're just, again, stopping Envy from making these attacks forward. Envy have the Kraken Impact, but they didn't have any space to be able to use it. Chopper Mag have been able to drain time off of the bank. They've been able to disengage so that the Kraken Impact, if it comes on through, isn't going to be able to catch multiple players. And it's up to a Rage of Ultron to open up the space instead. But Chopper Mag are just going to disengage with the cover of the regen domain. That, though, is a huge force. Invis Boundary comes out early against Envy's absolute ultimate attrition warfare. And Chopper Mag are losing players without a strategist ultimate to fend off Cal's resets.
Cal got a reset off Fidel at the very end too. Once that Invisible Boundary had gone down, Fidel was right out of it so that way he wouldn't get called out, and that is what Envy needed. And now this is Cal gonna be able to have another reset, but at least try to go back, or at least try to harass them by the gates. You see Duop saying, all right, I can't do this, but they still have to recontest. Lack of timing here in favor for Envy, less than 15 seconds on the clock. And Chopper Mag, they have the Silent Seduction, and they can boost that into a huge stun though to find Bobo, to find Zenz, and even with Heaven's Retribution right around the corner, the Meteor M and Nero need to get these plays as Kaluj gets that dunk with the Meteor.
Mumph had a huge blind as well, entirely stopped Chopper Mag from having the line of sight on the players of Envy's position. As we can see, Nero just holding Skittles as long as possible to deny any form of contest coming on through from that Loki. Chopper Mag, they'd swap Bobo over to the Psylocke. They've seen that speedily with that Ultron is making impact, and they want the duelist to be able to keep on top of the Flyer, but Envy are already so far up into the part of third that they should be able to get all of this free objective control without Chopper Mag getting past them once.
Looking at that swap that we had a lot earlier when Envy was getting pushed into the spawn room gates with Speedery going over onto that Ultron, you have a lot more room to work with those rooftops too, of course. Works into what they want to feel more comfortable on, but I like this rotation from Chopper Mag. They're taking an overhead positioning to make sure Envy, although they have been able to make this progress right below the stairs, Zenz isolated before dropping down, forced to pop that Magneto bubble onto himself, but look at what Envy have in store for them. They're about to have the Eternal Bond, and they have the Extermination to start things off as Bobo, the Dance of the Butterfly, not going to find the impact. Beautiful shields, beautiful cutting away from Envy to not burn up any of those survivability ultimates.
Yeah, they're stack, and they've still got both the Rage of Ultron and the Eternal Bond to be able to invade into the space of this invisible boundary, but no, they actually decide to just hold off onto it. 20 seconds left, they're going to go for a full reset. Chopper Mag can punish this though. If they want to try and push forward and prevent Envy from getting a regroup, and that's exactly what they're currently doing. They were checking to see whether or not they could find any preventative measures on the Strange portal, because Envy have put Window on the Strange, and I think they're going to try, just as we saw in Midtown, to flip the map position and go to objective instead. Pepper with the Galactic Legend cuts them off at the portal, and Centauri is ready on the other side of the portal with Meteor M to catch them as they fall.
Nowhere, 2K, can we see a 3K out here through the Silent Seduction, through the Itch Chef? Sorry, Nero. You won't be able to find the impact that you were looking for, backing away, but with overtime ticking away, you have to stay on that point. Oh no, a Jeff goes out, but even better is Chopper Mag holding back Envy and dwindling away in their time bank.
I mean, Envy did get far though. When you weigh up how difficult it was for them to be able to break through first, as long as it took them, the fact that they were able to get as far through as they did on third is a massive boon for this team, because now they're in the defensive position. They've got the Adam, they've got the stall, they've got flyers if they want it. Chopper Mag are going to have to put every single fight perfectly if they want to have the time bank to actually get through the map where it matters.
And that's what scares me too, because it's very difficult to try to get that point unlocked unless we see an insane dominating push and separating that back line and the front line that we've seen sometimes when it comes to these teams that do take over that payload rather quickly on this map. But then you have to consider the bans, right?
Yeah.
They don't have group. They They don't have Adam Warlock, and they do not have that Venom or that Mantis. So now that they're the ones on the attack, sure, we could see how they were able to be pretty strong at defense. The way that they were able to back away was fantastic to avoid Windows walls. But that's not going to be the case this time around when they're the ones on the attack.
Yeah, and I mean, Bobo on this Psylocke as well. Psylocke is really, really good, but where she struggles is the sustainability compositions of things like the Adam, the Invis, and the Jeff, because she just doesn't have the damage. Like, what you have to essentially do in these kinds of compositions is shoot the Vanguards, farm up your ultimate as many times as you possibly can, and then come through with the hit on the backline, as Cal is using the third-person POV to read Chopper Mag's composition and also make sure that no one from the attack flanks around the back of the point to prevent a different off-angle fight from going down when Envy's heads are turned in main.
Technically speaking, Bobo could get a little cheeky with it, right? But wants to play it safe here. Up with the rest of his team, gets up on that high ground while Zenz takes a roundabout position together with Pethic, who's on that Wolverine.
Because of the Groot.
Yep, 99 wood cutting. He is here to slay, but nice pushback to help out Window. But you can only get it so many times before it's on cooldown as he tries to slice before backing away. Beautiful survivability at the hands of Month, Nero, and Cal to keep Envy in the driver's seat, forcing Chopper Mag to back away.
Bobo's already 73% to the ultimate though. He's literally just been farming these Vanguards. Did get taken down earlier because of the good force physics coming on through from Month. And Envy are starting to actually get the heals necessary to build up Invis boundary to match the Psylocke's ultimate. However, Skittles could be the breaking point with the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, pushing the damages up past the Invis woman's parameters.
Pethic on the hunt. On the Wolverine now before jumping in to try to get the kidnap as he gets it successfully, but it is the push in from Month, who was ready. A lot of pressure on this player, and he has been ready every single time to protect Window. Invisible Boundary, though, called in a little early to try to protect him here as the Groot Hug comes out next, and Bobo getting blocked out without getting impact on that dance of Butterfly, but with the It's Jeff here, you have Nero being able to find that Wolverine as it's hasta la vista for Pethic, but two members are finding Envy.
They didn't get the It's Jeff onto Cal on the Adam though, which means that he's still got the self-res, and there comes the team res. Karmic Revival cast, Envy's players entirely refreshed. This time though, Chopper Mag don't have the ultimates to be able to take them down. The Eye of Agamotto above the doorframe managed to catch both the Groot and the Bucky, and Chopper Mag are starting to walk away with the fight. Zensari invades into the back corridor to make sure that the strategists don't get to regroup, and that's going to be Chopper Mag picking up first with 2 minutes almost to spare.
You have to imagine, from Kaluja's point of view, after activating that Meteor and looking up by the stairwell over to his right side, the rest of his team, separated by his own Groot wall, were getting Eye of Agamotto'd by Zenz and couldn't really help them out because he was still in the animation of the Meteor as a recontest portal comes out from Kaluj.
Envy want to take this fight inside Castle. Window is going to be there on the thing, but the Cosmic Ion Amplify from Chopper Mag, the last stand coming on through from Pethic. Envy tried to come on through with the Invis boundary, but that just means that the Invis woman's ultimate isn't going to be up when they need it for Dance with the Butterflies.
Bobo's harassing this backline now, and now Chopper Mag have so many ultimates, Moxie, and the most important thing, the space around this corner, the space that I personally have mentioned so many times with you too, how difficult it is to hold if you, the defensive side, could hold a much more forward position.
That's why Cal's going over to the Hela, because this linear line of sight is going to be able to punish Chopper Mag if they do decide to play aggressively around that corner, but you don't have targeting if you're a Psylocke in your Dance with the Butterflies, so they've been able to pass the spy check and pressure that the Hela would provide, and Chopper Mag continue the momentum push forward.
Continue forcing Envy back into the side room here inside the castle, and although they have 2 ultimates online, Window was one of the first to go alongside Nero because of that Dance of Butterfly, noting that they didn't have the survivability of the strategist ultimates to survive through that too, not expecting it as Window. He comes in, Eye of Agamotto though, the interruption before clobbering them, stopping Zenz and helping them out. Nero with the It's Jeff finds 2, but he needs some protection himself as he gets healed up to take away Chopper Mag's 2 members over to this left side.
Speedily reveals himself to Dance with the Butterflies, but the trades are coming on through in the favor of Chopper Mag. Envy spawns are going to be closer. However, and with the Goddess of Death holding court above the objective, that's going to stall out this fight. Kaluj might be able to finish it. Rock paper, scissors, rock beats everything in that matchup, apparently, according to Kaluj. And Meteoram finally buys Envy the stall that they needed. The action fades to a lull, and the Hela can now set up to pressure ChopperMag. But look at what ChopperMag are doing. Just like with Envy, Zansari goes for the Strange, not for a portal, but for the shield to cover the Hela's angle.
Good haul out here as Window also on that Captain America to help out the stall. Kalush had made that swap just earlier when we saw him on the Magneto. As now you see the Eye of Agamotto, they try to push him back. As they stop him, they interrupt him a second time around. But Pethic, he's got the reset, he's got the ultimate. As again and again, as I hear in my nightmares, he's found two. The follow-up, although Kalush finds Fidel, he's left all alone on this point to try to defend it in ChopperMag. They get the next checkpoint.
We go into third, and Envy's tournament lives, well, they hang in the balance. They need to find the win here against ChopperMag, and they're going to have 2 minutes 45 seconds to be able to do it. Cal's going to stay with the Hela. The magic pick potential is there. She at least beats the ultimate economy off of the pick potential in the neutral, but ChopperMag are feeling so good about this push right now. Psionic Seduction to be able to open up the space. Fidel so close to the invisible boundary as well. If Envy decide to overextend, the punishment is immediate. It all comes down to Cal hitting these connections, but he just doesn't have the line of sight because ChopperMag already understands.
Bobo's Psylocke is insane to match that against Speedery to shut him down another time, and even with the Freedom Charge to build the space that Envy needs to breathe, Bobo has not been stopped because now he's found the strategist. It's forced out now. Fidel looking on the inside to at least have the invisible boundary, but no pressure from the front line because he says he gets the Eye of Agamotto. He finds Month and Speedery. Even with Nero though, he's got the internal bond to at least keep this going, Moxie.
The Cosmic Count Amplifier is going to finish. The Goddess of Death still has an angle, but it means that Cal doesn't have the health reset, but it's done enough. Dance off the butterflies, but so too has Bobo. Una reverse got cast, and Envy cast out of the tournament. ChopperMag takes Central Park.
I'm listening to the players behind us. I'm letting it soak in, Moxie. I can't believe this. ChopperMag, a team that had to make the adjustments that they needed when Sal was unable to attend. One of their strategists, Fidel, from former Shroud X, now Intergalactic, is slotted in with the rest of this team. And look at this stat line. Duep going crazy with 18 final hits. Look at the survivability. Even on the other side, Envy, they tried so hard, Moxie, but I'm going to be real right now. I don't say it very often when I talk about another Psylocke from Bobo's hand.
Yep.
Always marking Speedery.
Bobo was just insane. I mean, everyone from ChopperMag, the adaptations that they had were so good. Like the Eye of Agamotto's, because Envy, they kept mixing things up. This was the Envy that we expected to see coming into this tournament. They were innovating. They were showing new compositions. They were adapting, hero swapping, giving all of these separate win conditions that we hadn't seen from them before, trying to just push ChopperMag into losing the evolution race. And ChopperMag kept up every single step of the way, then surpassed them. The Strange being able to come on through, putting pressure onto Envy with the Hela so that the line of sight from Cal was just not enough. We saw on the walk up to third, right? Cal is in position on the high ground. He's got the full pocket, he's got the Guardian Shield, he's looking for those opening eliminations. But by the time he tries to find any sort of angle, ChopperMag had already pushed themselves all the way under the stairs so that they didn't get picked by the Hela. The amount of eats coming on through from Bobo. You talked about his Psylocke, but the fact that he was able to come on through with the its jabs on point one as well goes to show the flexibility of this player. And you have to remember too, he is Chinese. He's coming on through with ChopperMag's team. His main language isn't even the one that the team normally speaks. That's why the loss of Salvation, that was the thing that I was concerned about, because when he plays with Salvation, he looks insane. He looks incredible. The two of them are in perfect sync. When it came to putting Fidel into this composition, not only are you putting him in with less time, less practice, less scrims, you're also putting him in with a duelist who's never played with him before, doesn't understand the specific timings that he wants to go for, and could potentially get punished if he tries to go for the same extensions that Salvation was able to help save. And they've just been able to perfectly synchronize.
And the language barrier is like the most insane thing to me too. The way that they were able to take that with, I mean, Envy losing out to Chopper Mag. Chopper Mag, by the way, has now taken out 2 insane teams today.
Yes.
They beat Rejects with crazy players, okay? And they've beaten Envy, another team that has experienced players, and a team that has dominated within the early stages of Stage 2 Americas. No more. And that was with the adaptation. Moxie, you really talked about just thinking ahead on the map picks in a best of 3, what they want to take away from Envy as we take a look at the standings, because in a best of 3, that's what matters here, as you can see.
And here it
Envy on
is.
the bottom.
Chopper Mag now finding themselves in the 3rd position, Envy stuck in the 5th. And I mean, no matter what happens, whether or not they manage to beat Virtus Pro, it's still going to be a very tough pill to swallow for Envy as they have to look back at this tournament. As we can indeed now confirm, Envy have indeed been knocked out of this tournament. Reject will be the ones that make it out of Group A. So we get to see, for the first time, an OCE team and an Asian team make it all the way through.
I love this development, the storylines that have evolved within Marvel Rivals Ignite in its infancy, Moxie. It's crazy. It honestly, looking at Envy and looking at their journey thus far, you can only imagine, you know, as these individual players are so talented, but things need a change out here, and they're dwelling on it now as we take a look at what they're walking away with, right? $25,000 split amongst the team. But all these teams that are still in the game right now, Moxie, who are vying to play on that big stage at DreamHack Atlanta, they're looking at that first place prize, $320,000.
I mean, Chopper Mag must be feeling so happy because, like, that was honestly a decision that the team made all the way back in mid-season. When they saw the performance put on by Nova, the team that originally both Robo and Salvation were on, they decided, okay, wait a minute, we can combine our teams and make a super team. They went into the OCE region with the Ignite stage and didn't drop a single map. And so many people said, is it going to be just them being good? Or is it that the fact that they did not have that same level of competition? Can they keep up when they come internationally? And yes, they absolutely can. Congratulations to Chopper Mag. We'll be back with the next match after this short break.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
Welcome back, everyone. The action's not done. Here we go with Group Stage A currently. We got Reject. We got Dark Zero coming to you shortly. I'm Vicky Kitty, and I'm joined with the one and only Matsy. And I know, Matsy, you're feeling pretty proud of your boys right now after seeing the action we just witnessed within our last series.
That's it. Couldn't be prouder of the Chopper Mag side there, earning their spot to push her through, and very excited to see what they can do later. But right now, we got another banger on its way through. We got Reject Dark Zero coming at ya into this one, and both of these teams, they've been fighting hard for their own respective regions as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even with Reject having a little bit of a rough start today, I mean, after seeing that performance from that previous team earlier on, they may not feel so bad about themselves, but now it's against a Titan that not many people were expecting to have the performance that they've had thus far, and it is Dark Zero. And every time, Matsy, that I see Dark Zero, they've been really ramping up, but then you take a look at Reject, you take a look at the adjustments they've made. These are amazing, talented players together on this team, but it's about finding that cohesion that they've had, and the adjustments were going against the grain. And what I mean by that is Piggy has had a performance on this Angela. It's been great, and considering since obviously our first map is Domination, I'm expecting to see it again, but also Gargoyle on that sidelock.
Oh yeah, Gargoyle has been stone cold in their play, and definitely eager to see that put on full display. If they can get some Psylocke through into the draft, that would be so sweet. But we'll see exactly what kind of heat they're going to be bringing in once they get deep into it. But we are going to be taking a look at none other than the heroes from the Americas. It's Dark Zero.
Gotta get into it. A little meme 6-7 out here, but you know, they get away with it only because of the performance thus far, and getting it to talk to Velocity a little bit, how they've been feeling themselves, how they've been enabling Smash, your controller duelist, by the way. It's been great, actually. Can we just talk about the fact that the controller players out here at this tournament have been really good skills? The controller strategists here, but focusing now on Dark Zero and talking to the rest of their team, they're really happy with the way that they've been able to make the adjustments, and then the flexibility on top of it all. The mind games, Matsy, it starts all in the pick and ban phase, and against a talented team like Reject, it's gonna make you wonder here, we're gonna let the Jeff get by, or we're gonna see target focus bans onto Korova that we've seen other teams try to lean into?
Oh, I reckon we could see a few target bans come through there. You know, they want to try and make those strengths into weaknesses. Obviously want to try and chop their way through a bit of those. But yeah, I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to play into some more of that It's Jeff action. I feel like that's going to be the top hero for the whole tournament, honestly. You know, we're just sailing the 7 seas.
You were talking about Psylocke too, right? And if you let the Psylocke get through, then imagine if you get the Protect on the Emma, right? So then you get the team up right there, or you can even bait it out when it comes to seeing a Protect on an Adam Warlock. Then it forces out the team to ban out on, you know, a Loki. You don't want to get the double res out into position. Then that on top of the Mantis is something else to consider. It's all going back and forth here as we're going into our next series. It's just crazy to see how this Group A has shifted towards the end of our group stages just because of how Reject really, they started off really strong, but it was that faltering between themselves and Chopper Mag going the distance here. Chopper Mag was able to take it 2-0, even when Reject was able to find those initial first fights within that first map specifically. It was Chopper Mag that got the better hand of them.
That's it, you know, it feels like Chopper Mag heading towards the last day of play today just managed to get a change of pace, a change of momentum, which caught Reject as well as Envy off guard there. You know, Reject, the pressure is on them into this one to really just sit back down, enter that Zen, you know, enable your inner Iron Fist, and then bring out that Living Chi into this matchup against Dark Zero, because this is where it counts, right? They really have to go even further beyond to get the results that they're after.
Get their cheaper town hall going on here. They start swinging it around though as Reject. They want to come back after getting 2-0'd earlier, and that's the case when it comes to these best of threes. I was talking a little bit about it with Cozy yesterday, and that's why him and I, we really like leaning into the best of fives because it showcases that consistency. But guess what? This is to perform on the big stage within Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals. And so far, looking at the way that things have shaped up and looking at which first maps we're going to be going on to, Matsy, it's going to be Celestial Husk. And you and I, we were looking at the stats here and looking at Reject alone in Celestial Husk thus far, at least in the Grand Finals, they're 1-1. but weren't so lucky within stage 2. They were 0-2, and then Dark Zero kind of in a similar boat, right? They're currently 2-4 within stage 2 on Celestial Husk, but at least they're getting a different environment because they were telling me they've been tired of getting Hell's Heaven. Well, guess what? They get a nice change of scenery as we move on to Celestial Husk.
That's it, finally broken out of Hell's Heaven there, and we're jumping straight into this one. The draft is underway. The first couple of bands will be Jeff and the Emma Frost. So, Reject are going to be chopping away that Jeff immediately from Dark Zero. Mantis going to be on the Protect though, so good to focus around that damage amplification there, and really eager to see how Reject will react to this one. So, got a little bit of time here.
Goes hand in hand with what we were talking about too, right, Matty? You were mentioning, the Psylocke and then having a team up if you have the Emma Frost available. Well, you won't have that because the Emma Frost is banned. But then the same thing with the Jeff, and now that Loki banned the Jeff being that target when it comes to trying to force Kurova maybe onto the Invisiwoman at times.
Oh, looks like they are going to be protecting the Jeff through for themselves though, so they're going to be able to take the C's in this one. But now going to be a ban, going to be seized by Dark Zero here. Looking to take it slow, steady. Might be looking to chop away the Mantis. So they're going to be exchanging strategists into this one.
I do think it's really interesting that they banned out the Loki because it was almost forced and it was an immediate decision. It looked like from Reject just because they saw that Protect on the Mantis, so they don't want that team up. But guess what? You let Kurova play Adam. Yeah, sure, you have 2 more bans, but that's just something else that you would have to use that up on when you have to consider the fact that they still, Dark Zero at least, will have that damage boost as they go in for that Venom ban after they saw the Protect over to that Jeff. And yeah, with that Adam Warlock ban there too, that's what I was wondering here as the Captain America is the next save to allow Marvel to pop off here on Reject.
Oh yeah, we've seen some of that assassination potential coming through from Marvel before, and it may yet happen again here on the Celestial Husk. But great to see that they're kind of chopping away through that Resurrection composition as well. No Adam and no Worries. Dark Zero, one of the same, wanting to minimize the mobility of the Vanguards there, and have taken away the Rocket. Okay, so they don't want to see the Seer come online, don't want to get the BRBs. It's all going to be a-okay as they're protecting the Bucky as well. So at least they're establishing a bit of a foundation as to how they want to approach this one. Obviously Bucky being one of those high priority duelists into this, but now one more going to be going in favor of a Reject, and which one will they deny?
To find out with that Bucky Protect here, man, you're going to have a damage boosted, speed boosted Bucky. That's a little scary to deal with here as it is the Venom to come out for that next ban. I mean, they weren't going to worry about the symbiotic shenanigans, but what they did have to worry about was that damage boost together with the Feast of the Abyss and the anti-heal. And when you don't really have a rocket to work with, it is important to know that Reject in their earlier series tried something different. They brought in their sub, Gnome, and it didn't work out for them even in that game 2, but they're giving Dolby another chance, which is why they want to help enable and build up that confidence, and they protected that Jeff as we get started with map number 1 in our next series here in Group A. It is Reject versus Dark Zero.
That's it, from zero to hero in this group. They are powering up and looking to lock it down here into the Celestial Husk as well. Both teams are going to be staring each other down, preparing for war, preparing to see which battlefield they will be facing each other off on. The first mission area going to be revealed shortly here, and excited to see exactly how they will play into it as we jump straight down now. Little team ups already going to be activated there. Great to see the Ultron coming through from Ryan Mazey onto this one. Obviously, some teams have been playing into that from time and time again, but for now, we're starting off on the Codex.
I like to see how, when you see these bands coming out onto Dark Zero, it's the fact that you see no Jeff, no Loki, so sorry Velocity, and then no Adam Warlock, but it's fine because Kurova being able to flex over onto that Rocket, and Ryan Mazing still really likes that Ultron despite the changes for 4.5 as we see an immediate turnaround with the portal play from Impunity. It was almost silent but deadly here, and they catch Finale forcing out that passive already early on, but he pops it right in front of him. At least he gets safe and sound to the rest of his team while Marvel tries to distract the backline of Dark Zero after their initial push.
Yeah, great to play around each other there. They can at least bring themselves back up with the Cocoon and to see if they can swoop ahead of this one, but no one else going down as yet. Just going to be throwing those jabs before they can go for something more significant there, but I can see those ults are charging up nice and quickly here. We could be getting enraged before we know it, but there could be more where that came from as Biggie does find a stray there. Velocity's gone down, and they're looking to catch a few more in their nest.
Obviously, we're not seeing the Angela out from Piggy, but it was the immediate turnaround, finding velocity instead, actually delaying that charge up. But with Rymazing being on the Ultron, he gets that ultimate still quickly. Smash with a follow-up up in the sky. That's what Dark Zero like to rely on when it comes to the Smash and Rymazing combo. Gargoyle does find Smash, but Korova still had that BRB, and with a Sia on top of it, it's the cherry on top, but it's going to be an elongated fight despite neither of these teams flipping the point as a choke slam comes in from Madara, and Izuyaki keeps Reject in this fight with the fate of both worlds.
Yeah, just going to be keeping them pumped up a little longer, and the seduction will come online from Madara right now. Stuck in the infinite, Tsukuyomi there, looking to see if they are going to be zoning them out with that one, and they will get plenty of picks in their favor. Marvel does find one back though onto Velocity, and that's good to take the Mantis out of play, but I mean, it's too little too late. They are going to be forced into the retreat there, so great for Dark Zero to take that initial mission area control.
Forgot every time you reload in this game, Dobby on that Jeff. It's a little squishy toy right there. It's Jeff online for Reject, and Finale with the swap, rather still sticking to that Adam Warlock, is looking to get that Karmic Revival Piggy Doe with that swap over to the Angela, and that was after Reject had utilized a few of these ultimates here in rotation. They want to try to enable Gargoyle. He'll disrupt the piece from Dark Zero because they have impunity with the Eye of Agamotto, and they will have sustainability with Rymazing eventually as a Legendary comes in next, and Smash up together with impunity right behind him here too. Piggy is trying to find Smash and isolate him, but point blank, good luck with that when it comes to the Galactic Legend.
What a great combination there, locking them in place so Smash can smash them apart. Just impressive stuff coming through from Dark Zero there. Reject's going to have to reconsider their approach onto this one. They do have its Jeff available, cracking the impact around the corner with a couple more as well. But they have to bide their time a little bit here, and they're already taking a bit of punishment on their way back to the mission area. But we'll see if the timing will work out, because if Finale can get that Karmic Revival up, they might be able to turn the tide to this next fight here.
Dark Zero nearing that 70% mark. Impunity getting stunned temporarily. It's going to be Marvel trying to harass the back line here at the same time. Dolby does have that. It's Jeff, and Marvel does successfully find Velocity. A little too late for the peel from Madara as he gets the choke slam after going into that diamond form. A nice freeze onto Smash is going to cost his life as Dark Zero down in numbers, but they still expended two of these strategist ultimates to at least stall if they get close enough to the point, but that's if they get close enough to the point. With Rymazing getting pressured out, they won't be able to, so that's two ultimates that they use for a losing fight.
Yeah, they burnt so much there, committing to building up as much percentage as possible, albeit they have secured 90, so that's putting them in good strides even still. But Reject, they didn't have to commit much to that at all. They have 5 ults online, only using the Kraken Impact there, so they're in good strides themselves heading into the rest of this one. I mean, Dark Zero, they have a bit of flexibility to build up a few more. There's 2 online right now, so things are okay, and if they can find a stray KO or 2, it could get even better. But no one is refusing to go down just yet. They are going to be sticking it out a while longer.
It's the presence of the positioning from Dark Zero with impunity looking at the high ground, and Reject just completely dropped down despite having the survivability. Piggy does not get saved. You saw that shield from the Emma Frost trying to isolate them as he gets taken out, though. Finale at least has that Karmic Revival. The Eye of what? Can't hear you, Piggy, as it gets interrupted by the It's Jeff at his own hands here. Unfortunate at the same time, while Smash up in the sky has that Galactic Legend. Yes, Finale pops the passive, and even with that Karmic Revival, it was a lot to work with Dark Zero having the damage output together with that Mantis ultimate that they had with the Soul Resurgence, and now Rymazing has an Ultron ultimate online here too, even with Gargoyle finding impunity.
Yeah, great to save that Kraken Impact for last there. They can keep themselves online to blast in. The Rage of Ultron going to be a good response as well. Good sedation, doesn't even matter. Gargoyle just going to be trailing it through, but does get shot down. So nicely done by Dark Zero there, taking the mission area control back, taking control of the fight, but maybe not for long. They're trying to force them away from the portal. They're still stalling the point though. Sia online, and it's getting so close, yet so far. It ain't over until it's over. Nicely done by Dark Zero. They decode the Codex.
Oh, the Emma Frost body block too as well. The fast don't lie here, as now Dark Zero, they put themselves up in front after taking that first round. But I like the recontention from Reject, but was it worth it? I mean, yes, we saw Gargoyle being able to find these picks with the reset opportunity, but now that you've used it at the very end of that first round, he's making a swap. Same thing with Piggy, actually, even with when he was close to that ultimate, just rather would reset, go back over to the Angela.
30 seconds before you
Yeah, reset, repeat, and look to see if they can keep themselves on their feet. But what we see right now is Gargoyle is bringing out the Psylocke here, so very eager to see the dancers come through. Piggy on the Angela as well. The environmental KO potential is just going to be tremendous there. So eager to see how Dark Zero will fare into this one. Obviously, Reject, adapting, trying to find the right solution to this equation here. But Dark Zero, they're unfazed. They're looking to be confident as ever as we push into the next unlock.
We have a quick little pause here, keeping everybody on the edge of their seats, making sure everybody is locked and ready to go for our second round. As you mentioned, Dark Zero, we saw Grove, I believe, was still on that rocket, but even with the C at the very end, making some swap ups here too. Then you're contesting that of the Adam Warlock. You shut down the win condition, which is that Karmic Revival, and you kind of put a burst to their plans and trying to not only keep the stall going on in the point, but when you have so much progress, if you're looking at Dark Zero at 90%, it's that one fight takeover. You expect a Doctor Strange portal, and then you can't get through it because Madara's too busy blocking you in that Emma Frost, whether it be in the Diamond form or just waiting for you to get a choke slam here. As we take a look at some of the round one highlights here, well, we also get set up, everybody, but it was the buggy resets from Gargoyle to the very end of it. He found some cheeky picks, and it's crucial, right? Because you're looking at two flyers. What better way to try to harass them than with Gargoyle? The only difference is, though, Matsy, they don't have a Mantis. It was banned out, and they don't have the damage boost that Dark Zero gets to capitalize off of from Velocity being on the Mantis. You're looking at Smash. You're looking at Ryan Mazing getting enabled on that attack damage boost.
Oh yeah, they managed to enable quite a few bits of greatness there, didn't they? And I was really impressed to see how they managed to keep themselves composed. You know, that's just the power of the Vanguards towards the end there, isn't it? Just denying them entry through the portal, just shutting them out piece by piece there. Love to see it. But eager to see how the adaptation works out into the second round here. You know, I love to see Angela's come into play. It's great that we've seen a lot more confidence come out of players. You know, they've expanded their hero pools, being able to play into that one here, into the grand finals. And there's going to be more where that came from. Heaven's Retribution has no end.
You know, when I was watching the Asia region, I was taking my notes here too. I was noting Piggy is one of the frontliners when it comes to rocking that Angela. Has no issue, even with Angela coming out, even before the changes, on trying to utilize that hero. Yes, we usually see it on Hell's Heaven when it comes to Soldier's Factory, but even seeing it on Celestial Husk, you could get a lot of outcome when you're forced to displace the enemy opposition in their high ground position, and you could probably get those environmental KOs if they're close enough to the ledge, or if you want to get cheeky with it, try to help out your own Jeff, if you have a Jeff go through, in trying to get a follow-up in case they try to focus him. As we get excited to look at what is in store for us, everybody, as we take a look at what is here. Marvel Rivals, we're getting started to see what also the legendary skins as well as the events that are happening, Matsy.
Oh yeah, we got great events online here. You can unlock so many different stickers, so many different units there. It's just great to see. You know, you get the profile banners as well. Big shout out to Blade Knight. That is going to be so impressive with the joining of Marvel Zombies into Marvel Rivals here. You just love to see it, don't you? Obviously, everything online from October 23rd, and we're running it all the way through here. But we got more where that came from.
I believe, by the way, this Penny Parker skin is so nice, Dia de los Muertos version, but I also feel like it's like the first legendary skin we get of Penny Parker too. Lots of love to this hero, Matsy.
Oh yeah, couldn't agree more. It's a shame we haven't seen much Penny into this tournament. I wish we saw more Penny here, because, you know, we're getting great costumes just like this one, and there's many more where that came from, but always got to have a lot of love for the creativity coming through, you know, obviously adding the different visual effects there, the sounds, all incredible into the Spider Sweep here.
Into the season 2, I love the music as well. Personally, for me, I'm a very like sound effects type of individual when it comes to reacting, and you feel way more stronger when you get to jam out like Penny does in her MVP skin to celebrate a victory.
Oh yeah, well-earned MVP there, and taking a look at the Blade Knight as well. Great stuff for coming out there, but we're going to be getting that all unlocked to make sure you get your play through, and I don't know, I'm going to be hitting up some rounds when I can.
Oh yeah, absolutely, especially with that Blade skin. It looks absolutely nice there too, guys. It's going to be great to see, but thank you so much for your patience. Don't go anywhere. We're going to make sure everything is settled here right behind us. We got round number 2 coming to you on the other side of this break. I hope we didn't keep you guys waiting too long here. We're jumping right into the action once again. It is round 2 in favor, though, for Dark Zero after they took the first round here on Celestial Husmasty.
That's it. They are looking to see if they can lock down the second one, take map 1 here. But we're back into the action. Piggy is already going hunting. Poor Smash, forced to fall away there. Great to see Finale's brought out the Hella, though. Looking to change things up with the Goddess of Death. Definitely can get a bit of impact from it, albeit not able to play so much in the team-ups, but they've still got a bit of impact that you see. They've found Amazing, traded out, and are looking for more as Reject are pulling ahead with players for the moment.
And that means that Reject are acknowledging that Smash and Amazing are a problem. And of course, with that damage boost from Velocity, as Velocity in the very last pixel to prevent the turnover on the point, they have the ultimate online with the Soul Resurgence and Madara together hand in hand. Even with Impunity getting frozen, they hold it down and they are able to allow Dark Zero to get this point first.
That they will, using the Galactic Legend to pump up the damage in the end there. Fate of Both Worlds gets them through it. Heaven's Retribution coming down though. Piggy catching Velocity with that one, looking to hunt down all the strategists there. Swallow coming through onto their own teammate. They don't mind. They're going to be looking to get the back line there. So great to see Adobe going to do what they can. Freedom Charge online with the Dance of the Butterfly. Goddess of Death as well. So many aggressive ultimates coming through from Reject here. They're trying to steal this one back with confidence. They might just get it if Smash goes down. Finally, they will with the finale.
And they didn't let the strategists of Dark Zero breathe. Literally, if it's not the itch depth that they're worried about, then you have to imagine with the Heaven's Retribution on top of it all, and that's what you have to do with Finale, finding another shot onto Velocity. Reject, they flip this point, and not too much progress for Dark Zero nearing that 40% mark.
Yeah, great conversion there. You know, they didn't let it run too long, much like the first round there. They're able to get their hands on it a little quicker. But Dark Zero are getting pretty close to a couple of strategist ultimates here as well, so they might be able to flip it straight back if they get the combination there with the Rage of Ultron into the CR. But Freedom Charge going to allow Reject to push ahead onto this one with a bit more confidence. They're trying to target down Amazing, trying to target down these strategists here. Rage of Ultron coming online does allow them to stay online a bit longer, really forcing the retreat here back to the mission area for Reject. And now we'll see how they go, getting a bit more up close and personal here.
Oh my goodness, these shots from Finale needs to get contested. Okay, that was smart. Impunity recognizing the situation, but remember with some Hella buffs, you have a little bit more survivability and a nice health back right behind you before he finds the headshot. But it's not going to be enough when the rest of your team has fallen like a pair of dominoes, and now currently Dark Zero gets to reclaim the point.
Back on top, and I'll look at to see if they can take the lead here. Closer and closer to it by the second. So, Reject trying to see if they can scope things out. It's great that Impunity's playing the forward aggressive angle, being the scout for their team right now, so then they can position themselves accordingly. They do have Dance of the Butterfly available for Gargoyle now, which could be a great way to open the account here, force the Soul Resurgence perhaps, but they're just looking to sit on it for the moment and speak too soon. There you go, force straight into it, trying to see if they can convert some KOs out of this one. It's Jeff coming out from Dobie as well, good timing, catches the rocket there, trying to see if they can swim away. And they will just go for the skies.
Oh, now you see me, now you don't. And you see Mono trying to protect his own teammate here. And while he's so fixated, you see the reason from Finale as he lands these shots to find Korova. Dark Zero are no more. And Reject, it's a flip-flop of the point that we see between these two teams.
Yeah, just such a seesaw of a game in this one. Going one way, going the other. And now only going to have the Fate of Both Worlds and Rage of Ultron online for Dark Zero there. So, to see whose strategist ultimate might find the most impact if they activate sooner rather than later. But at least for now, Dark Zero have a slight flexibility in the sense they're still on top of the percentage there, but Reject, they're trying to claim more than just that. Velocity's already down, back with the BRB, thankful for that, but they're getting closer and closer by the second.
Nice split of attention here from Impunity, doing exactly what Captain America does best. It's either harassing you like a bug or try to split your attention in trying to backcap the point. Amazing with the Ultron Rage though. Finale has not allowed Amazing to set up. He needs to swap at this point here too, you have to imagine, because then you can boost at least into your ultimates if you lose out on this round. Going into round number 3 as Reject now. They're going to be able to use a Freedom Charge. Gargoyle is the next to fall though. It is at the hands of Madara, and with the Sia, it does get destroyed almost immediately. Overtime ticking away though as Reject still have control over the point, but in terms of number advantage, Dark Zero are slowly making their way to evict Reject off.
They will be looking to evict Madara from the point there. Now we're charging ahead. And Marvel, big sedation coming through from Velocity there. And they got the Soul Resurgence as well. Perfect timing on that. Heaven's Retribution in response with its Jeff. And they will be able to zone out Finale there. So great stuff coming through from Dark Zero. Dobie forcing Velocity so far away. The portals come up though, and no one's gone down.
That was a crazy eat though from Dobie because that was while Velocity was in the middle of the Soul Resurgence, wasting time away as they go back and forth. Impunity finding Izayaki, the Galactic Legend though, needs to go crazy, and at least it clears up the space to allow Impunity to follow up. Piggy is the next to go out, and Dark Zero are nearing 90%. Amazing, maybe didn't even have to swap. Even Finale is popping up. He finds Madara next, but it's still Dark Zero having 4 members with Velocity coming back now on the Luna Snow.
Do the best they can here. They do have Goddess of Death online, but they might not get the chance to activate it. Ooh, they are going for it, trying to shut down the Seer there as soon as possible. Great timing from that. It pumps up a lot of damage. So trading old Seer and trading blows. Smash so low so far. Does manage to slip away. Finale not so lucky into the range of Ultron there. Amazing, good for it, but it's going to be the Freedom Charge to keep them online for Reject here. Slow and steady. Might yet win the race. Amazing's down though. Reject clearing space and looking to see if they can get more. But Amazing is back, it's Jeff, and here we come.
And Impunity too, the MVP and taking care of Finale, who makes a swap, by the way, over to the Star-Lord, but with the It's Jeff, Jovi really likes taking him up on the high ground, spitting out that strategist here. Velocity close to that fate of both worlds, but with Izayaki getting taken out, that is the biggest piece that Dark Zero needed to focus on. Now they don't have that survivability unless the stall keeps going, but Velocity does instead. They still lost out on Korova, and with Gargoyle getting that pick, the dance of the butterfly here allows Izayaki to move in and keep this fight going.
And they trade the dances there. Velocity's down, looking to see if they can bounce through onto a few more players here. No one else will bowl just yet, but the OT timer is so close. Galactic Legend, though, could be the final answer. Finale's down, looking to push around the mission area. They're trying desperately to stop him, and they might just get it. Range of Ultron online from Amazing here. They are pumping up the damage numbers. It's all going incredible for Dark Zero right now, but Reject refused to fall.
Dude, how long has this overtime been going down? Somebody time it for Matzy and I as Dolby gets another It's Jeff. This has to be the third one as he goes all the way to the high ground. He at least takes his own Angelo, but it's a nice little delay for now. Looking down after Gargoyle gets that one pick, it's a repositioning opportunity to enable his team. Dark Zero losing out on Korova, though, is big because they do not have that Sia. And Gargoyle now finding Amazing from the skies. Dark Zero don't really have that sustainability. Velocity doesn't have the fate of both worlds, and Gargoyle is about to get another dance of butterfly.
Oh my goodness, a battle of endurance, and it finally converts in favor of Reject. Can you believe it? Oh my goodness. What a way to end the overtime there, but there's still more to come, Vicky.
They got me on the edge. I mean, I don't want to see really, but on the edge of my apple box, I guess. Looks deceiving right now. I'm not this tall. I wish I was Metzi, but it's
you're
the
6
way.
foot.
Yeah. I totally am. I'm totally 6 foot.
Yeah.
That's why I was like right there at the same height as Cozy. You know,
Yeah.
taller than Dogman, but. I mean, taller than at least that middle console and a Celestial Husk right there is Dolby on the It's Jeff. And the way that we are seeing this fight, how long has it been? We've seen like, what, 3 different ultimate rotations between both of these teams is actually insane. So far, I'm being told that that overtime has lasted 2 total minutes of a fight going back and forth. If anything, 2 minutes is like 9 seconds, but if anything, Matzy, that should dictate to everybody watching the series at home that we have a banger in store for us between both these teams. I mean, between the seesaw, even in round number 1 and now going into round number 2, we're jumping right into the action. We saw the flip in favor for Reject, but now the overtime has reset and is taking away. Can Dark Zero make it back on time? They're trying to call it Korova. He cannot get to the points. You see Marvel harassing him, and we are going to a round 3.
Oh my days. Really great work coming through from Reject here. They managed to make it pay off in the end there. So, the vault is closed, and now we open the Celestial Hand. Will they be able to take the high ground nice and quickly? Will Dark Zero be able to flip things back into their favor? as they're opting in for a bit of Asgardian combat this time, bringing out the Thor for Madara. I see you looking to change your pace onto this one. Will the God of Thunder be the answer that they need here, though?
All right, Madara, what are you cooking up? What are you cooking up? We've seen the ammo pop off. We've seen the Doctor Strange before in the past. We've even seen the Groot. All right, you got me. Now we can see the swap up over. But I do like this change up, at least from Amazing, because Finale, they made the mid-game readaptation, right? They went over to the Hela. They harassed Amazing. They harassed Smash. Both flyers that like to stick hand in hand with one another, completely dismantled the comp that they wanted to utilize in the pick and ban phase. Now we're Amazing. We've seen the Daredevil before, Matsy. We have to see if it works out for them, because in terms of ult economy, Impunity has a survivability with a Freedom Charge, but Reject have 3 ultimates going into this first fight.
And Heaven's Retribution already online into the Agamotto.
Oh.
Gonna have the Freedom Charge though to keep him up, but not gonna keep him up long enough. Velocity gets bound through it there. So great impactful KO. Traded out onto Izayaki here, and the mission area is now unlocked. We're going to see if they can lock down percentage with the Dance of the Butterfly. Invisible Boundary, you're going to at least allow them to sustain through it though, and Finale will go down. So great KO from Kurova. Velocity going hunting as well with their team, and Dark Zero are powering ahead. It's Dev, could be the answer, but not going to be able to catch much from it as yet. Oh, here we go.
We try to get out from Smash, has to back him up. The Galactic Legend, can he stop him here? He has to force him to just back away here. He doesn't want to divert his attention and waste the Galactic Legend if he can, unfortunately. But you saw that he was trying to back away, while Adobe's been so cheeky with these It's Just. Velocity takes Izayaki to a dance-off here, as they were both utilizing that Fate of Both Worlds earlier on Velocity second, and now Dark Zero, they've lost out on Smash, they've lost out on Amazing, not enough DPS output, and now it's back to the drawing board with Reject. With neither of these teams flipping the point yet, will be able to at least get it the first time.
Yeah, looking to bide their time and time again here. Great to get the delayed KOs as well. They can stagger out a bit of percentage here, build up to 20, 30%, nice and comfortably here. Dark Zero not getting any ultimates online either, so they have to hesitate before going for a bit of frontal presence here. At least once they have that boundary online, things might be a bit easier. You know, Freedom Charge right around the corner, things are looking good, but I mean, Reject, they can stall things out longer with the Heaven's Retribution as well. Lock them in place for a sec there. We'll see how it goes though, as they're getting closer to this one.
They can also stall with Finale making the change up to the Adam Warlock. Born again, we go again, as Dark Zero having Kurova and that Invisible Woman. That Invisible Boundary is going to be important. Heaven's Retribution here. It's going to force Kurova to try to keep the team alive, as the isolation on Sarai Amazing is saved up with that healing output. Madara calling out Izayaki even bigger, but thanks to Finale being on the Adam Warlock, he brings Izayaki right back, which is huge because they'll have the Fate of Both Worlds to keep this stall. They've neared already 50+% on this point, and Dobie's back again with another It's Jeff.
That's it, getting a nice drive-by through onto that one, and going to see if they can keep their team up as well. Galactic Legend online, forces the Fate of Both Worlds there, so at least they can keep their team sustained through this. Eternal Bond coming out from Velocity though, could allow them to empower themselves now. Got the Kraken Impact, denying the Psionic Seduction too. That is huge from them, right? Amazing though, doesn't even care. The Kraken Impacts are finding their mark, they're sparking ahead. Izayaki in deep trouble. They get the quad KO, looking to catch the Penta as well. There it is, right? Amazing is fired up, and they rip and tear onto a Hexa, and they're beyond. They are unstoppable.
Bucky Barnes. Oh my goodness, Amazing does it again. You get the resets. And you know, somewhere Iron Man is seething, wondering, all right, I wonder if that's what my parents saw last time before the very end. But that's what Reject saw before they came right back around. Kurova's alive with the Invisible Boundary, despite Amazing going down right beforehand, and the Freedom Charge. But it's even crazier looking at Reject with their 91 percentile mark on this point, and Dark Zero had finally just flipped it after their dominating performance in that first round.
Incredible stuff coming through there. Gargoyle does have the Agamotto popping through, locking him in place. Reject cleaning house right now. This is the conversion they needed. Impunity's down, everybody's down. They need a portal, otherwise this is going to be done and dusted here. Madara, the pressure's on to come back. Oh, but Toby, it's Jeff, locks it in. Reject, take it away.
He stops the Doctor Strange portal. I was just thinking, scratching my head, oh, the Drijo Jeff play. The Drijo Jeff play. Nope, that's the Dolby Jeff play. He shuts down Dark Zero, but what an amazing masterclass of a first map between these two teams. This is what we sign up for, Matsy, when we get to witness our international teams compete in LAN.
Absolutely agree there. Amazing stuff coming through from Reject. They managed to convert things into their favor, complete portal denial, and taking map 1 in style. That is just insane coming through from them. And Dark Zero, they gotta be heated after that one.
Dude, Dolby is a menace. 16,000 damage, by the way, with the Jeff. And remember, we're talking about when you focus down on Korova and you try to get these target bans. Yeah, we saw Korova originally on the Rocket. That's why you see a bit of that lackluster damage. But it's not like Invisiwoman does a lot of damage herself there. Struggling a little bit. And then looking on the other side, Gargoyle popping off. Even off of the Bucky and making some swap-ups. Biggie too, being on that Angela. But Reject had no issue making these changes, whether it be from the Adam Warlock midway through. Dolby trying to have more of these impactful picks. Finale onto the Hela to deal with the Flyers that were a problem.
There was just so much potential, you know. It was great to see Finale get a lot of impact there. Smash one in the same, really able to do a lot of work here. Finale once again. I was really impressed how they managed to deal with the Seer using the Goddess of Death there, but right, amazing. They made that Ultron count. Finale with the Eye of Agamotto as well. So many players locked in place at the perfect times there. And Marvel, once again, on the masterclass with that cap. Just able to have so much mobility, keeping things interesting for their team over and over again. Speaking of again, right, amazing. Onwards to the Hexa and there beyond. That was just insane stuff. When you see Bucky, you know things are going to get yucky for the enemy team.
Always makes me feel a little yucky here. I'm not gonna lie, character needs to get nerfed to the ground now. I'm honestly just seeing the performance so far from Bucky is still really strong. But I will have to highlight Dark Zero in their history with domination. Doesn't look the best, I'll be real. I think it's like 5 to 7, I believe, within stage 2 thus far. And you look at Reject, and you currently see the way that they've been able to perform. Having to see what our next map is gonna be, Matsy.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at what the next one's going to be. It's going to be Central Park coming at ya. I feel like this is going to be the map of the Grand Finals. Honestly, everybody loves to go to the park, you know? I don't blame them. We've got a lot of potential on that one. I love to see those triple compositions come out here to stall out the early point, you know?
And if you continuously in this pick and ban phase focus down on trying to handicap the strategists of Dark Zero, even though they have actually a pretty good win record on this map specifically. When it comes to Central Park, they're like 4-2 within stage 2. And seeing how they've been able to make the adjustments, at least within this group stage thus far, now seeing how they're going to be able to try to take over on the advantage since this is the map that they pick, and wondering what side they want to start on. If they want to also do the same thing, do they want to ban out the Vanguards or do they want to bait something out in the pick and ban phase?
Ooh, playing a bit of game of cat and mouse, you know. I think at this stage of the tournament, definitely would have put it past them, you know. I think it's going to be fun to see exactly how they approach the draft here, as they have a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and we're going to heave our way into it. Let the bands begin.
Emma, save the Emma. They're probably both going to ban Emma. Emma's so good on this map. Emma's just good in... All right. Yeah. Okay. We see it come out. Muxie and I were just talking about this, too, after we just witnessed Central Park beforehand. All right, seeing the Protect now over onto the Mantis. I mean, it's, again, very similar case here with Dark Zero. They wanted to enable the Flyers. Another map that's actually not bad for the Flyers either, especially once you get that payload rolling.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. Loki going to be the next one banned by Reject here. And what's the next protect for them? Will they be protecting the Jeff or something else? It's going to be Mantis. Prioritized on both sides here. Considering it's been let through, they're going to be able to take advantage of that damage amplification there. But Dark Zero now looking to steer it away from the Loki as well. So mirror match of the ban so far, but now is the point where we might see a little difference.
Because you know who else is really strong on here? If you let that Mantis get through with the double protect, that's why you don't want the Loki. But Groot is also such a good Vanguard here on Central Park, especially when it comes to trying to isolate a lot of the positioning of where the defensive side is going to be from the side rooms with these Groot walls. As we see the next ban, it's going to be the Jeff, and I like this. And I love on the other side, we see the Venom ban too. Because although you get the ban, that also means here, do you want to ban out the Jeff if you are a Reject onto Dark Zero? Something that we've seen Korova rock out with before, as we see what their next safety pick is going to be, and it's going to be the Bucky.
Yeah, no surprises there. Bucky going to be locking its way through, and what will be locked away? Dark Zero maybe looking to steal away the Atom. Definitely a key one. You know, we saw a lot of resurrection potential into that last map there, and now it's going to be denied, but at the door. But what will be supplied is their own Atom, so they can take advantage of the Karmic Revival into this one to keep those fights alive a little bit longer. But Reject, they got one more to chop away.
I really like the flexibility that Dark Zero's noting about Reject, whether it be Finale with that Atom. We've seen Finale roll out with the Namor, the Star-Lord before too, and then Toby being a menace. It's the Hella ban. I like this. You can't allow them to get any baiting done because that's something that Dark Zero, even in their own interviews, have mentioned that they like to do. And the fact that they know that Ryan Mazey's got a Namor, you don't want to get that team up together with the Hella. No undead squids here for them to utilize.
Yeah, not this time. Not going to be able to play into the deep wrath whatsoever there. So, looking to see which way they will approach this one. All right, amazing. Maybe looking to jump out with the Bucky this time around. So, see exactly which way they want to go with it. I think things could look a little bit interesting once they prepare themselves. But curious to see how either side approaches this, whether Reject jump into the triple, play with the Angela there, maybe the Cap, or whether they want to play with something else entirely here. You know, you talked about the Groot having a lot of potential into this one, and definitely have seen a decent amount of focus there. And there you go, Marble going to be jumping out on the Groot. We got Strange and Magneto for them as well, so they are playing triple, at least on the defense. And Dark Zero looking to play with the Strange and the Cap themselves here. See if they can get a bit of mobility whilst they have the Strange shield up front. These are looking good.
But they let the Atom Warlock go through for Dark Zero. Okay, this is going to be a test for Korova too, to see if he could make the Atom magic happen, because if there's anyone that could do it, it's Korova and Atom Warlock. A Smash also is able to get away with the Jeff. The only thing that Dark Zero does not have is that symbiotic shenanigans with the Venom 2. As you see the portal place to immediately jump onto the high ground. I love that portal position because it also blocks out some of the incoming damage to get out of the line of sight of where Reject is currently positioned on the low ground, and noting that there would be split, expecting Dark Zero before they take a roundabout position up back to the choke.
Yeah, great to establish themselves on the high ground there, zoning out the damage, as you said, and looking to see if they can get themselves in position. Good sedate on the Finale there, trying to see if they can catch them off guard, but the healing's just too much. Impunity caught uncomfortable there, wants to fall back. Reject doing a great job to stall them out, but it's just battles in the halls right now, and Marble has found the first. Smash is bursted away. Looking to see if they can find anyone else as well. They will. Right, amazing down, and slowly but surely they are crumbling. They've realized the fight is over, and they're looking to reset here.
Korova seeing that Velocity had jumped off, that's kind of a GG right there. Now this is actually a big stagger that they did not want, so it's going to be a reset, not using that passive here too. But the game plan was stopped by Reject. It was a big first pick, honestly, onto the Jeff to allow them to get that. And now Smash made the swap over to the Wolverine. I do like this instead, because when you see Marvel being a problem on the Groot, what better way to try to counter that than going over into that Wolverine counter pick?
Oh, they've actually changed their mind, though.
Okay.
Prison coming out from Marble here, trying to lock them in place, clear some space for the walls as well.
Nice.
Good sedate to stall them for a second here, but Reject, they're just going to plant themselves onto the mission area for now. Impunity looking to force up front, deny the line of sight. This is good for them. They can deny that healing potential, really isolate the Vanguards here, but all the meanwhile, they're taking a ton of damage as well, so no one able to pull ahead just yet until now. Velocity caught off guard. Karmic Revival brings them straight back, though. They have the Eternal Bond they can rely upon here. Agamotto comes out, Impunity stuck in place, but they might just be coming right back.
Yeah, yep, exactly, just like that. And that's about the timing on Korova and that Karmic Revival. All that hard work, all those picks gone to waste here from Reject, but they at least are conserving these ultimates, which is even bigger. Looking at Impunity, trying to isolate Reject from the backline. He's got the Groot hug ready to go, but same thing from Marvel, who fell so low. He stays alive thanks to that Sea of All Velocity. He cannot utilize the Eternal Bond. They catch him, the Meteor M, now the stun, together with the Eye of Agamotto and the Groot hug. Dark Zero and their Vanguards are keeping them in a CC stun as Reject and Izayaki keeps him alive in the invisible boundary.
Great timing on that one as well. So it does allow Finale a little bit more time to get back to the mission area here whilst their teammates hold things down. But all the meanwhile, Dark Zero have taken a tick onto the point there. And are looking to see if they get more. Agamotto coming through from Gargoyle here. Does lock down some of the strategists. See you later, Velocity once again. Looking to target down Smash there. Comic Revival will bring them back though. So they can afford to go a bit more ballsy into this one. Cracking Impact coming out. Marvel is down. And they're looking to see if they can farm things up once again. Piggy in trouble. And they will fall.
And that was with Kurova getting another Karmic Revival for another engage. And that was with them being at the number disadvantage originally with the Eye of Agamotto from Gargoyle's hands, auto-focusing on that solo ult onto Velocity. It's great to have all members back onto the point with Dark Zero getting that payload moving finally.
Nicely done. They only had about 30 seconds left there, so key timing for them. Always having a tough time on that first mission area there, but luckily they convert it through into the convoy section. Ratatoska is on the move here, but speaking of on the move, those ults are going to be on the move already. Marvel's up high, ready for the Strangling Prison if the timing's right.
Oh, they have everything. The Finale's the first one to get called up because Impunity was waiting for them on the other mouth of that portal together. And look at these Groot walls. We're just playing Tetris at this point now as Piggy's the next one to fall. And that was with Reject. They had so much, at least they conserved that Groot Hug as well as Izuyaki and that invisible boundary, but they still used the Sia and Piggy going down too.
Yeah, great way to power through them, power ahead. Reject at least managed to keep control of some of their ultimates there, not utilizing the Strangling Prison. Pretty close to the Soul Resurgence now as well, but Dark Zero are not allowing them to exit through into the choke point there. Will eventually be able to escape. Madara so cheeky up high. Ready for the Agamotto. Cracking Impact. Soul Resurgence comes online though. Boundary as well. So they're forcing the strategist ultimates here. Right, Amazing gets one as well. But Madara's been caught into the Strangling Prison. Everything is happening here. And it's favoring Reject right now. Kurova, this could be everything for them. But they aren't able to get their ultimate in time. They do have it now. Will they be able to pop it off? No! Complete denial!
Yeah, it's not even worth it at this point with Amazing also just coming back. Man, Dark Zero, they put everything onto that wombo combo actually connecting, but with Izuyaki having that invisible boundary, it was even better. They denied the Bucky reset. They denied their follow-up within the Eye of Agamotto here, Matsy. And now Reject, they really only had to use that invisible boundary. Now Finale coming in with that Mantis ultimate shortly though, and it's going to be rotating around Dobby, having that Sia too.
Could be a key here. They do have the Meteor they can rely upon as well now if things get a bit scary already. Looking to pop that one. See, they get two! Nicely done! Double strategist! See you later! Kurova brings out the Karmic Revival though, so everybody's back online, but the Kraken Impact is looking to send them straight back, but that ultimate's still running its course. Marta is back in action here, and they do stall out the time, and there you go! It's Jeff into the Strangling Prison there. Velocity trying to get a catch of the day here. See if they can send them away. They will be annihilated by Dobby. And the Sia is keeping Reject powered up. Strangling Prison, they are being sent away.
And that's when Dark Zero wanted to use this Adam Warlock to counter these Bucky reset opportunities from Gargoyle. And look what it's done with Gargoyle finding each head of DZ. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You got less than 3 seconds on the clock as they portal in and they force it into overtime. They have the survivability. They have Ryan Amazing. And together with that boost, now they're going to be able to get put into position. But Finale finding Kurova after he doesn't have the passive is even bigger.
This is so big. If Madara can stay online long enough, they might be able to get the Eternal Bond here, but it could be too little too late. They're already losing Smash. Amazing's down. Madara, the pressure's on you. No. They're out of here. All they have to rely upon is Kurova, but the Kraken Impact will seal the deal here. So, complete denial from Reject. They hold it up and hold it strong.
Marvel building up the House of Groot walls too. Every angle you looked in the camera, all you see are Groot walls, and then Gargoyle just being a scary face to meet early on within the week of Halloween. Not the scare that Dark Zero want to deal with instead, but they got held right before that first checkpoint, Matsy.
That they did. That is a tough place to try and hold off until, you know, they've managed to not clear as much space as they would like here. The big pressure is going to be onto that first mission area. You know, stall out as much as time as you possibly can here. Otherwise, it could all crumble before our eyes.
It was just so major that they found that Cloak and Dagger when Cloak was at, what, like 93, 95% on that Eternal Bond. I mean, even with Gargoyle getting these resets, yes, you said goodbye to like 2 other members, but it's that stall potential if you have the chance to allow Korova to come back.
Penny! They brought out the penny! Nah. We're not falling for that. They're getting the shields in spawn.
Yeah.
They're getting the shields in spawn.
Can't get me all hyped like that.
Yeah. We aren't going to see that new costume.
Right,
not
yet. Yeah, not yet, but I was also thinking, yeah, what are the lineups here? I'm always acting suspicious. You never know what to expect here when it comes to our pros and what we've witnessed within Marvel Rivals Ignite. As we take a quick look at the scoreboard, just look at the difference alone. Gargoyle with 10 final hits. The damage, even with Smash trying their best, 4 final hits, you have 15k damage on the board. But the vanguards between Piggy and Marvel, and they have access to the Venom. It's going to be Denling here, as you can already see. Piggy is all the way right behind Dark Zero, by the way.
They're on a mission right now, and they are looking to go hunting, focused on the strategists right now, and they've been sedated, so good timing on that. Might be isolated, but no, Finale gets the opening blow on the Smash there. Looking to see if they can fall back as well. The healing is keeping them online, and now they look to go back in the fight over and over again here, pumping up the damage numbers for their team. Looking to steam past, but Dark Zero doing a good job so far to hold off. Finale's down, and they might find more around the corner, but the BRB brings them straight back.
Brings the Devil right back around. Law and order here as Korova finds Piggy. Big pick here too, considering Piggy was harassing that backline. Nice peel at the hands of Smash. Grapple in and finding that headshot onto Marvel. Now this also boosts into the strategist ultimates as they try to cycle through them appropriately between Rymazing and Velocity. Look for that Soul Resurgence, and they force Reject back. They at least get the first checkpoint, but they don't let it get it fully all the way with a huge time bank.
Yeah, plenty more time to play with here, and they've at least got the first tick on the mission area, so they don't have to work as hard here. They might be looking to wait for all ultimates to be online, but that could be coming sooner than they think, as they are looking to sink down. Feast of the Abyss coming on now. Gonna have the Soul Resurgence in response. Immediate denial for the Dance of the Butterfly. Good trade on the Finale there, but it is gonna be the Karmic Revival looking to power ahead for Dark Zero here. Izayaki not going to get so much rage, but now Heaven's falling down, and Agamotto looks to take him to town.
But you used everything to survive through an anti-heal, Feast of the Abyss, and then the combo between Gargoyle and the Dance of Butterflies. Now you have nothing to deal with Finale. You had used the Karmic Revival, hasta la vista to Korova next, and Dark Zero, they dropped, and now currently Reject. They've moved up onto the point, and they've moved up with the payload.
Huge impact coming through there. Reject will be able to hold fast, hold strong, and take the mission area into their own. So Ratatoska going to be pushing ahead once again. The only ult online right now is Smash with the Kraken impact. They're looking to get up close and personal real quick because they got a lot of time to play with here. They've already found a couple of KOs through. So desperate times call for desperate measures, and it's great to see they've taken it to them at the early phase here.
Gotta show them where you're from out here too. Gonna be able to duke it out almost immediate point blank. Smash holding on to the recent potential here too. With that Boki ultimate online, look at Velocity and that invisible boundary to help enable him. Same thing with Rymazing, giving him that damage boost. But Reject, they're poking and prodding from afar, and you have to worry about Marvel and these group walls to isolate members of DZ. Piggy backing away too, while they've still been able to at least try to control the point thus far. They're still getting a little bit of progress as they find the next pick, and Velocity is able to protect them. Impunity having that group ult, but it is Smash again and again as he goes. He finds Izayaki and Marvel.
Amazing timing coming through from Velocity there, denying any impact from the Strangling Prison. Smash trying to go for a last moment smash there, but not going to be able to catch anyone with that one. So they can hold strong onto this. They've done a great job of denying any presence really onto the mission vehicle here. Just looking to take it easy for a while longer. The ultimates are going ahead for Reject right now, so we could see them try and force the issue. Boundaries up. Gonna see the Soul Resurgence as well. More to follow. Agamotto denied. Big push there. Boundary coming up though, and they're looking to zone something through, but nobody goes down yet.
Velocity needed so much help with that autofocus. Great communication coming in from Reject, but thankfully, the insurance that is Korova, he saves the day. He brings them back to recontest, and they need to do this as well, considering that the checkpoint is straight ahead. They didn't get it to that next checkpoint originally fully, and Dobie keeps bringing these members back from Reject. Now it's Finale, now it's Smash, looking for the reset, and he's enabled thanks to the invisible boundary from Velocity.
Again and again, Velocity coming in clutch when the timing counts there. Just denying Marvel any impact there. So that is going to be relentless countermeasures coming through. They're hiding around the corners as well, trying to get a cheeky bionic hook into the fray there. But it ain't going to happen. Not today. Reject do have the Agamotto online, cracking back to their own, and the boundary there, so they might set something up. There you go, jumping into it, getting a couple stun locked in place, but they are not going to be able to displace them for long. Biggie in a bit of trouble here. The wall is denying them, but no one goes down.
It's fine though with the Izayaki having that invincible boundary means he can't protect the rest of the team. When an Eye of Agamotto lands from Madara, Smash, he's woken up, he stood up. Your controller duelist within Dark Zero keeps finding these picks. And you talk about the Kraken impact, well guess what? Gargoyle, it was shut down for him when they wanted to go for the Wombo combo on their Eye of Agamotto. That forces out swaps, and now Smash is close to his.
Closer and closer, and it's opened up. Activation could be imminent here. And we'll see if they are going to be able to capture it in a second. As they wait things out, Impunity walled off, a bit of damage coming through. Strangling Prison C is online though. They are going to be pumped up for a while longer, but that's immediately deactivated there. Big damage though coming through from the spores there. Marvel trying to see if they can settle the score here. Impunity in trouble, not able to wall them off in time there, but at least they're trying to get closer and closer here.
Look at Marvel, he's going fishing. He wants it, he's hungry, and DZ no. Impunity getting stunned off like grapple, but look at Gargoyle. They want to go for the combo together as Marvel brings them up. Can we get the follow-up? It was met, and Velocity gets shut down in the middle of the invisible boundary. They do it, but Korova in the back saves the day with the active Karmic Revival. He brings them back here for Dark Zero, and Amazing restabilizes them with a Soul Resurgence.
My goodness, it's all going online right now. Agamotto locks them down. Looking to smash them in place. The Kraken impact is going. They're rolling through for the triple. Looking to see if they can catch Izayaki as well. Booming their way through. They will be denied though. Going a little too far. Strangling Prison trying to lock them down. It ain't gonna happen, not yet. Sia online. OT Timer is running its course, but they refuse to let up. They will push on as long as they can here.
Overtime though, they have to stay contested now too if they want to be able to move this to that next point, and they don't. We go next here. Dark Zero, they hold them back.
Oh my days, they have managed to hold on. It is one apiece into this one. I cannot believe what we are witnessing right now. Both of these teams are so hungry, and Smash is the MVP.
Getting it done with the controller. I always have to re-emphasize this because it is incredible performance from Smash. He's so flexible on top of it all too. 27 and 10, 18 final hits. I mean, even if you look at Gargoyle, right, and Gargoyle trying to get these follow-ups together, when we see these Gru ultimates coming out, it's denied because Velocity was there ready. Even though we did see Velocity go down at the very end, guess what? That's why they went Adam Warlock. They saw that Bucky Protect and said, well, that's why we're going to go for the Karmic Revival instead, because that shuts down the reset opportunity when it comes to then having the reset ability to re-engage on these fights.
See time and time again, the Groots are trying to find their stance. Big impacts from the Eye of Agamotto's there into the Kraken impacts. The teams were able to cycle their ultimate so well, but that's where Reject kept falling short. You know, Velocity, Garuba, just able to ruin their days with the invisible boundary there, with the Karmic Revival. Their efforts were stifled time and time again, and they just had no answer.
And even through Velocity making adjustments, whether it be from the Jeff, then back over into that Invisible Woman, Amazing, over onto the Mantis, it can be difficult when there's momentum being built with the way that Reject were playing, even with the way that they opened up that fight. Dark Zero were quick and ready to go for these re-engagements. Velocity, this was the moment where Velocity got taken down, but then you have Korova waiting in the distance. The Karmic Revival, guess what? Waste time away for Gargoyle to even try to get a reset here, and then get shut down with these Eye of Agamottos too.
Just so impressive, and Smash just able to get the Bulldozer out, cleave their way through, and heave their way into a victory. So one apiece on this one. We've seen domination, convergence. What else are we going to see out of this? I don't know, because this is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, you know what? I was expecting this to go to distance just because of how seesaw it was in that domination map, right? Both of these teams were flip-flopping who was going to be able to control that point. A 2-minute and 9-second overtime hold was crazy to look at, Matsy. And now thinking about the fact that we have another Game 3 on our hands, imagine the cinema that we've had here within LAN.
Absolute cinema all day long here. And speaking of cinema, looks like we've got the next chapter online. We know the next map is going to be Convoy on Araco. Wow. So definitely excited to see how that one plays out, Vicky.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how that plays out, though, on the other side of this short break. Don't go anywhere. We've got our last game within our series.
Hey, we're Dark Zero and we're here to win it all.
Yeah. Give it.
Welcome back, everyone. We gave you guys a sneak peek on what our final map of our series is going to look like. It's going to be Araco, and Matty and I were talking a little bit during the break, and I'm surprised that Reject want to go here, because at the moment, I believe during Stage 2, they're 1-2 on Araco. They had way better progress on Yeeter still, actually, and was wondering maybe they're intimidated with Dark Zero and their changes going into this map, but Dark Zero don't have a very good record on Yeeter still, so it's interesting because they actually have a way better record on Araco, which I believe it's a 2-1 on Araco itself. So seeing how that's going to play out, or rather 1-0, seeing how that's going to play out there for Dark Zero, because they kind of feel a little bit more at home in consideration to what Reject has provided, but also we've noticed already, Matsy, that Reject have no issue bringing out adjustments midway through their composition, but Dark Zero's defense in that last game was chef's kiss when we take a look at our pick and ban phase.
That's it, we're about to be eating good into this draft phase right now, and it's going to be instant denial for Emma. We will not be seeing the Queen come out there, but what we are going to be seeing is a Protect come through from a Dark Zero. Who will it be? Will it be something like the Jeff? Will it be the Adam? Will it be something else entirely? No surprises, Adam will be saved there. So, good Protect coming through from them, and now the next ban for Reject.
Oh, I like this here. Dark Zero realized, all right, Reject, you could have your defensive side after you pick out the map, but now we're going to be able to protect first onto that Adam Warlock, which was huge because now if you're Reject, you're wondering, all right, well, do we want to still go the Bucky Barnes? Because obviously, like, sure, we could get progress on it, we could enable Gargoyle, but that Karmic Revival, if you're not pinpointing where Korova is, if you're not tracking if he's used that passive or not, he's going to keep getting away with resetting for his team.
Absolutely, and now we are going to see the next couple of bans come through, and curious to see which direction they go with this, because jumping into a map like Araco, you know, I'm thinking, there might be some Jeff opportunities, hence the ban there. Bucky going to be banned as well, but I'm also thinking we could see at least maybe Reject play into the Angela here to go for some of those environmental KOs.
That's what I was expecting here from Piggy, right? And you don't want to burn up a ban from that if you're Dark Zero. Instead, they wanted to make sure that they're not going to get interrupted by the Itch Jeff and Reject. They stick onto protecting the Bucky. That's but they go in for the ban on the. They rather not deal with it at all. No disruption, actually. This is interesting from Dark Zero as they protect the Jeff. And we know, Matsy, around that first choke, around that next corner, right in front of that first portal to Araco, you have that opening space to open the doors here. Now you don't have to worry about an Angela, you don't have to worry about a Jeff, but Reject, they have to think about the Jeff instead.
Yeah, gonna have to really see if they can try and shy away from that.
They didn't take the bait.
It is gonna be Rocket taken away, so not gonna see the Sia this time around. I might see something else. The Devil could come out once again here, but maybe looking to play into the triple here.
I like that they didn't take the bait, though, because when you see that Protect onto the Jeff and you got your final banned, if you're Reject, you're pondering, do we ban out the Venom? Because if you have the symbiotic shenanigans, that's on top of it all, but we also know that Impunity is a very good Venom as well. Instead, they would just rather not deal with the Rocket, which is interesting here too, because sure, you have the Adam Warlock and you have the Karmic Revivals, sure, you don't have the BRB tier 2, but now you have to think about the damage output that they get with this Venom instead.
Yeah, there's so much potential they can bring out of that, isn't it? And with the Beast of the Abyss, they can definitely look to deny a ton for them there. But they're looking to prep themselves up. They're looking to pump themselves in here and see how they fare into this next portion.
They also have Mantis available. So you talk about damage output. You talk about getting away with what you want here. They could, sure, they don't have the Loki, but now we get to see the swap-ups.
Ooh, Jeff Nader. This could be a great way to try and really pump their way through. They're playing into the Bastille Hunt or not. Going to change it up entirely. Group back online here. So you're going to see how that goes. I definitely can admire the vision here. The final judgment into the Jeff Nader. There's great ways that they can smash through the triple composition from Reject here, but we'll see how Reject reacts to it now as they're looking to take it easy, take it slow into the initial choke point.
Marv already trying to dive in, forcing out some of these cooldowns, but you know who's waiting for you? It is Impunity and the Thor for the disruption to break through this choke, while Dark Zero, they start off on the attack, which, by the way, switching sides with Reject. Look at this disruption. Look at a mess that Dark Zero have forced Reject to be. They've isolated Marvel, who tries to get away, has no safety. At least he gets through that portal at the very end. You may have missed it right there if you blinked, and now with Impunity backing away, Thor ready to go. He is here to swing the hammer.
Yeah, focused up on Gargoyle now, who's already found one of their teammates. Smash is out of here. Gargoyle forcing them back though. Good for the right click there, and we'll see if they are going to be able to catch anything else. As Finale's gone down, we'll come back with a BRB though. Meteor could come online, but they don't even need it. Velocity's down, so nicely done to take out the Invis there. Gonna see if they can spin something else through this one. The wall gonna deny them line of sight, but only for a moment. Piggy going down though, puts the pressure on Gargoyle and Marvel here.
Nice defense here from Reject too, because remember, they also are the ones with the Mantis as the Feast of the Abyss, together with the damage boost. Marvel, he's feasting, he gets a 3K here, and they wipe out Dark Zero. Sure, they have all these ultimates online, but that is even more time dwindled away from their time bank.
Well played, well done there. Now chopping our way through to almost the 2-minute mark here. Dark Zero, they have all the tools at their disposal to power through this. 6 ults online. They can just go ruthless aggression here should they choose to. Speaking of, Jack Nato could be online. Omega Hurricane already waiting in the back line. Finale in deep trouble. See you later, Jack Nato. Trying to rip their way through, but there's nobody. They jump through the portal. It's wasted outside of the one there. Impunity coming into it as well. And they will find at least a little bit from this, but Reject, they're comfortable. They don't mind losing a player or two.
They lost out on Finale, and with Izayaki right there waiting with the fate of both worlds. Instead, this is going to allow them to build into another round of these strategist ultimates to rotate through. But with Piggy going down at the hands of Velocity, getting that melee pick off here, it's going to force Reject just to give a little bit of space together. Dark Zero, they try to jump up on the high ground. Both Vanguards from Reject, though, also going to just let them have the space for now. As the Kidnap, it isolates Gargoyle. It forces him to go for a bubble, but they're not letting loose. The Meteor M as Gargoyle goes for the point blank slam down onto Rymazing on that Storm.
What an adaptation there, and it works wonderfully. Last stand coming through from Smash there, trying to crash through Bubble. They succeed. We'll be able to get a couple of KOs out of that one. Piggy coming back with a BRB, but my goodness, they are fighting and fighting strong. They got the fastball special online now, though, with the Thing coming into the fray here. We'll see if that is going to be the change-up they need. Clobbering time might just be able to displace them long enough to find some impact.
With the 3-3, you have to try to find the isolation if you can. Even with these push-ins that we have seen from Velocity on that Invisible Woman, you have the invisible boundary. Marvel dives down, finds Velocity, but a nice protection to find Marvel, but he doesn't go down without a fight. Feast of the Abyss, and he survives. He swings away. Velocity held onto that invisible boundary with some protection from Madara, but it still costed the Groot hug. Gargoyle point blank. He misses out on Velocity, who didn't even have a double jump. The Brutal on the other side of the Groot wall, actually helping them out as Korova has the itch step, and Rymazing is looking to clear space with the final judgment.
Ooh, the damage is coming up, but they might just be going down in a second. They do run the course of the ultimate there. Soul Resurgence coming up for Finale as well, so they are still going to be holding on for dear life here. OT Timer pushing its way through. They are trying to force Dark Zero as far away as they can. And Piggy in the back there, everyone else in the front, and they've found a Madara. This is big for them. Smash so close to the last stand. It could be exactly what they need here. Impunity's down. It's all or nothing in this one for Dark Zero.
And with overtime ticking away, Smash may have saved the day. He gets the 2K, and Dark Zero, when they're back for against the wall, Velocity was down, and he was close to that invisible boundary, but the overtime ticking away. They need to body block this. They have to prevent it from coming out here instead, but it's going to be Dark Zero who come right back into that fight, with Madara being on that Doctor Strange right on time. That was looking incredibly scary. If you are Reject, because I'll be real right now, Matsy, Dolby's been getting so much impact from these BRBs, even playing aggressively. They don't let the stagger really come out fully, as Dolby's going to reset with the rest of the team eventually now after that stagger, but that was huge impact off of having that Rocket Raccoon too.
Incredible impact, as you said there, just working so wonderfully for them. Dark Zero getting to where they need to be at the last possible moments, but now it's time for the Korova special. They're looking to play into the Atom here. They got Phoenix online for a sec for Rymazing as well, so see if this is going to be the answer they need, the change-up they desire, as they force the mission vehicle closer and closer through. Zia going to be online from Dobby, though. Already catching Korova. Velocity does have the dance. There you go. Going to see the fate of both worlds coming in, and looking to see if they can take something else for the spin.
Kurova's got that passive. He unlocks it here too. He's going to come right back into the fight. While Marvel's got the Feast of the Abyss. Madara has the Eye of Agamotto, but it only lands on Gargoyle, and he's going to be healed right back up to fruition with Izayaki still having their own dance off. Impunity now going for his own bite, and Raimazing dives down, goes for the reset, tries to get a cheeky angle over to the back end, while Smash, after having an insane performance on the Wolverine with the final stand, it's his final hope after he gets the Itch Step and finds the Luna. But in this isolation, he gets frozen and unfortunately cannot help out the rest of his team, who were getting harassed by Finale originally before they take down Finale at the hands of Velocity.
Looking like a Doom match right now between these strategists. Izayaki going to be taken away though, getting third party there, and now looking to see if they can catch something else into this one. As Smash going to be able to keep their team online. Reject forced back here, taking a lot of damage here. Marvel in deep trouble, needs to get the heck out of there, and will fall back eventually.
Oh, point blank, he doesn't have the passive. He used it already. We saw it earlier. And with Piggy finding Kurova, that means they don't have the res. This forces Dark Zero to play a little bit more safe because time is of the essence. Less than 20 seconds on the clock. And keep your eyes onto Gargoyle and Marvel. Dobby will have that Sia to keep everybody sustained too. And focus on having Dark Zero shooting at that Sia. It comes online and Raimazing does not have that End Song Inferno, as now you see the Born again after Marvel uses the Feast of the Abyss to bring Velocity right back.
Right back in and taking it for a spin there, and they are going to be able to bring all their teammates back online for Dark Zero here. Crucial into the OT time as well. It's going to be Fate of Both Worlds coming online. Agamotto as well. Might just be able to nullify some of its impact there, but they stand strong. Down to the butterfly from Finale in the back here. Raimazing jumping up there with the End Song Inferno. Here comes the Meteor trying to pop someone down. Oh, they will find a couple of KOs. Impunity one in the same. The game is still playing through, and both teams refuse to go down.
Was even in numbers here too as well, until right then Finale and Marvel, they found Raimazing. They get the freeze onto Impunity, and even with Smash being around and overtime taking away, nobody, they haven't stopped Finale. Unfortunate as they hold back Dark Zero right before that next checkpoint.
My goodness. Amazing stuff are coming through there. They will be able to hold firm, hold strong into that one, and keeping them at such an awkward position of the map there. It's going to be hot contest into the switch up now. I'm really curious to see how Dark Zero can adapt around this. You know, they found some little semblances of success, but they had to work so hard just to get to even where they made it to.
It's also crazy to see how Reject forces a stagger of ultimates, because when you see Raimazing swap over to the Phoenix, you think, okay, well, the End Song Inferno is going to take care of the Rocket, see ya, but then you also have to consider, all right, but also Impunity and the Feast of the Abyss. You try to go for the Wombo combo together, so that way you have that damage output, but then it's kind of not synced together, and that's something that Reject has been doing throughout the course of the tournament very well. Finale, noticing that even if he gets taken down, he's still wasting time away from Dark Zero, and they were still split up in terms of their position whenever Smash would want to get the Itch Jeff.
Is that Bruce? The real Bruce?
All right,
no,
I got us excited.
They got that one lose.
That would have been like the first time, I think, right?
Yeah, like first time. Nah, not going to happen. Shame. One day. Not today, but we are going to be seeing the triple coming out for Dark Zero today, trying to see if they can stall out the mission vehicle as much as possible here. And they got the right tools to do it. You know, they had a lot of impact coming through with the last map there from Raimazing and Kurova, able to really just chain things through. But we'll see how Reject will fare into this one as they look to supply the damage right around the back. Marvel diving down, diving in there. Going to be stuck by the clones, but they refuse to let up.
Desperate times call for some desperate measures, though, and it's a great answer when you have those lamps with the Loki, right? And then the double res. You let that get through, and you want to be able to take advantage of it, especially if Plan A didn't work out here for Dark Zero. Meanwhile, currently see Madara trying to harass him, and getting the follow-up together is going to be Impunity. Utilizing that BRB, bringing only Piggy back, which means Finale can't take his trip right alongside him. He's going to have to walk from the spawn room gates. And look at this ult economy too. Kurova's very close to that invisible boundary, and Gargoyle as well with the Kraken impact.
So close, yet so far. Luckily for them, they have plenty of time here, so they can pry him up. get ready to rumble in a second. Yeah, already stumbling through. They found double strategist. Kraken Impact as well. They are looking to rip apart Dark Zero's defense. Yeah, stall them out as much as they can. And now they have a free path right around the corner. And Dark Zero are going to have to reset through to the next choke point.
And rub your eyes too, because you know it wasn't even Korova on that Adam Warlock, right? When we started off this round, it was Amazing instead, and now being sent out, you currently see Reject having free reign over making this space. It's gonna proc the Doctor Strange portal, as you can expect with Madara being on that Doctor Strange, but coming out of the gates, it's gonna be Dolby with that Sia and finding and chopping down Impunity on that Groot. Here comes Korova, the invisible boundary, having to be careful. The Meteor M, Piggy trying to call him out, but it slams right behind them on the wall. Velocity got the copy, but oh my goodness, with the push off of the Invisible Woman, the Groot may have helped them hand in hand, and Gargoyle and Dolby together with Finale are going to annihilate Dark Zero after their plans.
That was absolutely insane. The Strangling Prison keeps a Marvel on the map there, and they manage to fight ahead again. Reject are just having a masterclass in how to push the mission vehicle right now.
I just wish I could hear those comms from Dark Zero. Like, Korova had gotten the push with the Invisible Woman, and we saw the Groot save bring them back up onto the map. I mean, unfortunate miscomms here coming out from Dark Zero, but Reject, they're still pulling up, and they have that momentum, Matsy.
Momentum in their favor. Will they be able to use the wins to their favor as Izzyaki goes down there, brought back by the BRB. Fist of the Abyss coming out. It's Jeff in response for Korova here, but already their teammates are suffering the consequences over and over again. It's only Korova into this one. They're just trying to hold on to maintain their life here, but they push it past the checkpoint already, and they're on the home stretch here. Korova's isolated in the back, and they will be denied. That is huge for the stagger potential here.
I mean, he had the Jeff, sure you find Piggy, but now you're back with the rest of your team, and you made the swap. Says, all right, I don't like the Invisible Woman. I don't want to be on the Jeff. Let's make some swaps here. Amazing goes back to the Phoenix. This also is why it's so important to highlight the flexibility of your team when you get to this level of Marvel rivals in terms of competition. Impunity does have the Feast of the Abyss, but Marvel is the MVP. He is enabled together with Finale, who, by the way, has not been looked at once, and he's got the Dance of the Butterflies as he activates, and he follows up together with Piggy to find Smash. Smash not having a good time as Impunity is able to find the tether into Izzyaki. Madara does have the Eye of Agamotto, and Amazing together could follow up, but they need that survivability. You're looking at Impunity trying to disrupt Reject.
Kraken Impact's coming through, and Song Inferno keeping Amazing up, and they will be able to sneak around the side there, but Gargoyle still hunting. Not going to be able to hunt anymore unless they get a big bionic hook. They do. Korova set straight back into action there. Amazing KO onto them, and Amazing. They're denying everybody on Dark Zero here. They still got some ults online, but if they keep going down like this, it could be curtains in a second. There's the Strategist Ultimates trying their best to keep them up here. They've picked up at least the Mantis, but they're not going to be able to do much unless they can get the KO out of this one. And Gargoyle's down.
The collect hook though into the itch, Jeff to allow Smash to isolate Izzyaki. Korova got sent down. He had used up that passive like we saw earlier, and will come back at least with the Karmic Revival. But look who is waiting for them. The Terror. That is Marvel on that Venom, looking to dive down once his team moves up. If he can move into a position to at least go to the left side, keep harassing where Dark Zero is on top of this bridge. But look, oh, I see you. The Spider-Man meme pointing one at each other. Both Venoms calling each other out as they both cling to the wall, but it's going to be all eyes on how Reject get to survive this, and Finale with the Dance of the Butterfly.
It's ready to rumble. It's going to be Sia into the Dance of the Butterfly now, trying to slice up the damage. Agamotto coming out with the Ensong Inferno there. Not going to be able to get much from either. Gargoyles down. A good impact from Amazing. Marvel in trouble as well. And they will stumble back, at least for the moment. Dark Zero doing a great job just to hold on to their Strategist Ultimates for the moment. They got It's Jeff available if they need it. And time's ticking here for Reject. They need to find an answer and quick smart. Otherwise, we could be seeing the series come to a conclusion here. It's all going to be down to these next to fight.
I like the scramble. The repositioning is a big pick from Korova. Finds Finale. Stop any sort of extension with trying to boost into another. Butterfly ultimate as well as smash with the itch. Jeff now gonna be able to try to catch the swinging marble. Piggy though, can he back him up? He misses, slams down the Meteor M against the side of the door while Gargoyle comes right back around. Guess what? You can find Korova, but he's got that passive. And now Marvel is no more. You have less than 18 seconds on the clock. If you are Reject, you started strong, but you have been held before you get up this hill.
Have to do their best here to try and get back on the mission vehicle, otherwise it could be over. Madaro's down, and there it goes. Karmic Revival nice and early into the fight there, bringing back velocity as well. UT Timer smashes down, they're coming back, everybody's coming back. It's the Kraken impacts for days from Gargoyle with the Zeo on life, Beats to the Abyss as well, dance to the Butterfly that made the ult run and scores.
But the fact that Korova used that Karmic Revival this early, you have the Dance of Butterflies, but guess who's still holding on to that Kraken impact? It is Gargoyle, overtime taken away, and with Finale finding amazing, no Korova, there's only 4 members of the Dark Zero, and now nobody from Dark Zero is left to recontest.
So Resurgence up, ready to go. It's going to be Kraken impact as well. If they need more, they can use it. Boom, popping them down, popping them up. Reject, take it home. And this will be their series. 2-1 in their favor. They seal the deal against Dark Zero.
Two teams that are feeling pretty confident within their positioning in the group stages, but seeding is what matters here, Matty. You're looking at that big stage, you're looking to perform, and Reject in a tight series versus Dark Zero, who has put on quite a performance. They made those adjustments, they terrorize them from the back line, and they are able to ignore the Animor like the Re-Resurrection, even with them taking out the Loki in their favor. Marvel 43 and 4. Look at these stats. 20 final hits for Gargoyle. Finale was popping off. We have 3 members of Reject with 3 quad medals. Are you kidding me?
Just absolutely insane work coming through there from them. You know, they're fired up. They got double-digit final hits across 4 members of their squad. The only one able to match was Amazing on the other side of things. It was definitely a tough endeavor for the Dark Zero side, but a Reject will be the ones to pull ahead.
Crazy stat lines that we had right there. Reject. I mean, even the Rocket Raccoon, right? Having a lot of those assists, but it's staying alive and having that BRB at the perfect time, in the perfect distance, to make sure you have that impact. The Sia at the time to pull up, even if it gets negated by the End Song Inferno, it's about the quick reset that you can provide as well for the rest of your team. And currently, with the way that that first game went, Matsy, we saw a lot of this back and forth. We kept talking about it. It was like a 2-minute overtime fight that we had time and time again, but it was the way that Dark Zero were able to turn things around when they were the ones on the defense after a really strong fight from Reject.
Yeah, they're really impressed. Just like that KO in the skies there. Love to see some good dunks come through from the Mags. Finale, one in the same, doing great stuff through on to the side lock there. And to see what else they are going to be able to achieve. It's just a class on the Dance of the Butterflies over and over again.
It's the fact that Gargoyle doesn't even need the Kraken impact to get all those KOs, right? Like, we saw him hold on to that Kraken impact while they were driving up that hill, and he held on to it to the very end. He allows Finale to get into that driver's position to get a lot of damage output to find these KOs. Holding on to that Kraken impact was just the card up his sleeve right there too, just to make sure that they were going to complete that final map. But a great performance in that series between both of our teams.
Couldn't agree more. My goodness, you know, Reject, the team that has surprised us all here in this tournament. Amazing stuff coming through from them. And look at the standings right now. Seeing the impact through, we got so much colossal craziness. It's a tie-up between a Chopper Bag, Dark Zero, and Reject there. All taking it 3 for 2. VP on top right now, 4-0. They got one more match on the other side, but Envy are in deep trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be it for Envy, honestly. The door has already been closed onto Envy. Unfortunately, they're only winning 1 series. It's crazy to see how the outcome has provided us. Just looking at how Dark Zero has gone from the very beginning of Stage 2, figuring things out, working around a new meta, and then not only getting way better by the end of Stage 2, they had to beat, Korova and Rymazing's former team, Sentinels, to even be in the position that they are right now, to even attend this LAN. And during the slight break, and then the shift off over to 4.5, they got even better. But then you have Reject, where in real time, from the first series that we had of the day versus Chopper Mag, to what we currently just saw within Dark Zero, you could tell that it took them just a few hours to figure out what they have to do to pinpoint, all right, well, if this is our matchup next, we have to look at the Animorlock. You have to make sure that you don't get baited into trying to get a ban onto a Venom right here. That's what they wanted, but they also didn't allow Dark Zero to play those key pieces that they knew that they wanted to roll out with.
Yeah, it was great that they were able to deny those impacts that they were trying to search for there. Just amazing stuff to come through from them overall. An incredible series, an incredible matchup, and we love to see what they're able to supply.
Yeah, we got to see even more games, though. It's not over just yet, everyone. We still have Virtus Pro versus Envy as our final series of the day here in Group A, and that's coming to you on the other side of this break.
안녕하세요. 저희는 팀 리젝트입니다. 여러분들은 지금 애틀랜타에서 마블 라이벌즈 이그나이트를 시청하고 계십니다.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Marvel Rivals Ignite, the grand finals here. It's Matzy and Dan going at you this time around. We're back. We're so back, and we're happy to be here with our last matchup of the day. It's VP taking on Envy. And Dan, how are you feeling about this one?
A little bit discombobulated. You know, VP, they secured themselves that final, the first spot here in the playoffs here in group letter A, but on the flip side, Envy, you could argue, have been a little bit of a lackluster result here.
Yeah, probably not achieving the results they'd be hoping for out of this one. You know, it definitely has been a tougher tournament for them. I'm sure there's been a lot of comms in the background to try and dismantle things, try and see if they can make something work here. And this is their last possible chance here, you know, to get some kind of a result on the board to try and see if they can take something more from this tournament. Obviously, VP, they've had a clean run all the way through into the groups here. Every other team, you know, has faced the view of defeat direct in the eyes more than once. So we'll see if it is going to be VP facing defeat out of this one, or whether it could be Envy taking down a victory.
We'll see. Envy, there is a world where Envy want to go out in a blaze of glory. This is going to be the end of their run after this best of 3, but we have to look at VP first, because they are the ones topping the group here, as VP have been lights out so far.
That's it, blazing ahead. You can see a VP looking strong, standing tall, and definitely looking to say, come here, and we will take on the challenge, as they have been just locked in all through the tournament thus far. You know, they've been focused up, really dismantling every team that tries to approach them out of the group stage here. So really impressed with some of their plays. You know, as you can see, Sparker definitely one to keep your eyes on there. Nemic's one in the same. Like, these guys have just been unstoppable. You can't forget Dreedro.
No, Dreedro definitely as well. Everyone on VP, there was a little bit of a narrative behind them where they were a little bit struggling in the early stages, at least back in stage 2 EMEA, but now they seem to have solved the riddle of the meta, and now they look to top the group, coming in as the first seed, which is a huge advantage come playoffs, especially here in the pinnacle of Marvel Rivals.
Absolutely, they've reached the summit on this one, and we've reached the top of the group stage here. Only one more step before the bitter conclusion, and we'll see which way it is going to go as we take a look at Envy right now. You're going to see all the fellas locked in on this one, and they are ready to bring the power, bring the pain into this series.
Yeah, we talk about VP for a second. They experienced the triumphs of victory, but now Envy have to face the reality of that agony of defeat. Envy, a team that had sky-high expectations, you know, the runner-ups in Stage 2 Americas, but now they go out in the group stage, a result that no one expected, but unfortunately, it is a result we do have to live with. This is the timeline that we did end up. There were a lot of timelines when we came into this match, into this final day of groups, but unfortunately, this was not Envy's timeline.
No, it looks like they might need to take up a meeting with Doctor Strange to enter another multiverse into this one.
You could.
Yeah, or maybe, you know, they get Wanda, get a bit of reality erasure out there. I think that's going to be happy days for them. But what we are seeing as our first map on the card here today, it's going to be Krakoa. A little bit of a change there. We've seen a little bit of Krakoa before, and we're going to see it again right now. Thankfully, not Hell's Heaven.
Thankfully not. We finally get some variety here in the map, but now we enter the Hellfire Gala. It's on Krakoa. This is where Envy will say their last hurrah, where VP are just basically doing a victory lap at this point.
That's it, and let's see how that lap goes into the drafts right now, as we do have the Bandit Protects online. It's going to be Jeff and Mantis taken away here. Mantis going to be on the Protect right now for Envy, so definitely looking to amplify that damage, but I love the hovers coming through early. from Envy into this one, you know, hovering over the Devil, hovering over the Hawkeye. If they bring out that Hawkeye, that will just make my day. That'll make my tournament. That is the one hero
that would
I've
be
always
so
wanted
fire.
to see.
That would be so funny. I mean, huge props to production for calling this the Jeff show, but unfortunately, VP are not playing around. They're just going to get rid of Envy's chance of playing Jeff here in the Jeff show. Whereas Envy, they're just going to opt to go, okay, Envy, you didn't have to ruin the party like that, man. Both sides now getting access to the Jeff in the Jeff show. A little bit of an ironic move there.
Yeah, sent Jeff back to the aquarium on this one. So, not going to be seeing any of that fishy business this time. Another couple of bans, though, it will be Cap and Loki. So, denying a bit more of that healing presence there, denying the God of Mischief, and denying the mobile Vanguard potential out of Cap.
Yeah, one of those dive Vanguards that have been a staple here in the Grand Finals. That and also Venom, but VP are able to take the Venom for themselves. But Envy, they still have the option to keep it. They have the option on the side of VP that could deny him from that pick. But for now, VP will use both of their picks on the Venom and the Psylocke. What do you feel about that?
I'm feeling good about it. I think that they're playing to their strengths out of that one, right? And seeing Star-Lord taken away, that's one potential strength if they wanted to go for a bit more aerial combat. It's not going to happen. They're going to deny that entirely. So good to see that they won't have to get the fly spray out, so to speak, to swat down a Star-Lord here. But what they do have is another protect, another option, and
whoa!
Hello! Hey, we've seen a bit of fun with the Black Widow before, and it's back out.
I'm sure Moxie is in the green room right now, absolutely freaking out. She saw the Black Widow being played, but now it is saved. And Envy are going to put on a show. Again, they are unfortunately now officially eliminated from playoff contention. VP, no matter what happens, win or lose, they will be that first seed coming out of Group A. So we'll see what Envy opt to go for.
Yeah, very eager to see what they are going to be opting in for into this one, as they are looking to lock things down, lock it into the map of Krakoa. Many beautiful landscapes, you know, to take a look at here, and very excited to see what both teams are looking to achieve, as obviously depending on where we do start into this one, we could have a bit of early point contention, you know, a bit of open space. We could see maybe a bit of aerial combat. Maybe they bring the torch through to change things up. Haven't seen much of that this tournament, but you never know till you know. What we do know is Black Widow is going to be online right now with the Thor there as well, playing with the Hela, so they can get a bit of damage there with the Venom as well. There's a lot of team-up potential out of this Envy
a
side.
lot of team-up potential, but for now, Envy might be a little grateful that it's on Krakoa. It's a little bit of a nice vacation place. That's probably where Envy are going to end up after this match. So why not have one last battle here and then come back and relax a little bit? And whereas VP, they just want to try to ruin the party for now, as VP also are looking to have a bit of a fun little composition. Daredevil and the Psylocke, two heroes that are good at dive, but Nero will shut down one such diver, which is Fidzy's Angela.
Yeah, good start coming out from Envy here. Nice start from Nero there. Going to see if they can take things into the air as well, as they focus up, locking down a bit of damage onto Fire there. But they're forced to fall back as they're taking a bit of punishment from their opponents here. Envy doing a good job to get a little bit of early control, but they aren't able to stroll ahead. Kaluge, though, does find the early KO on the Fire. Okay, even more potential. Envy might just have some impact here.
We'll see about that, as Kaluge is just hammering away while the rest of the team, Nero and Cal, two duelists just peppering down the rest of VP, and Envy will take that first point.
Nicely done by Envy there, getting themselves on top of things on a line here, and looking to see if they can line things up to lock things down. But shots already are coming through here. Sparker just fading away into darkness, and we'll be looking to lock down some damage from afar. So VP trying to scope out how they want to approach this.
Envy just look to get the defense going, albeit some unconventional pickups here. Cal, most notably on that Black Widow. It's all eyes on him if he's able to land the shots, but he gets taken out by Nevix with some damage from Sparker. That Rage of Ultron is going to be angry elsewhere, not focused on his fellow duelist, as Speedery will go down thanks to Sparker as the Goddess of Death, as well as the counterplay coming in from VP. So far, only a singular invisible boundary is used, while Envy use all of their resources. Window is the only man standing with some sort of ultimate to rely on as Envy crumble. And VP look to take over. Nice shot coming in from Cal. Gets the plasma burst down, but he will get pressured away.
Yeah, love to see the electroplasma explosion there. Looking to make it a day, but it's going to be VP's day today, swinging the emission area back in their favor and building up percentage bit by bit here. Envy, they don't have any ultimates to commit to this one, so they are going to have to stall things out to build up their percentage a little more before they fight on, because VP, they have a huge ult advantage. Like, they have the Karmic Revival, so even if some go down, they can just come right back.
So many low percentages on Envy, and VP absolutely punished that. They have the economy, they have the momentum, and VP show that why they are called the Virtus Plow.
That's it, Virtus Plow, not a Virtus Throw today. They are flowing their way in to take away all of their momentum. So great stuff coming through from a VP into this one, and looking to see if they can deny Envy more.
Hello, Fee and Nevix, just hanging around, quite literally. But Envy look to regroup. We need to find a way to get a retake going. Kaluj is dangerously low, will get taken out by Sparker, who has been a great player for Virtus Pro as he's able to find one, but Envy are able to clap back. Cal with the triple. And they look to get the retake going. No ultimates needed as Envy pull it right back.
Yeah, they managed to win this battle in the tug of war, but they're going to be facing a few more rounds of that if they're not careful. So, VP do have at least a few ults in stock here, like Saipe pretty close to the boundary as well. Definitely is going to be needed coming into this next fight. One in the same, Envy. They got the Feast available, Rage of Ultron around the corner, so they're getting high supply of the right utility. Speaking of, Feast of the Abyss now online here. Nevix jumps into it. Good KO in a month there, denying the Mantis, but they can bring him back with the BRB, so it's not all over just yet. But here we go, Rage of Ultron from Speedery. Windows down though, so they must trade this one. Otherwise, they're in deep trouble.
Speedery, his health bar was dancing down and up, but Envy have two members down, but VP are going to get traded out with one, but it's still a man advantage in favor of Virtus Pro. But Envy have ways to clap back this time. Their ultimate economy now shining bright as they look to try to keep that Plow from Virtus Pro from going into their favor as Envy look to make their last defense, their last hurrah, as VP want to ruin this party as so many particles, so many resources being dumped here into the site, but VP will overtake it in the end.
Nicely done once again, and getting a nice last moment KO on the Cal there. That's going to deny them a while longer here, allow them more flexibility to build up that percentage. The only one with an ult right now for Envy is Cal with the Goddess of Death there. And that one, they're going to need their teammates to really lock down, lock in if they want to find impact from that. Speaking of, they've let the Devil out by doing their best. It's going to be Agamotto around the back as well. Finzi trying their best to see if they can stop them here. The OT timer is already primed up. Dance to the Butterfly does manage to find a month onto this one. Kaluj going down as well here. Goddess of Death coming out at the last moment here. Drijo going to be focused, but the shield is denying them. Oh no!
Cal held on to that Goddess of Death for so long, but in the end, Finzi just jumps in the air and puts up the bubble, puts up the shield, and that's all going to do it here in round number one. VP take it, albeit a very, very close affair.
Yeah, definitely cutting it down to the wire on that one. A very fine line, but the cradle has now been captured. We are moving on to the next objective here. It's time to get on to the carousel. We'll see which team will be able to power their way through this next round of domination here, as things are already getting a bit spicy. You know, both teams on the edge of Feast of the Abyss there, Window. just 4% off. Nevic's already got it, but it don't matter. We are seeing the change up to Angela here for Finzi. I think that this part of the map definitely has a bit of potential there. You know, they can take them on a little bit of a taxi ride away from the point there.
Poor VP. Poor Envy as well. This could have been a competitive matchup, but in the end, it is a lighthearted match in the end. So I'm glad both teams are still in good spirits, are still willing to play out this match. But you just got to highlight Sparker for a quick second. Has been absolutely farming on this Psylocke, a pick that we have seen time and time again. And here in the Jeff show, it is no different as Envy and VP converge yet again here in round number 2. Will Envy find a way to respond, or do VP want to make this quick and easy?
See if they are going to be able to power ahead. Feast of the Abyss comes around the back, doubling down. Huge stop from Nevix. Nero's back there, but they are looking to see if they can bring more from it. It don't matter. Finzi denies them, locks them out, and that will be VP capturing the mission area without a doubt.
Envy are having a little bit of fun right now. It's only Munt, the only strategist right now on the side of Envy, so not a lot of support, not a lot of resources used in the utility and the healing category for Envy, whereas VP, they still have that strong composition with the Invisible Woman and the Adam Warlock. Not a whole lot of support healing coming in for VP as well, but still better than Envy's situation as Sparker gets a double with the Dance of the Butterfly, and Envy look to try to get the Freedom Charge right onto the site, but that invisible boundary just scares them away.
Yeah, going to be facing a fear in the eyes there, and they are denied any presence onto the mission area. Deluge will implode there. Speedery one in the same, so complete denial coming out from VP here. Window trying to keep them on their toes a while longer. Piece of the Abyss coming out here. See if they can get their team back into the fight. Hell's Heaven's Retribution will rather coming out there. And we're going to see the Devil get let out as well.
Speedery lets the Devil out, but he does get skewered and taken away in the end as Sparker and Sypha just team up to find one. Window will respawn. But now Envy looking to find a way back. It's kind of hard because we're trying to make this fun to watch. We know that there is not much stakes compared to other matches here in the grand finals, but that's just how the cookie crumbles. That's just how the group stage works. It's bound to be one of these matches going to end up like this, but for now, it's still a very, very fun match to watch as VP and Envy go at it yet again.
Absolutely, doing the very best they can here. Big damage coming out from Cal, but just not able to salvage a KO there. Big hook, line, and sinker. Sypha takes them away. You'd think they find safety in the portal. No, they only find chaos. It's all higgledy-piggledy into this one, and it's not over yet. OT timer is running its course, and they are dispersing of Envy's members one by one. Nero looking to bring out the Dance of the Butterfly, though. Does catch fire there, so it's not out till it's out. But they will go down in the end. So VP take control of Cocoa, and that's map 1 in the bag.
And in the end, VP do ruin the vacation party for Envy. A place where it's bright and probably really warm, but Envy are going to get absolutely knocked out of the park here. VP are going to just steamroll over the Jeff show, but then again, it's only map number 1. What does Envy pull out here?
They're going to have to pull out pretty much anything, right? They need to pull out something different. Maybe something completely unheard of, you know, something like a Squirrel Girl, something just entirely courageous into this one. They need to go for a wild card of a play if they want to keep this series alive here, and definitely eager to see how things go as our teams are discussing where they want to go.
Some of them were discussing the MVP animation we just saw. It's definitely one of the longer ones. Yeah. All the MVP animations have been getting longer and longer for good reason. They look really, really nice, but sometimes when you're on the other side, you know, it's sometimes a little bit annoying at times. There's a little bit of a double-edged sword. You know what I mean?
We love the Formula R skin. You know, it's good.
No, it's a great skin.
Yeah. And speaking of things that are great, we saw some great plays out of that first map there. Incredible stuff, you know, Feast the Abyss coming out, Benzie jumping out with the Angela as well. It was just a class in a perfection there. Envy finding their little moments of grace as well, but it just wasn't enough to take them to where they needed to be.
Envy now down one map, but they are out of the tournament. VP though, they just wanna... I asked this before we went in. It was either going to be Envy trying to extend the party a little bit, or VP just shut it down quick and easy, and it looked like it was the latter in the end. So now Envy now have that map pick priority. It's a big question mark. What do they want to pick? Do they look for something conventional like the Yggdrasil or the Midtown, or do they decide to opt for something spicy like the Heart of Heaven?
Yeah, definitely could be anything, you know, but before we peel our way into that map, let's talk about one of my new favorites. It's going to be the Jack-O-Lantern coming at you right now. We love to see new costumes for our favorite characters here, and you know, Jeff has been the primary hero of this tournament, and it's the primary hero here for Halloween. Love to see the Jack-O-Lantern playing its way through Trick or Treat. I reckon Jeff's doing a lot of tricks with It's Jeff.
And it's an absolute treat to watch, you know, all of these Jeff plays we've been seeing throughout this entire tournament. Jeff has been eating good today, and not just yesterday, also the yesterday and the day before that. So many good Jeff ultimates from so many talented players. And now we get to witness the Jack-O-Lantern skin come to live servers. I believe it is live right now, if I remember correctly.
I reckon you remember very correctly there. Ooh, spooky Jeff. Gonna be popping their way through there. Always love, you know, the custom visual effects coming through for some of our favorite skins there. And as you can see, that's available right now until November 21 there. So make sure you get your hands on it while you can, you know. It's gonna be the real nightmare before Christmas.
Real nightmare before Christmas, indeed. As we move on to our second map, it is decided by Envy. It will be the Hall of Jalia. Is it safe to assume that this is one of the more conventional maps? Although it was a map that we don't see very often when you compare it to something like the Central Park, something like the Midtown, or the Yggdrasil. What do we feel about Envy on this map?
I'd say maybe it's like falling back into a place of comfort, because obviously we did see a bit more of like Hall of Jalia into the convergence side of things in Stage 2, as well as, you know, even into Stage 1 there. It was really commonly picked, you know, you think of like Hall of Jalia, Yggdrasil Path, those are your default, like Convoy, Convergence back in the day. So maybe just trying to go back into a more comfortable time there playing into this one, and I'm keen to see how both teams do play into it, you know, obviously. This map in particular has a lot of angles of verticality there, and speaking of verticality, we're going to go all different directions into the draft right now.
Draft going live and ready to go. VP up one map against Envy. And for those joining us on the tail end of the group stage as we close things out here before playoffs, Virtus Pro have topped Group A, so they will be the first seed coming into playoffs, whereas Envy, unfortunately, have to settle with the agony of defeat, right? They have been eliminated from tournament contention, or playoffs contention, to better put it, and something that has been a bit surprising for many of us here.
Yeah, definitely been a lot of surprises coming through in that respect, haven't there? But speaking of surprises, no surprise into the draft right now. You know, Jeff, Venom, Mantis all taken away. Hella going to be on the Protect there for Envy, and Cap, one and the same for VP here. They want to just take advantage, once again, over those high mobility Vanguards. You know, if they can't have Venom, they're going to take Cap. What they aren't going to take is going to be the Psylocke. No dancing of the Butterfly this time for VP.
Surely we see a Jeff, right? Maybe both sides decide to not ban out the Jeff. I see that Envy don't have access to that hero at the moment, but there is a world where VP, on the other hand, could finally get access to it. Come on, use the save. Use the save on the Jeff. This is the Jeff party. You gotta do it. Come on, VP. You got this. You got more time to think about it. I know you want to do it. Come on now. Eventually, they will find the pick on the Jeff. Come on. I tried. I tried.
Okay.
I tried, man. I tried.
Angela going to be protected here. Definitely can understand it. You know, there's some great angles that you can get some good drop-offs onto this one. But what I like to see is the Devil being banned out. You know, it's going to be a big focus on the duelists from Envy here. They want to deny a Sparker. They want to deny them anything out of that one. They don't want to see Fi bring a high supply of KOs. They don't want to be on the other side of casualties here. No. They don't want to have anything to do with that. What they do want to have to do with, though, is a protect right now. It's coming at you for Envy. One last thing.
And
it's
it
nothing.
turns out to nothing. It just fizzles out off into the sunset. But I guess Envy just don't want to deal with dive characters bothering the backline of Envy.
Ooh.
But in the end, with so many of these dive characters banned, that allows Iron Fist, no?
Yeah, it sure does. Speedery. Ooh, don't tease us like this. If we saw Blade, we would be in a whole new playing field here, but ain't going to happen. What we are going to see, though, is it's going to be the Hella and Namor team up. Maybe, maybe not. Sparker's thinking about it, though. They're thinking about it. I don't know if they're going to be feeling it, though. Maybe not today. We've seen a lot of good stuff from FlyQuest playing into that one, actually, but don't know if we're going to see that one happen again today as both their teams get prepped up, ready for action here onto the Hall of Jalia. Very excited for what Envy can do here. You know, I think this is their time to make their stand here, make their moment, and make it count.
Make it count indeed, as Envy are hanging around in the spawn room waiting to get that first offensive round here as VP look to take a little bit of a lighthearted approach. Not sure why Finzi's already down a bit of HP over there. Not sure if that's a visual issue or just Finzi. Oh no, he is in fact taking damage. Wonder how that happened.
The environment is against them.
Wonder how that happened. A little bit surprising. Taking damage before the round even begins as Envy look to start on the offensive. What is the plan here? Still, they have more strategists this time, so that's a good start as Kaluj is the sole vanguard on the Thor as Speedery looking to take a different angle but gets pulled away into danger as Speedery. He's just going to get zoned away. Is he going to just take the danger head on? It looks like the answer will be yes. We'll take out a few of these Loki clones, but Speedery finally finds the correct one in the end.
Yeah, they are the danger there, and they are looking to give it their best into this one. Snero just sticking it back for the moment, utilizing cover here to fall back to their teammates here. See if they can catch something around the side. Gliding in, they do get a ton of damage there. No KOs as yet. Sparker going to be on the opposite of that. Nero wanted the same now. Finds Nevix there and looks to fall back once again.
Slinking away. But Envy look to keep the offensive going, but VP have other plans as Window commits and goes down, but thanks to the BRB, will find a headshot onto Fee as Cal does laser down Dredro somehow, some way, and now Window just zones away what is left of Virtus Pro. But Nevix wants to try to ruin the party, but realizes that he does in fact need to back away. So Envy looking to climb that percentage point, and it looks like they will be able to unless VP open up the heavens with the portal, trying to find a desperation play, but Envy look to have none of it as Window finds one already with the fate of both worlds. Everyone on VP will just scram away, just wait their time, wait for this dance floor to end as VP look to keep that defensive move going.
Holding on tightly to the defenses here, but alas, it's not tight enough. Envy will be able to power ahead here, taking KO after KO into their favor. A harder reset working out for them now, and a VP are now looking to play into the deep wrath team up here. Sparker and Fi will be looking to defy Envy as they just hold back for the moment, wait until the next choke point to make their stand here, but already the Squids are coming up.
Yep, Hella Namor team-up ability available on the side of Virtus Pro. Envy looking to keep that current composition with Window on the solo Hella. No team-up needed for now as Nero does fall asleep for a little bit but wakes up just now. Cal and Nero are the two players with their ultimates. as they look to get into this big lane where everyone from Envy try to take control, try to take over, but Saipa will take out Nero as the Horn of Proteus from Sparker, who takes out another thanks to the fellow Squid. As VP look to keep the hold for now, as Envy look to run for the hills and try to find a different approach.
Try and see if they can take it from a different angle here. They've still got plenty of time to do that, but VP at least have managed to find some presence into this one. They've managed to find a way to stand things down. They are doing a good job in the ult economy as well. You know, they're so close to having 5 on hand here. Saipe slowly, surely trickling the percentage up. And Envy, they're trying their best to fight onto the mission vehicle here, but VP, they are just making it a big issue, you know, denying any point of entry into this.
VP are so ahead in the ultimate economy, whereas Envy are about to have 4 ultimates available. And Heaven's Retribution going to be committed by Nevix that allows Sparker to find another frag. But right now Envy are just trying to find a different approach, trying to find a different way in, and that might be the team up here, the Goddess of Death with the God of Thunder. Will the combo work? Top that off with a End Song Inferno, but that speedery song ending right there. Nero will close out on Fee, and Envy not looking so good here in this push as there are 2 minutes left on this timer.
Not much time left at all, but Envy might just be able to push through, you know, they might not be able to get stalled out forever. They do have Fate of Both Worlds available for a month there, and a Cal pretty close with the God of Mischief. So if they can play into those strategist ultimates, there might yet be some potential for them. But VP one of the same, they got Proteus available, they got the Boundary available as well. So both teams have big abilities available here, and there you go. Proteus going to be activated first. Fate of Both Worlds coming up there. Cal, we're going to jump into it with
Cal.
the Goddess of Death here. Okay, going aggressive with it, but they aren't able to find anything.
Cal. A little bit ambitious copying a Duelist ultimate, but in the end it is a lighthearted Jeff showing here. Envy just showing off what they could do. But now we will have to say goodbye to them after this match. So Envy just trying a way to come out in a blaze of glory that we've been touting them as in this entire storyline here in this entire match, as a portal does open up by Cal. And they will push this point even further, almost pulling off a C9 moment just now as VP finally have someone to put their foot onto the site.
That's it, stepping forward and planting themselves onto it, but they're still going to be in the driver's seat here. Still looking to drive them away is a VP into this one. And Nemix up close and personal does have Heaven's Retribution available as well. And getting KO after KO. They don't even need to use the ult right now. They are going to be forcing them back. There you go. Oh, they are going to lock them in place here. And Month goes down. Looking to find Kaluge as well. It's all working out. Envy, they brought out the last-ditch effort. Spider-Man from Cal. 5 seconds to go here. Will they make it for OT?
Someone's got to wear the mask. Cal, okay, never mind. He tried wearing the mask. He gets torn right off with the meteor as Nevix gets the skewer onto Month. And that is the end of the push for Envy. They tried going out in the blaze of glory, and in a way they kind of did, as Cal tried to make the Spider-Man work, but like I said, someone had to wear the mask.
That's it, somebody had to save the neighborhood there, and Spider-Man was not able to save the day this time. So side's going to switch here. We are going to see the flip, and VP on the attack this time, Envy on the defense. What do they bring to this? It looks like it is going to be Angela coming out right now. Or maybe Magneto.
Or they're trying to make things
Penny
more
as well.
They're trying to make things more accurate right now. Look at Envy right now. They got the Thor, they got the Angela, they got the Loki. Not sure why they didn't opt to go for the Hela this time around, but for now they've got the squad of Asgard joined together. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Is Dredro doing the lineup? Dredro did the lineup. Yeah, I think Dredro did the Penny Mine lineup. I think that's why there was damage already off the rip. Yeah, Cal took damage just now. And Dredro using the lineup to his advantage. Oh my gosh, there's more mines coming in. Are we going to see an elimination? There's no way we see an elimination. There's no way. Is Cal trying to get eliminated? There's no way. Come on. Where's Streeter? Cal is so close to getting taken out. Look. This is so funny. I love this. This is peak Jeff show material. Cal almost got taken out before the round even begins. You don't see that every day, and we almost did. But in the end, the Jeff show shall continue.
Yeah, it's going to be the next episode of the Jeff Show, and Finzi already starts off with a bang there. Cal goes down, so decent way to kick things off. You know, maybe the Mines were just planting an X on their back, planting a target. That's why they got KO'd first.
That might be the case indeed. Envy looking to find a way to hold, but they are crumbling. Window on the Penny Parker, trying to find ways to zone away VP, but VP, they don't really have to walk into that zone, as a great skewer from D'Angelo of Nevix, skewering away Kaluj, as Window and the rest of Envy have to run for the hills, as Fee is just too threatening on this Hela, as the point already at 2/3. Window, a last-ditch effort, and his fellow Vanguard will follow. Fee popping off right now, as Speedery though actually buying a bit of time with thanks to Kaluj's portal, but it might just be that controversial one-at-a-time strategy that Envy tried to pull off, but as controversial as it is a strategy that usually never works out.
Yeah, it does have its pros and cons there, but pro for Virtus Pro right now is they have 5 minutes to drive this mission vehicle as far away as they can. Cal going to be targeted down by Nevix. Relentless efforts from that Vanguard there. You know, they do not want anyone to get comfortable here. They want to push them out of position. Hornet Proteus could help with that from Sparker, but Cal, good reaction there. Shuts them down immediately. Ooh, we do have an ultimate online from Nevix now. Good to see Heaven's Retribution coming at ya. There it is, into the Meteor there, locking him down, locking him in.
Oh!
Boom! Benzi locks it down for 3 with Saipe there. And Month is looking to bring out the Karmic Revival. So, it's all for Nord. They're back.
Oh, I guess when Month does go down, when you look at the feed on the people that got resurrected, it literally shows no one. I think that's a little bit hilarious, if anything, but for now, Envy looking to get the defense going. The Plasma Burst, not in time. VP will run away into the sunset, leaving Envy in the dust.
My goodness, what a game coming through there. Try as they might, Envy were not able to win the fight, so VP will be able to secure a clean run into the group stage there. 5 wins and no losses. A flawless victory there, and Saipe is going to be the one to take away the MVP on the Invis.
Invis with a little bit of a postcard moment for Herbie. That's the case for Envy, as they have to find their own postcards if they want to enjoy a little bit of a vacation out of Atlanta. Unfortunately, they are the ones being eliminated here in Group A. Again, a bit of a shocker for the audience back at home, but unfortunately, that's just the timeline that we live in. This is the multiverse that we ended up in, where Envy aren't looking as hot as they could be.
Yeah, definitely having a tough time into this tournament. You know, they were expected to take things places, but they just weren't able to deliver when it counted there. So definitely going to be feeling the pain of this one. But they definitely did a great job, you know, to give it their best into this. I feel like there was some really solid moments from Envy there. You know, they really tried to give it the best they could. They managed to take a little bit of control, but it just wasn't enough.
Just wasn't enough, as Envy tried to make things work, tried to go out in that blaze of glory, but Virtus Pro, kind of the party poopers here, just denying any sort of celebration from Envy. They know that they're done, they know that they're out, and Envy just tried to make things work here, but Virtus Pro now a little bit of a victory lap around around T'Challa, around Wakanda, and also around Krakoa back in map number 1.
Yeah, they managed to explore a few different landscapes, you know. Great to see the Explorers come through, and that was just such an impressive meteor. It's always great to see the Dunks get their time in the limelight there. Amazing stuff from Finzi to close that one out there, and couldn't have gone out a better way with a bang. But speaking of going out with a bang, we're going to take a look at our results here today and just look at how it all shaped up.
It started out so intense. Chopper Mag, a little bit of a surprise victory over RC. I know you, Matt, really love that result. Another result that you like is Chopper Mag also taking over Envy. Something that a lot of teams really didn't see coming from anywhere, as Chopper Mag have been really a pleasant surprise here in Group A. As we look at the standings, Envy and Aconics, we will unfortunately have to say goodbye to them, but that does allow Reject, Dark Zero, and Chopper Mag through to the playoffs. Fun fact, Chopper Mag only have one Chinese player remaining, so the hope of China is still alive, and we will see Chopper Mag here repping the Chinese audience. Quite literally, Bobo has a lot of people on his back.
That's it, a lot of support from the players back home. But let's take a look at what's on offer for our teams right now. Show me the money. It's going to be a total prize pool of $1 million there. First place, the champion, taking away $320,000. Runner-up will be $160,000. Third place, $120,000 there. Fourth, $100K. Fifth to sixth there, going to be taking away a 60. Seventh to eighth, taking away a 40. Ninth to 12th, 25. So some of these prizes have already been locked in.
Yeah, if you do enter this tournament, you do come out in a with a bit of a prize, a little bit of a consolation prize in the end. So nothing too devastating. But I gotta say, you sounded like a whole auction there. You sounded like you were auctioning away the trophy at one point.
Yeah, I'm looking to auction away, you know, some rounds. Yeah, we're gonna see everybody gets a win. Yeah, it's gonna happen right now.
I know, yeah. And what a way to end this group stage, right? Just everyone is still being a little lighthearted. Props to Envy for still participating, but keep in mind we do have one match still ongoing over yonder, over there on the other side of the venue. We do have that match still ongoing, so be sure to check out Voiced over by Tetcher and Ryan themselves, two talented casters here from the EMEA region.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, and it has been such an amazing day here, everybody. Such an amazing group stage here for Marvel Rivals Ignite at the Grand Finals. We have Group A wrapped up, Group B wrapped up soon, I'd say. But speaking of wrapping things up, we are going to unwrap things into our playoff stage on a Friday live from DreamHack, everybody. We can't wait to see you there. It's going to be incredible. And we'll see you in the next one.